Okay, so today I'll be doing episode 3 of my Permadeath bot round robin thing that I'm doing, or it's not even a round robin, just a challenge overall, which is to go through every single bot on here, obviously chess.com, without losing a game, or until I lose, then it's over. And so basically, I would say I'd have to delete my account, but technically this account is like just for this purpose anyway, but whatever. That's the only thing I'm using this site really for, unless I sometimes play a viewer, but I'm not like, playing rated games or trying to ladder or anything like that. So don't be deceived by the 1200. It'd be more like 1500 or at least 1450 or whatever if you account for inflation. Like I'm 1600 on the chess. But of course, as you go with the time formats, it's vastly different. So on here, the 30-minute games are, shared in format. Like you get the same rating for a 30-minute game as you do for 10-minute, which is a little bit weird and confusing. On the chess, they're completely separate. But here we get to obviously use the board. That's part of the reason why I'm doing this, but it's a combination of a whole different set of formats. I always used to do permadeath formats with chess anyway. Like I got my piece set thing going on the chess, so I play with like a particular piece set until I lose. Then I move on to the next one. So far we've beaten 2 of the really lower rated bots, and I've sort of been cherry picking in that way. So there are a few rules that I would have to go over because people will keep questioning those if they see it later. They'll say, okay, well, I can choose the order in which I play them, but I still do have to play all of them eventually. And then number 2 is I can draw them, and that counts basically as a win for this purpose, in the sense that if I draw a bot, I can play the next one. So in other words, I survive the bot and then we move on. So if I draw or I win, it's fine. If I lose, then it's over. So, and that might seem like, oh, that's too forgiving, especially in a game like chess where the majority of games end in draws. But this is like a 1500 rated player who is going against Judith Polgar, and I'm going to have to draw her. So a few things we don't have access to. We can't analyze these games, and I don't even know if that has to do with having a premium account or not, but I just haven't been able to actually go back and see them once they're over. But as we go on, obviously I can play, I've been really taking my time. That's the emphasis here. We can go back and play, obviously, all these ones, and thankfully they're mostly the higher rated ones that we get into. So I'll have to get premium for that purpose, and also I'll have to get it for the purpose of maybe analyzing these games, because I haven't been doing that. But the whole purpose of this is, first of all, I'm going to skip these ones, because the last 2 I've done, I did Madam Murder, who is like for last month's set of these ones. These ones kind of keep changing every month. And then I did the Boomer one, and we celebrated by listening to the OK Boomer song actually afterwards. But that is the point, that we'll skip those ones because those ones change every month. And since I only do this once a week, right, I won't be able to keep up with that. Like in the whole month, I would do at most like 4 of them, because it's taking me an average of 1 episode per each one. But that's the point that people might criticize, but that's the whole thing I'm showing. Like, chess is like a slow, methodical, boring game. So not only today is probably going to show something else too with that. Not only do we take 1 whole episode to beat 1 single bot, whether it's a 500 rating or whatever, but some of these I'll even allow them to go into multiple episodes. Like, I'll make 1 move per episode for Judith Polgar, or one of those harder matchups. Like, there's no limit on that. So those are the 2 loopholes that I can almost exploit. I can draw them, and I still get to survive and move on to the next bot. I don't even have to play them again and beat them. I just have to draw them. And then number 2 is, I have to, I'm allowed to go into multiple episodes for the same one. It doesn't mean I have to do it like whatever I start today. I'm barely even going to start, because the whole emphasis here is I'm taking my time. So this, I don't have a lot of time today. The whole emphasis is to teach you time discipline and to really think about your moves. And like, that's the whole point. We don't need the analysis after the game, because we are the analysis. We are the engine during the game, because we're sitting there and really going in great detail and depth. Although even the depth that has triggered people like, oh, why are you thinking so deeply about this? You're overthinking it. That's not even still enough for what you're going to need to do against some of these better bots. So I can't cherry pick these are the 3 sort of things that benefit me. But again, in the end, you can't escape the reality that you are going to play 2,700 rated bots and have to deal with that. But I can choose the order in which I play them, but I'm eventually going to have to get to all of them. The number 2 is I can draw them and escape with my life and move on to the next one. So that counts basically as a win condition. And then number 3 is, I can take as long as I want, both in the session and even over multiple sessions, which I might exploit the shit out of that. And so the point there is the simple fact that, the one thing I missed doing today, just for the sake of time, is I said, every time I use a webcam, I should do like some one little gimmick review thing. Like I reviewed like the Bailey's flavors or whatever last time. So like, I should have gotten breakfast, and I'll review some breakfast item that I've never had before, just because I can show it and make fun of the whole stupid whatever, living vicariously IRL stuff. So just to start these episodes, I should do like, oh, I'm trying French toast sticks from this place I've never had them before, some breakfast item or some whatever, some drink or something, some soda I haven't had before. It seems stupid, but this is the age we live in. So yeah, doing fast food tier lists and stuff. Yeah, I'll skip these ones just effectively overall. Or I guess what I could say is I'll beat one of each level. But there's not, I don't think there's even the same number every single time. Like, uh-oh, it doesn't even give you a rating. But yeah, I would have to technically do that one too. But we'll save that for the end. But like I should have to do one of, maybe the beginning of every month I should do one of them just to drag it out even further. Like we've done the lowest rated one twice, right? Because somehow I didn't process that. So if I do another one, I would do this one, right? So maybe again at the beginning of every month I'll do the next one here, but maybe not, because I'll still have to cherry pick for the lower rated ones. 1775, 2150, and then it goes just to Martin learned to play chess through his kids. He loves the game. Win or lose, he doesn't seem to lose anymore though. So this is going to be one of those troll ones like Mittens or something. But again, I would still include that on there. It's just that we don't have to do it for a long, long time. But the point of this is to treat it as instructively as possible. Like you take it super slow. Don't worry, don't play the player, play the position. Don't play the bot. So it doesn't matter if they're 500 rated, 2700 rated. You take your time, you rationalize every move, you analyze everything. It might seem very slow and exhaustive, but that's really the point of it. So you're really treating the game the proper way instead of worrying about stuff like time, which you shouldn't do when you don't even know what you're doing in the first place. Like I obviously don't. So we get the little visual feedback of the board, which I don't feel like that's really helped me much at all, but it's just nice as a little novelty thing here. In fact, of all the things to use webcam for, no, I don't use it for face cam. I don't use it for anything else. I use it literally just to show a chessboard, but I guess it's a fairly legitimate use of it. Some people like that sort of thing. Or what a lot of people hate are the 3D sets on the sites themselves, even though this is what it's meant to emulate. Or that's one thing that has actually a good relevance to it, is like VR chess. VR chess is good because you can play somebody halfway around the world, but simulate the act of playing on the board. And now it'll be like where you can do it even on the board physically, like this. Because there was some feature on Lit Chess like that I tried too at the same time. Part of why I decided to do this now, not that I was, I was always thinking about doing it like, oh, it's a good use of a potential webcam, but I wanted to try that feature, but the problem is it showed like these big blocks of shit all over the pieces. I don't know what that is. So like you would move the piece and it would move it on there automatically from the webcam. It would somehow know what you're trying to do. So Nepo leads the World Championship, just for some news on the World Championship series. So he might face Ding again, but I almost hope he doesn't, because everybody was on Karana's bandwagon, which there's still plenty of time for him to come back. But Hikaru's losing to the whole twisted fate that he's put himself in with respect to, being a streamer. And again, I'm not saying that he shouldn't stream, but at least for these 6 months prior to this event, he should have been more focused. We said that last time too. He's playing Ding Liren and he has a chance to potentially win that matchup. But do you think Ding is streaming every day, or do you think he's distracted by that? So it's a high level criticism. It doesn't mean he can't still be a great player like he has been obviously his whole career, but it's that little extra effort that you could put in this once in a lifetime opportunity where Magnus isn't playing, where you could potentially win, where the field is as open as it's ever going to be. Because right, you could say, oh, Hikaru is never going to beat Magnus, but he could beat Karana. He could beat Ding Liren. That's at least possible to do. Where he's not that big of an underdog, but he's not going to have any chance and he's falling in there. So it's his own choice, and it's kind of sad because I'm not saying don't stream, but you can't take 6 months off just to try to focus on this, win this championship, or give it your truly best effort that you can't say you're giving because you're obviously distracted by streaming and splitting between, and so which none of the other players are really going to be doing. And so you're trying to tell me that you can't do that. You can't make that sacrifice just for 6 months to try to give it the once in a lifetime chance that you've had now twice in a row. Again, in a world without Magnus, you actually would have a chance to potentially win it. So it's just a sad state that you look at meritocracy dies on a webcam, because this is the kind of shit that we get into. Like predict the future of chess. They'll ask him like, what do you see? Like some sort of interview question, right? Asked by Levy. And I would say like, yeah, there'll be more streamers and less grandmasters, because what's the incentive? The incentive is, oh, you'll make more money and get more fame and get more attention this way. doing streams. So even really good players, not like me, who's a clown anyway, but really good players will be more incentivized to exploit this angle than to ever truly commit themselves at the highest level. You would like to think that's a validating element, but it's really not, because you see so many people succeed despite that. Like, you don't have to really be a top player to have that. So adaptive, I'm not sure, because what that means. These friendly coaches will offer their insights about the game as you play. Adaptive mods play stronger moves when you have the advantage and weaker moves when you are behind. Kind of like my average opponent, because I always choke when I'm ahead. Beginner, intermediate. So yeah, we'll go in order of these. Or not in order, but we'll go through all these. And I think all of them stay except for that top list. So like I said, I'll ignore that for the time being, because that's what I've done the first couple episodes. And again, I'll use today's episode to even show, like, oh, this can go into another episode, because I'm not going to... I'm not going to rush through it or try to finish. So again, it doesn't matter what rating we play. We're going to take our time. We're going to go slow. We're going to be instructive. And it's sort of teach you the right discipline there. Not so much time discipline, because you're going to get flagged every game if you do play like this against actual people, as I often do anyway. But it's to show you, like, okay, you're playing the game the right way. And if you take long enough in the macro sense, like, you can play as good as a grandmaster if you really sit there for long enough. That's the sad part. Even as extreme of a claim as that seems to be, you can actually see that. Not that I'm doing it here, but like, if you took even longer and went through every single tree of ideas, you could potentially do it without any external help, without, being able to write down on a piece of paper, but just by simply doing it in your head. You can sit there and go through every line of options, every single move exhaustively, which that's the mentality I'm trying to get the whole experience into. This is what it will teach you, is that you can really do that. And so you get in that mindset. Sure, you're still going to be doing it too slowly, but at least learn how to do it the right way slowly, and then try to do it faster, instead of trying to learn the wrong way but learn it faster, and then you'll be stuck somewhere along the line that way too. Hi, I'm Danny Wrench, international master in chess commentator. Play with me and learn chess. I'll take it easy on you. I mean, look, dude. So these ones will all count. And so Coach David, so like, we won't be able to do these ones anyway, but if you can beat me, I'll be impressed. Show me what you can do. No, I'll end up fucking drawing you. But again, these ratings are wildly inaccurate to what they are too. I could do another 400 bot, but this is when we're actually getting into the real thing. So we will do it. I could go ahead and do somebody a little bit higher rated. Like, what's the highest rating one that it would let me play? I think these are all mostly, but that's why, like, I'm not going to do it, because this is going to go on as long as I want it to. So there's no reason to pick these. Like, this would be you still don't really think of him, with all due respect, as a top player. He's a grandmaster, but there's, 2,000 grandmasters. Top player would be like, somebody playing in the candidates right now. But did you know that grandmasters only make minimum fucking wage? So that's why they end up becoming streamers. Grandmaster Benjamin Feingold is a renowned chess educator and streamer. Good luck beating this quick-witted king of the board. 2563. And sometimes they glaze some of these players' ratings. Like with Hikaru, it'll say like 2820, even though he had never been like 2820 in his whole life. Like his highest is 2816. So it's like rounding up, or like maybe during some event he technically was briefly, but whatever. Like, officially, if you actually look it up, he's never been that, but they're trying to, whatever, suck up to a big streamer or something. Yeah, I guess I'll just go sort of in order this way, at least if for ratings that I can consider. Once you've learned the basics with Danny, you're ready for more of a challenge with me. So the point is that when I do subscribe to that, I'm going to, still pick them selectively. So he's an international master and chess commentator. Obviously, I've seen him probably in some videos before. Play with me and learn. I'll take it easy on you. And that is really the point. We are trying to learn. But yeah, people might laugh at this or mock this, or even were complaining in the other episodes, but it's like, this is the point, right? If you want to play a game like chess, then at least do it the right way. This is the point. Like, you're trying to do it as instructively as possible and take your time. Otherwise, what is the point, right? Like, I can rush through these games and I make a mistake and lose, or I flag, or my opponent makes a mistake or they flag. Like, is that really instructive? What are you really getting out of that? So that's why I like classical just period too. But like, yeah, time is such a dependent factor. So we always go with the challenge mode. We always go with the random. right? This will be just make sure we keep it authentic for every single one here. And yeah, like I said, I don't even have that much time in this session, so I won't even hardly do too much, or maybe I'll just zerg him down because he's only 400 rated. But again, just in principle, I'm trying not to do it that way. Because you can get away with it now, but you're not going to be able to get away with it later. So I'm trying to put myself in the right mindset and teach myself to do it the right way. If we play as random, I think that's only fair because, or maybe I should always be black to give them an advantage, but or it should be like that. If they're above 1500, I get to be white. If they're below 1500, I get to be black. But no, I'll go random. So that no help of any kind, even though the nature of the bot itself says that he's going to try to coach you and help you, right? Give you advice with like his little commentary. So we played Madam Murda the first time. She had a little bit of personality to her. And we basically played Boomers the last 2 times. But the last guy was literally called the Boomer because she was like an old lady. And then this guy was, whatever, Lee the Boomer. So he wasn't really too entertaining. Or you could say that's arguably part of the point. But okay, no help of any kind. But I think he will still help you. Good luck, have fun, and let's try to learn something. So I get to play as white. This could be a very good flex. I beat Danny, whatever his last name is, who's an IM, but obviously it's going to be... so this is my one opening Andy move. That is the only move I ever do as white in my whole life because I wouldn't even say that I've learned it. It's just something that I feel more comfortable. Just for context, I always used to do as a kid the D4, and I would play super aggressive, and I would queenside castle and stuff like that, and just I would always get away with it against even adults and players who had played at least a little more than me. But at that point, I guess chess wasn't that highly competitive as it is now, at least at the low level. That you get your cheeks clapped at 1200 rating on these sites, and it's like these people all are delusional, or they're studying all day every day, or they're watching these streamers and thinking that they're gonna whatever. Like it's both a positive and a negative, but it becomes kind of stupid when you see that the average 1500 rated player knows opening theory like as well as what a professional player is supposed to do. Like something's weird that they're like really overdoing it in one respect. So we're going to go ahead, go to E4. Yeah, like I said, I always would play more aggressive, and as I've gotten older, I've become much more defensive minded, or I've lost my confidence in my ability to attack because people are actually better and able to deal with it more. PK4, as us old timers used to say. What the fuck does that mean? E5 directly opposes your pawn and fights for the center, and that's the same sort of thing I would normally do too, to be able to, I'm very single-minded with openings. Like, why am I doing this move? I don't even know. Just because it's better than D4, and I always kept getting punished for playing D4, and I didn't know how to play that way anymore. I couldn't get away with it. But then why would I do that same move as black, right? It's almost like the opening that I hate to see as black is exactly the one I do as white, because it's like, normally I would just ignore what they're doing and do the King's Indian, right? Where you just go like that. And the reason why that's relevant is because now you can't do it. Because if you were to do the knight now, you would be in a position where, like, if you just had done the knight instead of that pawn move, you could have pushed the pawn and pushed out the knight. And it's always the weak link liability piece that triggers me so much. You only do that to acquiesce to the knight to prevent it from getting pushed out. And now you still have to worry about it getting pinned down by the bishop. So this isn't not even just me being salty or triggered by the knight. It's me actually recognizing there's so many things in the opening, right? If you're a low-rated player yourself or whatever, right? You got to always worry about the knight. Don't let it get pushed. Don't let it get pushed around by pawns. Don't let it get it pinned down by the bishop. Like the Darkster bishop will come here, and then you have to worry about that. So there's so many things you have to do to acquiesce to the knight, not because you're even trying to do anything with it in the opening, just to get it out of the way and stop it from being a liability that it always is. Right, so I don't know what PK4 is. Maybe we should look up some of these references that people... PK4 chess opening. Descriptive notation. What does PK4 mean? A move sequence that you mate you in 2 moves. What the fuck are you talking about? How is this anything to do with mating you in 2 moves? But no, like even the Boomer was making references to like some musician that I had never heard of before. Some very specific, like, oh, I could use a... That's one thing I'm not doing in these sessions either, is listening to music. Although I'm not saying that I can't do it. I just... Normally when I play chess on stream, I would. I just... Somehow it's so instructive that let's just focus on even not being distracted in any way. Or maybe I should fuck around with some of the other P sets on here too, instead of just using the same one all the time, but it's okay. So PK4 means something like, whatever, you mate them in 4 moves, I guess? Pawn, king, 4. I don't even get it. But E5 directly opposes your pawn and fights for the center. Obviously, one of the concepts that you hear like way too much. So now in my one opening Andy sensibility here too, I basically am able to do the same thing where like I go knight to f3. And the reason why is, okay, you attack that pawn, you're also developing, but I'm not really the attacking type of player, but it is at least consistent with the idea of, like the defensive knight move you could make instead would be like, oh, go to c3 with the other knight, and that'll cover your pawn so you don't have to worry about it later, assuming that he's going to attack it, like he'll bring his knight to f6, so you're covering it ahead of time, so you're still ahead of the game, but you're playing more defensively as white, which is kind of still my style, but this is what I always do just because. I wouldn't even say that like I know this opening super well, but that's one of my expressions. Like I might not know openings, but I can beat people who do, so I couldn't tell you the name of this opening, but I could beat it still, at least against people at my same rating. Knight f3 is a great move that develops and attacks. Don't get too excited, dude. It's just basic opening theory that's been common knowledge for fucking decades at least. Knights can jump over pawns. Bishops, those need help getting into the game. But don't denigrate the bishop, dude. It's the knights also are close range garbage pieces that are always liabilities you have to acquiesce to. You forgot to mention that fact if you're trying to teach somebody the game. The bishops can't be pushed around nearly as well. So they might need help getting into the game, but they're worth it because the knights need help. Just like, why did you make that move? See, he's being disingenuous already. He's lying about the knight. You have to be aware of the simple fact that why did you go there? The only reason why you went to e5, despite some deeper, fighting for the center and the pawns and stuff like that, black oftentimes doesn't even care about that. You would have been happy to do the King's Indian, or at least I would be as black, if you simply could put the knight here. So if I didn't go there, now you wouldn't be saying, oh, the bishops need help. You'd be recognizing that, oh, the knight, you just help the knight by stopping it from getting pushed out by the pawn by putting the pawn there first on e5. If you didn't do that, I could have gone to e5 myself, right, and then fucked around your knight, and then it has to move all around. So don't tell this propaganda, this pro-knight propaganda to us here, when I'm the objective fact checker when it comes to that you had to help the knight too, right? Those need help getting into the game. No, the knight needed help getting into the game, and this move specifically did that. So don't try to lie about it, dude. You go there. So my natural next move here would be kind of just bishop to c4, and you're just kind of getting it to which is not something I would ever do. These bishop flank moves like bishop to c4 or bishop to f4, right, are not things that anybody would ever do when I was a kid. Like nobody did those moves. They're like complete robot moves. They're just not. It maybe seems obvious in hindsight, like, oh, well, you're trying to attack that side of the board or something, but it's just not like a natural, normal thing you would do. You would see people go g2, and these are like really low-rated players who didn't like study the game, like myself, obviously, even still to this day. But there's something that changes. Like, there's the cynicality that happens where, oh, everything's so obvious, or see, now everything's so obvious just because you've studied it somewhere or seen it somewhere, or that's just opening theory or established whatever. But the whole point here is the simple fact that I'm missing. See, this move is actually kind of instructive because it seems like you can do that, but you really can't. Because what happens is, okay, the queen comes there, and let's actually calculate the whole line. The queen comes there, then you can't move the knight. So now this turns into a whole disaster. So it'd be the sort of thing I might be willing to try against a low-rated player like this, but or somebody who's at least smurfing. Yeah, chess.com discourages smurfing. Also, 400 rated IM, and also Hikaru doing these speed runs and crazy things. Like, whatever. They say they'll refund your rating, but... And that's one conversation that I always am at odds with people. Like, when they ban people for cheating and stuff like that. Like, yes, they might do the best they can, whatever, but ultimately, you can't really prove it. Like, it's all speculative. There's no hard evidence. Like, what are they going to do? Hack your phone or hack your computer to see that, oh, you're using an engine in another tab, or your friend's sitting next to you on their phone, telling you what to do. Like, there's no way to actually prove it 100% objectively. And so it is all just speculation ultimately. And by that same token, so a lot of people might get banned who didn't actually cheat. It just they had a couple really good games or anomaly games, and that can happen. But people will speculate and say, well, oh, they must be cheating. I've had games like that. Everybody's probably had games like that where you're like 99 accuracy or something crazy. It just everything kind of falls together. And sometimes you don't even know it when it happens. Like, oh, it was really good, but I didn't even realize it was that good. I was just kind of doing random things. So that can just happen by accident. If it's a pattern of behavior, I get it, but it's still kind of ex post facto justification, or like basically you're trying to piece it together the way that people did, like with Hans Niemann. They'll go back to some game from 5 years ago and say, oh, well, look, he must have been cheating there, but nobody said that at the time. But now that they're going in with a suspicious mindset, it's like that documentary Quiet on Set, right? They'll go back through every single thing the guy ever did, Dan Schneider, and say, oh, now they're going to attach some innuendo to it or something. Doesn't mean he's a good guy. It doesn't mean he didn't do something wrong, but it's like, you know what I mean? They're looking at it now through a preconceived lens where they're going in with that expectation already. So it's the same thing that applies to cheating here. It would be very hard to determine on these sites whether somebody actually is. In fact, there's no way you could actually prove it. It is just all speculation. And again, a lot of people get away with it on that same token. So if it's just an accuracy thing, somebody could game the system. Not that I'm encouraging, obviously, you know me. I make things harder for myself, not easier, but that's why nobody would ever accuse me of cheating, like my whole hard mode mentality. The whole point is that we should spend this whole episode just figuring out this one sequence of moves. Like, what would you do here if he does this? Because see, think about what happens. If you move the knight here, right, you take this pawn, then the queen doesn't pin it down, but it pins it down to an uncovered pawn. So now if you move the knight, he takes the pawn and checks, which could be bad. Maybe it's not that big of a deal. Maybe developing the queen that early, attacking with the queen, isn't worth it. But that in itself isn't my kind of style of play, and I don't like it. But objectively, we should get past that and look more so for the best possible move. I don't think this is the best move because of that exact sequence, and we've seen this a number of times. That's the best way to learn from something, is you make a mistake before, right, and then you over and over, and you keep getting punished for it. So now you'll learn from that sort of stigma of like, oh, remember that time I lost that game because I fucked up this exact position. So now that's going to stick with you and prevent you from doing it in the future. So the point is that would happen, right? And so now if you don't move the knight, you have to cover it, and any attempt to cover it is going to be awkward, right? Like, it's possible you can get away with doing it, but it just doesn't seem right or necessary. Then he's going to push a pawn, let's say, to push it out. Then I have to go back, and then this still isn't covered, right? So in any scenario, the knight is going to be a troublemaker on my end. Let's try to figure out the sequence. See, this is more like an objective thing too. It's not even about this game. It's not even about this position. It's like, this is just something you're learning for all time. I don't really know exactly what the sequence is. There's so many instances where I hesitate to take these pawns because it ends up not being good. There's a similar sequence too, where like if he developed his knight there, it's like he's attacking mine and I'm attacking his. But that still ends up not working too well, or it ends up working better for white. Like, I would take this, he would take this, then I would go like here with the queen, then he would go there with the queen, but then I could just take, or wait, yeah, I would take and also cover. So now he's screwed because his queen's attacking, but he's one turn late. So now I attacked that and covered that, but then I guess he could still do this. And the reason why is because now if I move it, the queen doesn't have a cover either. So that might not even still work. Huh. Even without the help of the arrows, you got to do this. But I'm not doing it for my own benefit. I'm doing it just to show it. Right, so let's leave this. I assume you can leave these games hanging like that. That's the whole point of Correspondence. So it'll take us like a month to beat this one fucking 400 bot just because of how instructively I want to do it. But if you look at this position objectively, right? I kind of want to solve that idea too. Like, okay, you go here with black, right? Let's say he had went there instead of there. Then I could take, then he could take, right? Then I could go here, and then if he brings the queen, assuming that's even what he would want to do, right? So we have queen, queen, and then knight, knight, but then you're here, right? So now even if he was to do a move like this, it doesn't matter because you already took his knight. You can't really move your own knight. But okay, so you took this, then he raises the pawn, then I raise the pawn, then he takes, but then I take, and then it's like, I got a pawn out of it, or no, I didn't, or no, I did, because he took the knight, I took the pawn, but I already took the knight before. So in whatever case that is, it's probably going to favor white in that scenario, right? And the problem, even with the way I just broke that down, is I'm looking at it too much from one perspective. If this exact thing happens, then it's good or whatever, right? But it doesn't mean that that is exactly what's going to happen. You got to look at all the variations and things like that. So what we have here is the ability to do a similar sequence. So it's like, if I take this with the knight, right, you got to just look at it to the point where you're sure. Then he comes here. So now the problem with this position is you're effectively pinned to the pawn, not the king. But then that turns into a check as well. So what you wouldn't want to do from there is you wouldn't want to move the knight, because then he would just take the pawn back and that defeats the purpose. Or maybe you don't care. It could be one of those things like I took the pawn, then he takes the pawn, and it's okay. Because like, let's say I just went back to where it is now. Right, I'll try not to rely on the arrows too much, but that is kind of the point of what this is about. And it sort of trivializes the whole time element in calculation, because it's like, again, if you could sit here and think this long, sure, I could come up with a grandmaster level move in any situation. Of course, this is kind of a moot point, because this, you don't even have to come up with anything. You just have to memorize openings and study openings, which I hate to do, but maybe this is a fun, more instructive way to do it. Even though playing against bots is inherently pretty boring to me, somehow I'm just, again, it's not about the bot. It's about the position or something else. If I take there, he goes, he basically effectively pins it down. Then I could just go back to where I am. Then he takes and checks. And then I could like move the bishop there to like e2, and then everything is fine, right? So then the queen is there, the knight is there, the bishop is there. It seems useless to do that though, because you end up still, you just basically traded the pawns, right? And I don't see what the point of that really is, but you're pretty much in a good position where he doesn't get anything out of it, as far as I can tell. The rest of his development wouldn't be really too good. He would have just moved the queen. I would have still developed the knight, and I developed the bishop, and I'm ready to castle. He's not able to take. There's sometimes like a little sneaky pawn take you can do on g2, because if you move the bishop, but in this case the knight would be blocking it, which is its specialty, either blocking your opponent's pieces or even blocking your own and fucking you over in a way that always obviously triggers me. What we have here, again, you could do that same sequence. You take on e5, right? And I'm trying to think of all the contingencies that could fuck that over. And it wouldn't be that bad in any scenario that I can see, but it's not the kind of move that I would normally make. The move that I would normally make here is I would ignore that pawn and just go bishop f4, right? And the reason why is because that's just good proper development. And then he still has to address the cover here. And really the only comfortable way to cover it now that he messed up his own knight. See, normally you'd want to cover it with the knight, right? Where it's sort of the idea that black mirrors what white is doing. I pose the threat on e5, then he covers it with his own knight, then whatever, like, then I'll cover my thing on c3, I'll cover e4, then he'll attack it with his knight on f3 or f6, and so you're kind of going back and forth and doing some of the same thing. So when you're not sure what to do as black in the opening, just kind of copy or address the threat that white is posing, because white is typically going to be much more aggressive than you are, or at least they're able to be more aggressive because they get the objective advantage of a one-move precedent, which is why online play is almost so wrong, because you go into a random match against somebody and you're either black or white and you only play them once. You don't play them in a set of games, or there should be like a format like that where you queue up for a set of games where you both get to be black and white an equal number of times or whatever, right? And that makes it fair, but that's not really how it works, especially at the high level. If you're a really good player, that feels unfair. Like the only reason why I lost that is because I got to be black or whatever, or I only won because I was white. So if I take with the knight, this move does deserve some consideration, because we're trying to figure this out from the base level. If you were to go there, I would just go back. I don't see anything wrong with it, but again, it isn't what I would normally do. And again, the knights, never underestimate the knight's ability to fuck things up. So you just simply move it back, you let him take and check, and then you move the bishop, and then everything is okay. Because, well, but see, what could happen is if his development was a little bit different, but I guess then you wouldn't even be able to take it in the first place. There's too many hypotheticals. Then you could like go here with the bishop, right, pinning this into this with the queen here, and then if you took this, I'd have to take with here because you can't take with this because it's pinned. So that would be one very bad scenario that could occur. The problem with that is, again, if that other pawn was there and the bishop was able to move, then I wouldn't be able to take that in the first place. So I guess in this exact position, this makes sense, but in any other one, you would want to move h3 to be able to stop the pin from actually happening from the bishop, right? This is the move that I always make to stop the bishop from coming here, which sometimes it leads to them sacking it like a clown anyway. Right, not to underestimate, oh, this opponent wouldn't do that, but whatever. And those adaptive ones are kind of weird, so like they'll punish you for being in a winning position. So that's my specialty. I'll beat those with ease because I'll never be in a winning position. They're kind of like me because they're the opposite of me, where like I'll play really well until I'm winning and then I'll start to play like garbage. So yeah, but this is the kind of the troll pace that I'll treat it with, because it doesn't matter, again, what rating it is or whatever. This is what happens when I give myself a real good motivation of permadeath criteria. Not that I've always done that well anyway, but when you at least have the time to spare. And then I will, make like one move per episode against better bots or something, if that's what it takes. And it doesn't mean, oh, I'll just make the move at the beginning and then do something else. No, I'll sit there the whole time calculating the one fucking move. And again, without external help, because you would think in this much time you could go read a whole book and look up this position and how to play it and this and that, but I won't necessarily do anything like that either. So I think it would be acceptable to take that and go back, right? I don't see any major problem with it. Let me look at it again. We take here, he either goes there or there. In either scenario, I get to go back to where the knight currently is. And so if I go back, the worst case is he would take this and he would check this. Then I would go here. And the only move that really punishes that is the movement of the bishop. But if he does that, like let's say he opens the bishop, then he'll go like this or something, right? Then the queen is still there. Then you get to raise this, and then you get to castle. So as far as I can tell in my limited effort calculation, which again, this isn't going to be enough, the safer move is still go bishop to f to c4. But because I took the time to calculate that, I guess I'll do it. I'm not entirely happy with it. And again, a better player would punish you for this. But the main way to punish this, as far as I can tell, is you put the bishop there so that, again, if you took this, I can't take with this because you'd have to take with this because the queen is here, so you're pinned. Right, that is maybe the typical way that you would punish it. Everything else is pretty much fine because... So I'll actually just do it. So we'll take there. This is not a move that I ever make or would ever normally even think about making, but maybe it's partly because he's a 400 bot that I feel confident. That works also. A strong opening move, well done. Do you see what I can do now? You can obviously take the pawn, but... This is the same sequence I was talking about before, but it's even a move too late. So like now I'm not even sure what to do. It's kind of one of those scenarios where you just got to let him have it to the extent that, like if you try to cover, like let's look at all the scenarios here. If you try to cover it, this pawn structure itself isn't good, right? This one is okay. So you could maybe get away with doing that. You could do this, but you don't want to block the light square bishop's ability necessarily. What you could actually do is you could bring the bishop for the cheeky fried liver threat. You'd be double attacking there, so he has to address that. The problem is he could easily just like... then I could double... I could still take, but then I can't take. But he can also, again, just bring the queen there. Then you're attacking and double attacking this if you move it. And the bishop is here, posing the fried liver threat, which you could still arguably do, right, if you put the queen there, but it wouldn't be good enough because it's like, Damn, this is actually a lot, but this is why openings are so triggering, because this is what it turns into, where there's like a million fucking options, or it's not even that, it's just there's just a right and a wrong answer, and you should already know what it is, especially when you played even as much as I have. People evidently have studied openings like crazy by my level. You have a few things you can potentially do. You can try to cover it again. I was doing this last time, like the process of elimination thing. You can look at each move and try to consider what you might want to do here. You can get the knight to safety. Now, why? I'll like put my mouse over, I guess, the one exactly that I'm talking about. So why do you eliminate this one move? Why don't you go f3? You don't go f3 because that's just a bad pawn structure. You'll be open from the dark square. Your king will be open, so let's eliminate that one. Why don't we go back here? Potentially, you don't go back because you would be able to take this, which again, maybe that's okay. You can accept the fact that it's basically a trade, and you shouldn't try to get too greedy for it. Right? You could go here and try to pose the fried liver threat, which means he at least has to address it. The problem is his ability to address it is also tied to posing a threat here. So then, okay, like I would go there and check him, and then he would move. His king would move here, and then nothing would really happen. So now the bishop is here, also attacked by that. I'm also forced to move this. So that seems like a good attack that turns into something else. If I was to take there, it would no longer be a fork. He could still take and check there. I'm still attacking the rook, but this is where it gets too complicated. Like, I don't know whether that's good or not, because like to really go for this, because I'm trying to see like if this is actually the best move. We're treating each move like a puzzle, but it doesn't seem worth it. So he could go, for example, here. Then I would take, then maybe he would take, and then it shuts down the diagonal as well. Let's eliminate the bishop move, because okay, he has a way to at least shut down the diagonal where it's not guaranteed that I'm even able to stay there. And even if I am able to stay there, he goes there and attacks this. So now it raises questions. Even if I take here, you're no longer forking, and you're also in a position where you could also shut that down. So now you're basically getting forked. The bishop is there, the knight is there, being attacked, being cut off. So if I take, then he takes, then I'm under attack. Then you're also under attack there without the cover of the bishop. Then you check, and then you check again, and you could, and maybe at best you could just escape with the knight, but that turns into a whole disaster. So we eliminate both of those moves, right? We don't do that, and we don't do that with the pawn, right? So there are the main rationalization there is he can just block it with the pawn, so it's not as strong as what you might think as far as being able to do the fried liver threat. So now we're left with this, or potentially this, or potentially this. So this is a good developing pawn move, right, that allows the dark square bishop to still open. So you got to consider that. It does cover the pawn, right? It does cover the pawn. It does allow you to develop. So what would his response to that be? He can't take, right? He cannot take the pawn with the knight anymore. And so in that sense, what we'd be doing is, I still feel like I'm cheating because of the arrows, not even because of the amount of time I'm taking, but you can't use these. But I think this much I could do in my head, but when it gets to these really long sequences, then it's going to be a little bit tricky. But here we have the ability to see, you shouldn't try to do this though in the opening, like, oh yeah, I won a pawn, and now it's going to, because usually, at least against slightly better players or players of your own rating, whatever it might be, they're going to be at least good enough to, you know what I mean? Like, if it seems like they blundered something that obvious that early, they probably haven't. They probably know how to deal with it. It's probably not really them blundering something. Right? And then you end up in a worse position for it because you tried to maybe do too much or something like that. So, what do we have here? We could go back with the knight, and that would allow him to take with his knight, and then I could pin it down with my queen. Again, this is a good, strong developing move, so I can't really say why you wouldn't do that. It covers the pawn, it allows the bishop to come out, it allows the knight to still go back. Whatever his next move would be, right, he does that, but then I can escape, and then now it's covered, so it's perfectly fine. The only problem is that the bishop potential scenario, but then you can't even pin this down anymore So like, even if the bishop pins the knight, which I still shouldn't allow, I should react to any opening of the bishop. With that, the fact of the matter is that, yeah, if he does a move like this, see, I won't really know what to do. Because like, if I'm here, then I'm there, then I let him take back, then he can take again. But I'd have to cover it again, but also it's confusing for the simple fact that I mean, this is just like basic fucking opening theory shit that you could learn in some other probably better way than trying to figure it out yourself like this. But whatever, this is fine. We'll spend one episode just on the opening alone. So he moves the knight there again. The point is that study chess. They said it'll be fun. They said, but this is literally it. Like people don't want it both ways with chess because they're like, if you really like chess, then this is it. This is how the game works. You'll have to do this for thousands of hours of your life, whatever, in some form. Study it, correspondence, fucking reading books, like thinking about every move deeply at least once so you understand the position. Like, this is how it works. I mean, it's not these flashy blitz game, bullets game that you see for people who have played the game for years and fucking study their whole life. That's just not how it is, right? Maybe it makes it look easy, maybe it destroys the game, but it's just not the way it actually works. So this is good as a developing covering move. It would allow still the knight to escape from that. And then the only other thing you have there is the simple ability to basically you could move the knight early, but it's not under threat, so you could rationalize like that. You can also do this where you cover it. This is a bad move that will eliminate, because what is it doing? It's preventing the bishop from developing, and that's something you're definitely going to want to do. So the queen move is eliminated because you do not want to block off the bishop's diagonal, even though this pawn move would technically do the same thing. Right, so now if I move the knight back, the bishop's diagonal is preserved, but this is why actually after I should analyze these, because I genuinely don't even know what the best move would be. It might just be, okay, go back with the knight and accept the fact that he's going to take. And then if he does take, then I can pin it down with my queen. Like, okay, we go here. But then that also impedes the bishop's movement. This is here. Then he has to bring this here. Then I could bring a pawn here, attacking the knight out. Then if he moves the knight, he could like cover the knight too, but if he moves the knight, then I could trade queens, which again, that's just my preference to trade. It doesn't mean that you should actually do it. In fact, as white, you definitely shouldn't do it because you're the one who's supposed to be the aggressor in the first place. So I genuinely must admit, I don't even know here. Whatever level of calculation we can do, I can't figure it out. This whole line is not something I would normally even do in the first place, but this is why it's kind of good to get past your apprehensions. I couldn't justify not doing it, so I have to do it. But in faster format games and other things, you have to actually play more to your style, right? I'm not comfortable doing whatever this is, and so it might lead to something bad later, just like how I'm not comfortable attacking in the first place. I'm always like defensive-minded and long-winded and slow-paced, which to some extent is good, especially in longer formats if you're going to play even classical. You know, you're not going to just mate them in like 10 minutes or 5 moves or something crazy, right? It is going to take a longer amount of time, which could still be considered aggressive play because that's just the nature of chess. Because you know, what seems like playing defensively and slow is actually still part of an elaborate, super long-winded attack. It's just not something you would think of that way. What we have here is the ability to basically consider this move, or no, wait. We consider this move, we consider this move, we consider this move, arguably even considering this move with the bishop, but no, I don't think that's really pertinent. So what you have here is the ability to basically, I wouldn't want to put the queen there because you block the diagonal. I wouldn't want to put the knight there because you, on f3, because then you go back in such a way that you're able to let him take the pawn. Again, maybe it's not that big of a deal. Maybe it's not that bad. If he brings the knight there to e4, then if I push it out with the pawn, then he can obviously bring the queen. Right? He would take, then I would push it out, but he can easily just go back. If I pin it down with the queen, so you go to e2 after he already went to e4. Again, it seems like it might be bad, but it's really not, because you could put the queen behind, then if I push it out with a pawn, then you can go back, and then I could just take the queen and trade, and it doesn't actually hurt you too much. So there's nothing there that I can see that's really too big of a deal. So if you are greedy for this pawn, we're going to come to find out that I blundered in this game, and I'm already playing it the wrong way. But if I go to d3, again, I'm leaning more towards d3 than the queen move. And again, so let's say I eliminate the knight move because, okay, it's not going to cover the pawn. But this is actually the wrong way to think about it. See, this is why openings are so frustrating, because it's like this opening is already solved and it's common knowledge, and you already just know there's a right and wrong answer. So it might be some elaborate thing like, oh, you are supposed to just let him take the pawn and it's okay and it's a de facto trade, because trying to protect it ends up being worse, which often that is a theme of openings, which is why they're not intuitive at all if you play them correctly. Like, what seems like it would make sense is actually not, because you just have to defer to engine lines and opening theory and whatever, right? You can't try to think too much about it. The same level of improv and offensive imagination and different things you would want to see in the middle game for people, you would teach them, no, don't think like that for the opening. It's like morality in society, right? Or like certain belief systems and things like that. You wouldn't want people to think the same way about those things as you do about your job. Oh, in your job and your work performance, functionalism, yes, you want to think deeply about it to try to come up with the best answer and solve the problems at work or whatever, critical thinking. But that same critical thinking you wouldn't want to apply to society as a whole and to certain moral structures or belief systems, because then they would fall apart. So it's the same thing here. You can't question. You have to treat opening theory like the gospel. You can't question it. You can't think about it because it's just absolute. But then the middle games, oh, you do want to be a functionalistic kind of critical thinker there, because you will be able to actually come up with good ideas there when it's not going to be such a sure thing, or you're not going to be able to remember obviously everything, every line in the middle game the way that you're expected to in the opening. All right, so let's just do this move as the final one, because like I said, I'm not going to have that much time, so we basically are just mulling over the opening. But this is the pace that this series should go, and this is kind of the treatment that the chess really deserves, because if you're going to do it, this is what it is. It's a long-form, slow-paced game. So I'm leaning towards the pawn move, and the reason why I'm leaning towards the pawn move is because it does cover. So what that would do is it would put you in a position where your bishop's diagonal is blocked. So now you have to question, where is the light square bishop going to go? And I can't explain actually where that is, right? He might even criticize the move that way. So all to cover this one pawn, you're going to sacrifice the bishop's diagonal. It's possible you could end up changing it later. It's possible also you could put it on like g2 and just leave it there, but I don't know. That's the thing. I just really don't know where this is going to go. So is it worth it just to cover that pawn to do it? And I guess I will, because I don't see anything immediately wrong with it. Because the other move is the queen move that's going to block the diagonal as well. So what you could do is just completely ignore what he's doing and go here, or you could just go back. I think maybe even the f4 is pretty good, or not f4, c4, because you are posing the sort of fried liver thing that he has to address. But the problem is he can address it too easily, like with the pawn push here and stuff like that. So I'm going to go here, but I don't really like it. And this is the kind of thing I'm not supposed to do in these correspondence games, where if I'm questioning it, you should move a piece instead of a pawn in this part of the game. Yes, he's even talking trash. 400 rated thing. Let me develop my rook. But it's hard to take advice seriously from a dude who's making a move like rook to g7 or g8. I mean, I don't even fucking know notation. You should at least know that's 8. But no, it's like, so the piece that I probably should have moved is the bishop, but I saved my pawn. So isn't that a good rationalization? But no, it's not, because chess is not an intuitive game, especially in the opening. Like, it seems to make sense, but it's just not, right? You shouldn't worry about things like that, because again, now the bishop's whole existence is going to be screwed over. And so if you were playing actually against a good opponent, like again, some of these things I'm gonna have to see in the engine because that probably wasn't right, but I don't get why. And this guy's not going to show me why because he's just too bad of a player himself. So we'll leave it there because again, I don't really have the time to be doing this, but I still don't see like what did that open up for him? Like, okay, if he played it actually correctly, he could go there, and then I'm gonna be compelled not to take. But then if I don't, if I take, it's bad. If I don't take, it's potentially bad. Like whatever he does, I can just go back, and then just stop the pin. So I'm gonna have to do H3. But that was always good. So you should move a piece instead of a pawn in this part of the game. And he shows me what a great idea he has for moving a piece, which is, oh, go rook to g8 and stop yourself from castling. Like, it's hard to take advice from somebody who's clowning it up even harder than I am. But no, my normal sequence there would be don't even take the pawn. Don't even take the pawn and just develop the bishop to there. And for some reason, we might have gotten punished here, but I guess I can't see exactly what that was. Okay, see you tomorrow. Okay, so last time I lost with this set, so of course I'm going to have to change it. And what's peculiar about this one is it doesn't let you actually see your profile from here. You have to actually kind of go hunt for it or like go into a game. It's like supposed to be some sort of Zen thing, right? But you actually can't see whatever. Like you would go down and drop down and actually see your own profile. It actually makes that difficult to do, so unintended consequence, but that's why of course I lost on purpose. So we're going to keep seeing this news on the candidates, and I always try to get my predictions in. Not that I'm like a high level chess player that I even follow or watch it a lot, but I am a bit of a psychology expert, so I always try to bring that into it. So last year, before that championship match, I had said that Ding would choke it because he has a history of choking, and I have seen that. I've shown that I've sort of analyzed that tendency, that I said he has a tendency to choke. As great as he is, he's kind of lost a lot of games and tournaments that were high stakes that, you know, he should have been the favorite or he was higher rated than opponents, but he would always come up short or choke in kind of pressurized moments. And so I think that was a fair assessment, and it did happen. So I was actually ready. The moment that happened in Game 7, I was ready to say, like, oh man, this was one of my best predictions ever, and I was just going to re-upload or cut the prediction that I had made before the championship started. Because, wow, that was such a perfect prediction that he would choke, and he did. And at the time, people were kind of questioning me, but getting upset about it, whatever small chess community that I have myself, but people were getting upset, like, oh, how can you say that, and who are you to say you're a moron? But that prediction was on point, that he choked. But the problem is that because he won, now it makes it confused. He technically still did, but it's kind of, you would assume if somebody chokes at that level that they would lose, but somehow Nepo had his own little problem and got overconfident towards the end, and you can kind of see it on his face too. He would get smug and he would be so pleased with himself, and like he just totally lost it. So you have no sympathy really for Nepo this time. It's like you can win, you can do whatever you want, but like you choked it away. Like that was your one golden opportunity chance. Like there are two players in this candidate that I have no sympathy for whatsoever. One is Hikaru because he's chosen to stream, not period, not saying there's anything wrong with streaming. I'm talking about the last 6 months I would have taken off of streaming and said I'm preparing to win this world championship, just like the last time. Then you can always go back to streaming later with the added bonus of meritocracy to say you're a world champion, right? It was your one chance last year with Magnus not playing, and you get another chance now. So twice in your whole life, Hikaru has had a legitimate chance to win a world championship, but he won't because he chose to stream instead. And you can say whatever you want, like, oh, that wouldn't guarantee it. He still plays at a high level. But the reality is that he would have had a better chance, and all the other players who are also great players, obviously. Do you think Ding Liren is streaming 10 hours a day or whatever? Like, do you think he's worried about other things? No, he's worried about one thing only. Despite my prediction, again, I've made it, obviously. So just to reiterate that, right, I said that Ding will lose to whoever he faces. I don't even care who it is. I almost hope it's not Nepo, though, because of how he choked last time. Now I'm questioning who is the bigger choker. That was an unbelievable disgrace because I don't know what happened with that. But the point is that whoever he faces, it, I would have assumed it's Karana, but now Nepo's doing pretty well. He's a sole lead. It's still early. You still have more games to be played. But I think Karana was everybody's favorite to get there. I wouldn't see why he shouldn't be. He's, you know, he was the third highest rated player ever at one point. So not to live off past glories, but he's still pretty great. So I don't know. It's just an effort thing for him. I guess he just has to really play to his best, and he is the best. At his best, he's the best of who's playing, right? That's pretty much the rationale that you would use. He drew Magnus in every game in that World Championship and then lost in the tie breaks. And then he's the one I always misquote and say that Nepo did it. I'm actually wrong. Nepo didn't do it, and I just assume that every high level chess game is a draw. Like fuck it, they're all like that. But whatever. Karana drew Magnus in every single game, and then lost in the tiebreak. So how much better can you do than that? That is utterly stupid. Like, what do you want the guy to do? Right? What do you want him to do? Just beat Magnus in the tiebreak? Like, but no, he was 28-44. He was right like 5 points within Magnus or whatever, 6 points short of Gary Kasparov. Obviously, that was at a different time. So you're not saying he's really better or as good as Kasparov, but still. And that's how much chess changes over time. It's like what people say about the NBA, like, oh, athletes suddenly magically got better than 50 years ago. So that's why what Wilt Chamberlain did or something doesn't matter as much, which is a complete fallacy. But it's like, with chess, at least, it's more measurable because you have more resources available. And it's a game that relies completely on borrowed knowledge and things like that. So that at least makes sense because there's no physical element involved. When there's the physical element involved, like a great athlete 50 years ago, 100 years ago, it's still going to be a great athlete today. Like, I don't see how, with the advantages that they wouldn't have had then, like, they have better nutrition, better medicine, injuries, prevention, bigger facilities, better sneakers, you make more money, so it makes your life easier. All these kind of things that you didn't have as an advantage. And that's what I love about those comparisons. It's like you're in a position where you'll have it one way but not the other. So you'll say compare somebody today with all those advantages to somebody in the past without those advantages, and it's still a pretty good comparison. Like Wilt Chamberlain, as he was then, would still be great today, right, as a basketball player, but he would be even better because he would have all the advantages that you take for granted, right, that he didn't have. So it has less to do with, oh, human beings evolved so much in the last 100 years or 50 years, even like with chess. Oh, people are just smarter now. There are more 2800s than there were in the past, but it's only because they have access to more information, not because, oh, people have just magically evolved and become that much smarter or better, right? It's always the technological thing. Like, we have these engines now. We have opening theory reaching a certain phase. We have much more resources available that could help you. Now, that doesn't guarantee the result, but you know what I mean? Like, at the highest level, it does help push it a little higher than it would be otherwise, right? So everybody asks it one way, like, oh, how would Paul Morphy be today? But again, he hasn't had access to this. He didn't have access to the things that players now do. You have to give him that first and then answer that question. Why don't people ask it the other way? How good would Magnus be in that era when Morphy played without hardly any theory at all? There were very few books. Like, that was before even Steinitz started to really come on the scene. So, and write some of the first books. So, like, how was he that good at that point? And instead people tried to discredit it and say, oh, he was picking on a bunch of no-name people who weren't that good. But, like, he shouldn't have been that good either because he had access to the same resources or lack thereof, that they did. So you can only measure somebody against their peers. If everybody's in the same situation, it's only fair, right? Like, we have all access to the same thing. So by today's standards, yes, the expectation is higher because you have access to more resources. And I feel like that applies to chess a lot better than other things because, you have so many other factors like physical elements, like in sports and stuff. At least here, it's raw information. Like, sure, some people are gonna have better memories than others and things like that, but that's just an ancillary element. It's like clearly the amount of information you have available is going to help you. That's why I never buy like the whole peaks element either. Like, you can peak, like, if you try really hard and work really hard and study, you can get to 2,000 plus FIDE or whatever. I have no doubt about that. Even if your memory isn't the greatest, even like you're working against things, whereas some people might have those things in their favor, but don't, you know what I mean? There's no sense like, oh, your peak is 1,500 and you can't, there's no such thing as that. That's nonsense because why is this one just like frozen here? Like, it doesn't want me to milk the thing, or maybe it's something to do with the add-on, so it causes me not to be able to access my own profile. It causes this to bug out, all kind of things. So we got to switch this to the next one. I haven't been playing particularly well. Permits an alpha 0 pawn. What does that even mean? But yeah, the Indian grandmasters don't seem like they're going to necessarily make it, but it's nice to see them. Out of the three, I'd say Gukesh would probably have been the favorite, but I'm not sure. But no, at least my prediction is solid and it's in for the perspective that you're able to. Did he really get mated like that? All these kind of clown mistakes that they would never make if they had more time, but that's the whole crux of the thing. I want to always be on the front page of classical. That's what I'll be if I, you know what I mean? Because it would be easy, you know what I mean? I king of the sandcastle, dominate the one that's least competitive. Like, you'd be in a position where 2159 would be a lot easier than 24 or whatever these other ones are. And I think it shows the people who are the highest rated in those formats. I think I was on there once too, even though I was only like 1700 because nobody plays classical, so that might have still been the highest at that point, maybe very briefly or something. And then the other point is in the morning today was my normal chess episode, and so I was doing my bot permanent challenge, but this is a time where it rolled over, where I only just did like the opening position, so I'll have to continue the same bot next time. So out of a sense of integrity, I won't look at that, or I won't look anything up to do with it. That same position might happen by sheer chance, like whatever, something in the opening that might help be instructive and, effectively allow me to cheat, but I'm not going to like look it up or analyze it, or, I'll try to avoid thinking about that. Even if we do see it, I probably won't really process it like that is the same thing, and I'm not that sharp that I have this ability to really focus on that. But we're not going to address that or look at that at all until next Tuesday when I can continue it. I kind of like that series as a stream series because it's like, just I get to show the board and correspondence, and you take your time and stuff. The problem is I only do that once a week, and the sessions aren't very long either because it's like, whatever, I don't have that much time. Like, it was only an hour, so I was just doing it just to try the opening out. So we're going to go ahead here and we're going to switch everything up. Not the least of which should be that fixed top menu, but it fucks up the rest of the menu because you can't find that, or maybe there is some way to do it, but so here you have to try to guesstimate where lechess.org, but these are all written differently, so it's very hard to tell where those are. What I should do with the other two, and then I can always uncheck them if I feel like they'll fuck something else up. But yeah, my prediction is that Ding will lose to whoever he faces. I'm not even confident in saying who exactly that's going to be. I said it definitely wouldn't be Hikaru, and I said I hope it wouldn't be Nepo, just because he'll choke it away. But those are the two people, like I said, I don't feel bad for. I don't feel bad for Nepo because it's like, you had the chance to win last time and you choked it away. So fuck it, you know what I mean? Whatever happens, happens. You had your chance already, so if you win now, good for you, but like, you already blew it last time. And then I also don't feel bad for Hikaru because, again, your priorities kind of split. I know people would still say that, oh, it's like such a high level criticism, but it is. But I mean, it's a high level thing that he's doing too, so you don't need to qualify that and say, oh, he's still good or whatever. So Ericsson would probably be this one. Everyone gets a patron wing. Okay, I don't want to use that because even if it worked, I can't even tell from here. But I don't feel like whatever. In fact, I always wanted to feel like, okay, I should get it just to, show support for the site. But I deliberately didn't do it because I don't want to feel like I'm biased towards the site either. Like, oh, I'm objective. I don't really care about one side or the other. I just play on whatever I feel like. So it makes it feel like you have a horse in the race. Like, oh, you're kind of, you're taking sides or you're supporting the site in that sense. I would still support it just because it's free and I like it. But, it makes it seem like you have some sort of incentive or some sort of bias in some other way. So you have Falcon here, and then you have the other board. At least I assume this is going to be the correct one. So yeah, that's how particular I am about, like, oh, I'm taking sides. Like, I don't care about one side or the other, but what I do care about is, I care about the fact that you're able to, whatever, like, I'll just use whatever I feel like whenever I feel like without restriction. So, in fact, I didn't even know what Lichess was for a while, in the sense of, when I had first come back to streaming here in 2021, that's the first time I like saw Lichess or was really made aware of it. I guess because I just didn't play chess that much, period. So the only site I knew was chess.com, and it makes you realize the value of that, like simply the name of it being, you look up chess and chess.com shows up because it's just the name chess. Like, you don't need any ancillary label. So that in itself is worth millions of dollars. Just the simple fact that you're able to, like if I have my site's grocery.com or something like that, just when it has such a ubiquitous name for something, right, that's so powerful in and of itself. That could be the whole difference why something is more popular. Not because it's better, more feature complete, whatever, even though that one, charges you and the other one doesn't and all this kind of stuff. That's why people always like it anyway. So this I assume is correct. We always have to double check to see that some pieces aren't missing though, because then we'll be playing at a disadvantage. The chessboard, dark wood. So I haven't been playing particularly well, but we had done dark red, dark wood, so denim. That is kind of cool, like denim jeans, I guess, or I don't know what else that could possibly mean. And then the other one, I'm gonna have to actually figure out where it is. What is this? He's stuck at like 2,000. Having any luck with streaming? I mean, I don't need luck with it, but I don't know exactly what he means by that. I mean, you just have to study probably at that point. And then right, I shouldn't even say less often. Kind of less, kind of shorter streams, I should say. Kind of shorter though because I don't have time these days like before. But no, we got to have a front row seat to see this guy go from literally 900 to 2,000, right? I don't know how he became so good either. He must have gamed the system somehow because well, whatever, he still is good. Like, but how can you do it over that few games? He must have played a lot on chess.com. He must have studied a lot. Like, how does it make sense? He's lost 40%. That, like, he was a good player. An average opponent makes it seem like it's not that good actually, but that's, bottom feeder mentality. But see, my average is 1,400, his is 1,600, but yet he's 2,000. So he kind of jumped up there so fast, but he probably plays more on chess.com, I would assume, but he is very good nonetheless. Yeah, I wish I was stuck at 2,000, but again, it's going to come down to some element of this dude's always fucking online. Is he 2,400 yet? 23. Oh shit, he stopped. I mean, see, like, oh, ha, he's played 634 games, but like, would anybody really like, you know what I mean? He's obviously played more than that between over the board in real life, studying, playing on chess.com. Like, nobody would say that, oh, I've played as much as him in my life. Now, to be fair, I have played a lot, like 2 years worth here, at least an average of an hour a day. You can see it speaks for itself. So now I'm getting a little bit embarrassed, like, at 1,000, I should have at least been 2,000 by now, by my standard. I'm only like 1,600, and I'm getting very frustrated these last couple games because it's something else other than what I don't know how to explain it. Like, I just can't do what I thought I could do. That doesn't mean I can't still be successful, but I'm trying so hard. Like, I don't know how I can express it to people. I'm trying so hard not to study, like anything but studying, and I just can't live up to that. It doesn't mean it couldn't be done. It means that I just can't do it, or at least I can't do it at this stage because, okay, what was the thing here? It was some kind of chess.org, like top menu fix. These are so confusing because there's so many different ones. Horizontal scroll bar, fix top menu. That was the one. So horizontal scroll bar again. Why the fuck do you need that? And it doesn't even work. It doesn't even work because there's nowhere to scroll. So I don't even get it. But I'm being very generous with the cosmetics. Like, it doesn't matter about. Okay, so that one's pretty good. This one's actually quite nice. Has a great style to it. So we're going to go in here. That was quite a loaded intro. But yeah, the one qualifier is anything I do on stream, I don't want to look up because whatever. How are you catching up? He was saying, like, yeah, let's look at our conversation a little bit. Leaking DMs, but it doesn't matter. Like, we're just having a normal conversation. Is FIDE really that much harder? You just don't play. FIDE is harder, but he doesn't play much because it's hard to find those events. Like, I live in central New York, so I'd have to go to New York City or something, Buffalo or New York City, 3-hour trip. Like, I don't have the fucking time or money or energy to do that. Wait until 2,000 plus before I go. Otherwise, it feels like a waste of time. If you really want to, you should play over the board. I kind of have been too since saying that with this little stupid setup. How are you catching up? Better than before 1,600. You're stuck. Any luck streaming? Okay, so here we go. Let me come in with a fresh, untilted perspective, and we will try to actually do something here. one thing I like to do is sometimes just mention like what I've been listening to lately, see if that affects my chess play. But whatever, like I always like to listen to music in the background while doing it. It's one of the reasons why I even like to play chess over the years. When I sort of before I started streaming on my last channel, or even this like early 2010s and stuff on my old channel, I would like take breaks between other categories. Like I'd be doing some really long session, story game, hard mode, permadeath, whatever, something stressful or engaging, and then I would take a break and play chess in the middle, or like scribble IO in the middle. And so it would also give me an opportunity to just sort of listen to music, which I just love to do, period. So like I would play games like WoW like that or Hearthstone like that, and you would be able to listen to songs and stuff like that in the background. So it was almost an excuse for sometimes like watch shows, or in this day and age that'd be hilarious. Like you could watch a show and react to it like on live on stream, the way the XQC did like with MasterChef and stuff like that. You would never think that that would be a legitimate form of content, but it is. And so I was listening to Jack Stauber stuff for a while, and then instrumental, always instrumental. I have like three levels. It has to be like the worst level for something like chess is, or even those other games I was talking about, is I want something with no lyrics, so only instrumental. Then the mid level that I can sometimes tolerate is something in a different language, like Haruyo Koi or whatever, that one song that's me and Fugachi and the train and stuff. That's okay because I don't understand what they're saying. And then the worst level is something that I do understand what they're saying. I guess average rap music then works because I wouldn't understand what they're saying anyway. Or again, Jack Stauber, even with lyrics, I can't understand what he's saying most of the time. But it's amazing how many songs like that there actually are, where you wouldn't know what they're saying unless you actually look it up. Like the interworld metamorphosis and stuff, like just list top 10 songs that I like but that I can't understand what the fuck they're saying. um but no, it would be a case where you're able to basically um kind of see whether that affects what you're doing, or just go through a variety of different stuff. And I don't like to play it on here both for copyright reasons and for just the seriousness that, oh, like we're taking it so seriously, so I don't want that to distract from it anyway. Maybe I should still show play the desktop audio just so you can hear the movement of the pieces, but I don't think anybody really cares. I don't know if anybody's really been watching these, even like they're so long that it tends to, you got to always do short form content. The shorter it is, the better, because more people watch it because they have low attention spans or something stupid. But the context is, I always believe in doing things in a long form, so it's quite the opposite. So I've been listening to a lot of the Mentalist OST lately, and it's been a lot of Red John themes, especially. There's so many different variations on them. One of the greatest strategists in all of fiction, even though you don't see it from his perspective, like the qualified intelligence argument, like that I would show with Light. Even though Red John effectively seems smarter and more capable even than Light Yagami, which I never thought I'd say that. I was comparing them the other day on some writing stream, just to sort of do like a 1v1 character, whatever, ranking. The thing is, I had no choice. I was actually shocked even as I was doing it, because I went in thinking Light would be better, because I've always thought of it that way. But upon deeper analysis, I would give it to Red John slightly, that he's actually still smarter. But the one thing we get with Light is the qualified intelligence argument, which is the ability to, since we see it from his perspective, we see how he thinks, and we understand his psychology and how he looks at other people and how he thinks about everything and how he comes to these conclusions. But like with L, we see less of that. So he's just kind of like, L comes to deductions because he has to, because the story requires it. So it's the same thing with Red John, and even the author admitted that for Death Note, that, oh, L is just smart because he has to be, because the plot requires it. But Light actually is smart in a more believable way, or at least we get to see how he thinks and everything in more detail. The thing with Red John is it's the same thing, because he's always behind the scenes, right? We're seeing it from Jane's perspective, not Red John. So he kind of does whatever the story requires, and just somehow physically, not just intelligence wise, but even physically, is able to just go over, he has to go to Mexico and kill Renfrew, and he just does it. Or he has to go and whatever, kill somebody in prison, he can just do it. Recruit people, he can just do it. He can just get away to and from places however he wants to do, like whatever he wants to do, or whatever the story requires him to do, he just does it. So you still have to give him that credit. So the point is, we're gonna RP as that in terms of the music, like we're as good a strategist as him. Let's try to focus here, trying to get these sets to actually last. I do like the board. Denim board, Falcon pieces, and something else. Sounds like a good Friday night, the little Until Dawn quote. It's actually Tuesday, but the third one is the horizontal scroll bar, which I don't understand really why you would want that, or how you would even use it here. Yeah, get this fucking Christian imagery out of my game. Not that I have anything against it it specifically, but just like, what does it have to do with anything? That feels like one of those antiquated things that would have been gotten rid of a long time ago. Now you have to make a decision here. See, I always preferred this bishop position, but I will accept the trading aspect. And the reason why I'll accept it is because now we pin it down, and we accept the fact that I probably wasn't going to put it to the best use anyway, so it's fine. What's better there is if you can open the king, but that's basically what openings turn into at a better level. Not that we're really there yet, but you have to accept that nothing good is going to happen in the opening, and it's just kind of mindless refuse because of the simple fact that you're able to. He has a bishop pair, I don't, but the difference is I don't care. Or what he could have fucked up is the fact that he should have taken with the queen, so then I couldn't have done that. But no, in openings you shouldn't try to win anything or feel like you're doing anything. It's just all very much he could go there because then I have to react to the queen threat, or even that. So this is part of what I was just trying to say is that you're going to but you can still cover it. That's the whole beauty of it. Don't try to do anything crazy in the opening, because what you're going to have happen is these players are going to be too good for that to be possible, right? So everybody's going to know opening, so there's going to be no damn. Fuck. What do I do in that? I'm going to make some desperate flailing sort of move, because even if I did this, it won't matter because he'll go there. It's still okay, like our material is relatively even, but I thought I made a very good move there, and then he responded very well. But this is what I mean. Don't try to make a home run play or try to win anything in the opening. Openings are stale, boring, solved trash, and so just accept that the opening is going to be the same every time, and it's going to be very stale, and it's going to be very whatever. And so now, if you accept that fact, then you'll be in a position where everything is stale, and so everything is stale and repetitive, and so you're in a position where you get to, I don't know, you accept that, and you realize that anybody, even at this level, is going to know how to deal with all those things. So you have to wait till later, basically. You just have to accept your loss there, and I don't really understand what I could have done about it. See, I make a lot of these sort of filler safe moves. Like, it's just all kind of whatever. It's not really doing anything. One dangerous thing is if he just can get his queen to go there, but it might not be as easy as what you think. So if he gets the thing here, but you can always block with that. But yeah, don't try to do too much basically in the opening would be the core tenet of the game. You could block this off here if you really had to, but more logically, you probably want to go here. And then that might become difficult for him to deal with, but I'm not really thinking this entirely through. Because, I don't know. But he has a bishop pair. It's not a surprise that that's going to be really good. I don't know what that move even did, really. Just try to keep this active in some way that you feel like you're threatening a trade or something, but I don't feel like it's too valuable here. I'm just kind of moving without any sense of purpose. I should try to rationalize my moves here a little bit better, but these people are too fast, too. You almost want to go here, so then you're always safe from there, regardless of what he does with the bishop. If you go here, this is cute, but how am I going to really complement it? It's just going to be there, sitting there. So this is good. So at least you feel safe to whatever threat he's going to pose in terms of the... This is kind of a strong move because you kind of bait a little bit with if I take, then you take. I don't know. So this should probably be okay. So the light squares are all accounted for. If he raises the other one, though, I can't take. So that's kind of the thing that we're left with. If he raises that, I can't take. So I don't know what exactly I'm going to do with that. I should just probably develop this just for the fuck of it because I don't know what's going on. Just try to get... I'm not playing well already, I can tell you that. That doesn't bother me too much because I feel like... I don't know, it doesn't feel like it matters too much. He takes, I simply take back. I don't know. He could take there. He could double take. I don't know what the fuck is going on. He could double take. He could win a pawn there, which I saw that pretty easily, but I don't know what's going on. He's acting like he knows what he's doing, but he goes like this, and then I'm kind of not sure what I'm doing. You've got yourself pinned down one way or the other. Something good could happen, though, with this. Like, you're kind of almost blocking the queen in there a little bit, and you're also saving it from the double attack that is impending. You have one problem, though, that he can bring the rook to here that could be of some consequence to me. It's not like I'm not seeing these moves, bro. I guess I didn't think about that one, though. So you still can't take there. You could actually do this. I guess I just thought there was something more here. You can give a check there, but you can't. Fuck, man. I can't do anything. See, I tried to do too much in the opening, even though I was trying to articulate the point that you shouldn't try to do too much in the opening. So this is kind of cute because you get to do something like that, which still isn't going to be made. And again, he can give a check like there. I'm just kind of giving up and playing like trash. You can take there. You can check there. You can probably just run the king around like crazy. So the best case, you'd give a check like that. You can't go there, otherwise he can unleash kind of wherever he wants. But then again, maybe none of the unleashes. Well, what can you do here? He'll give a check with the other one. He can do some kind of unleash, but I'm just assuming it's not going to be that big of a deal of an unleash. Like, but I'll be in check again, so. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, bro. What do you want? I can probably hide behind one of these. It's not like this threat is that big of a deal either. This knight is in a pretty good spot, though. Like, and especially it fucks over the queen's. All right. I mean, I give up, man. I can't do this anymore. Like, it's fine. So fucking stupid. Just makes no sense how I'm doing this. Like, I'm not putting forth any effort, or like I tried to do too much in the opening, like, oh, I'm winning pawns. Like, you're never winning anything. It's all part of their plan, right? It's actually a bad thing if you think you're winning pieces in the opening, because as soon as I try to do that, or again, the bigger point is you have to, yeah, of course, taking a free pawn is a blunder. Never do it. He'll trap you in there otherwise some other way. But it's like, you have to know exactly how to deal with it if even you are going to do that. Like, that's so stupid, man. How can you just do that? You can just do whatever you want. Like, it's so fucking dumb. And you're actually supposed to give up the queen somehow, but then not only do you give up the queen, but you give up the bishop too. So why would you even do it like that? It's amazing, isn't it? Like, you try to do anything or you think you've done something well, and you just haven't. It's just never like that. Okay, the one after Falcon, which you're not really going to be able to find especially well. But I think these are just like that overall, right? We're still at F. Because, yeah, you were on these ones. So, famous, Falcon. Is this actually the... Oh, fuck me. This is really what I'm going to have to deal with. Let's see that it works overall. Then we have the board, which probably won't work. The chessboard, denim, so we'd be a D. Ed would, but it's not going to work with this one. So I guess I'll just let the set override everything else. We might be able to still do the theme, though. Or maybe if you do it in the other way. Wait. Where was I at? Like, if I uncheck it and then... Oh, fuck me. If I do it the other way first, maybe that'll work then. The chessboard... Ed Wood, it does work, and so now we'll look for the streamers. It'll be an F famous streamers. Okay, that one just overrides it, so I won't count this other one. And then from there, I get to basically just look at maybe the next cosmetic theme of it, which is supposed to be something like chess.org, which I can't ever find in here. Chess.org removes Zen, blue something something. Blue grid, I don't know where we are. It's not all those, so I kind of lost where I was. Glass? Bigger analysis, or we were like horizontal scroll bar. Where the fuck is it? Here. Modern theme. Ooh, that is actually kind of nice. This one I unironically kind of feel like should be an option here. Okay, so this we can use along with the streamer. So let's just familiarize ourselves with how it works. And also just try to see, like, this is fucking stupid, dude. How am I supposed to do this? So the pawn is this one dude. The rook is this. The knight is this. The bishop is this. The king and queen. Like, who even is this guy? I don't even know who that is. Where's, like, Hikaru, dude? Who the fuck are these people? I don't even know who most of these people are. Alright, so we'll go ahead and try this one. See, you're going to have some like this that are difficult to use, because this is a really fucking hard board and thing to use, but maybe it'll encourage me to focus more, or I'm just going to tank all the way back down to 1300 after going through all this to try to get here. But let me try to... There was something I was doing, like I was talking less, like, or at least I was trying to talk more pertinent to the position, but I kind of was making that point last time. Like, you know, whatever... Don't try to do too much in the opening because it's usually not good, or you have to know exactly how to play it, things like that. So if he moves a pawn here, I don't mind pinning it down that way. You attack there, so I have to cover back here because you're going to lose the cover if he takes. The double stack isn't that bad, apparently, because you just kind of have to deal with it. You can try to push this one out. He beat me to the castle, which I don't really like. So this is a pawn. No. Wait. This is a bishop. Bishop, knight, pawn, pawn, knight. Now the bishop is here, so normally I would go like this and keep moving it around to the point where the knight can actually trap it in there. I don't see why this would necessarily be problematic, right? You should be able to do it no matter what. And so now you go back again, or if you go to here, I usually don't take with the knight here, right? And I don't know exactly why. Because I feel like this would give me a pretty good diagonal otherwise, and now... If I move the knight, it's going to be too much work, but let me wait a second and then I'll do it later, I guess. Because I can still take it this next turn. Like, where is he going to go that I couldn't possibly take it? This shouldn't really have any other negative effects to it. So now, if you go here, then you can go somewhere, and then you can threaten to, like, double take it. But even that still wouldn't work, because... I'm just going to do it because it's just my principal style of play, like that you would feel. So now you're double attacking that pawn immediately. The only thing I'm worried about now is the pin idea, that you'd basically be in a position where you can get pinned in such a way that you have to do this, right, so that it doesn't happen. You could theoretically do this to stop it too, but that's not really a good move. The bishop is there to stop us from doing that. And so that's perfectly fine with me. Now we still have the double attack. And how does he even cover it? I don't even see how you can possibly cover this. So we factually, objectively, should win this piece. Right? I don't see a single cover for it. So you go ahead, you double attack this. So that's at least good. We set up for the double attack, and then we took. So now we walk ourselves right into it in such a way that if he takes... I could still take, so I almost don't even care. But let's assume, because if I took, then the queen comes in, so now you can't take. But I guess what I could do is this, but no. Let's just let it be and assume that I actually get something out of it, which I probably still don't. Because then I'll still ignore it, and then I'll, like, take this or something stupid like that. But then he'll end up checking or doing something dumb, but I'll be attacking the queen. So if you take... I would take, and then I can set up to take there as well. Or you go like this. So now if you take, you're also attacking that. But if I do this, I'll also be covering it. Wait a second. What the hell happened? We're still even, but like, if I do this, now we cover this. And then if he does this, I can do like this, but then he'll take... I would do this, and it would also cover this. So there's no downside to me doing that. The thing is, this one isn't covered, but so what? Right, you're not even +1 though, so I don't understand what happened there. I obviously messed something up. But all I want to do is castle now, and there is nothing to even pin anymore. So these pawn positions aren't the greatest, I will admit. So you would almost have like an unleash play that you could make with the particular bishop, but there's nothing really that I can still do with it. Like, there's nowhere good to really unleash it in the first place. You go here, you attack that, but then he just trades. And so what's the big deal? He would take, I would take, and then he would move that. We survive a chaotic opening. I'm a little bit confused as to what happened. Why didn't I win a pawn as a result of doing that? I'm +1, and then I'm +1, but it's not covered. So I guess somehow he got it back, but it doesn't even really make a whole lot of sense. But no, some unleash idea here would be cute. I just can't figure out how to do it. Like you go here, but then he takes, and then takes. So you just want to get it out of there, obviously, anyway. This is a bishop now. I love how I have to say what the pieces are because that's how bonkers this is. So this one is going to be under some major problem. And the reason why it's going to be under a problem is because if you let this trade happen, which is going to happen next, then you're going to take this one after the knight moves. So what you should do first is maybe cover this somehow, which is not the same diagonal as that. The board is actually worse than the pieces. I can't see shit on here. I'm kind of confused. But no, I'm going to move the thing, and then I'm going to... Just checking for forks and other attacks potentially after him doing that. So I'm going to move this anywhere, and then I'm just going to threaten to take, threaten the trade, and that should allow me to basically get forked in this manner, but it wouldn't because this is still around. So it would still be covering that diagonal basically from here. But this pawn seems like a very weak link, odd one out, which is the whole reason why I did that move in the first place. It's almost like we might have had an unleash, but I just can't figure out what that even would have been. That's the thing. So we could put the rook there, and so that would become a little bit of a problem. So let's just bring this back, because that seems to be fine for my purposes here anyway. Or what if I don't? What if but he'll pin me down, and it'll cause a problem. Right, because... So his knight's movement is definitely very limited, and that queen move wasn't aggressive at all. So you'll bring like a rook here or something stupid like that, and then I can easily just move it in such a way that I feel like, okay, we're trying to pose a threat, like we're threatening on there, we can't do this. Let's see if this opens up anything that he can do, like with the knight. It does open up a fork like on there, right? And so now this is problematic because, okay, we do this. You have to stay connected to that particular square. But the thing is, he could still do it, but it won't be a fork, I guess, because it'll just be him going there, period. And so now that should be fine. So I kind of want to bait this out just so I can try to take the queen. But let me see what I can do. Yeah, it's amazing how big of an impact openings do have. People often say, oh, don't study openings as a new player. But what they mean is don't study it to the extent that they do, like all day, every day or something like that. You should study them because if you know them at a basic level, that will carry you through. Even opponents like me who are pretty good in some vague manner, right? You will throw them off a lot. So what you're able to do now is you're able to try to get away from this. You're double attacking this if the knight moves. Oh, I'm so confused right now, dude. I like how this sort of UI still works, though, with how bonkers this thing is. He's attacking into there. This is so annoying, man. You have to be able to do something with one of the bishops, but I just can't figure it out. If you move this, you'll be double attacking that with only a single cover there. And then there's some fork potential here if you let too much happen. I almost want to go here, but then you get killed by that. If you could like double attack these, but the only reason why you can't is because the rook is there as well. So there is something wrong with this position. Like, It's not terrible, but it's not good either. If you go here, what does that open up? It opens up the forking ability that he still has, but it's not actually a fork. I just don't know exactly what I'm doing with it. These kind of aimless moves. I want to get the queen in that vicinity, but you just can't seem to do it. There's nowhere good that the knight can go. Like, I'm just going to do it, but this is going to be the light square here. Now I'm on a dark square. I really hate the fucking background. I wish I could change that at least and save that maybe for later, but we're not even on Twitch right now. So we're not in a bad position at all. The best case I think I see for him is he could maybe take a pawn, because this one's just a weak link that I can't figure out what the fuck to do with the whole game. Right, I've been worried about it already, like it's just too much, so I'll take a trade, but we have an optimal ideal bishop pair, so I just have to wonder, what the fuck are we going to do with it? So we go here, we threaten mate, if he doesn't do the trade, right, so everything's fine. You got to think aggressively. If he moves the other rook, we have this potential threat. This also blocks up. But see, I can't go there because of that stupid-ass clown knight, right? I honestly don't know who these people are. Is this supposed to be some sort of bootleg Benjamin Feingold or what, dude? I'll still put it there because I'm just trying to bait the trade. And it also prevents you from potentially taking that, which is exactly what he is threatening otherwise. So it's not a bad idea because I just want to trade. My position is not so good or not so aggressive that you can really take advantage of that in any other meaningful way. And then the double threat is gone. If he doesn't do it, then it's still okay. Like, it's fine. He just can't move the stupid knight. And so sometimes it's worth it to just go berserk and try to do that, but come on, we have to earn our way back up. But I'm already making moves in this game that feel so aimless, but that's what's sad about it. You can't question my trading and stuff because it's like I cannot tell what the fuck he's doing because of the visuals of it. Because the thing is that it's got me this far, but you have to show a little bit more discipline, I guess, now. So you're attacking there. I don't fucking know what's happening, man. I don't get it. What is he doing? Nothing is happening with this position. Like, I hope he just slips up and moves the knight. I'm just trying to trade whatever's left. But I won't be the one to initiate the trade because you always want him to trade. Then I keep the open file, even though there are two open files. And that's kind of the answer to it right there. Now you're not going to have a choice but to do it. And it's a bit of a clown forcing move on my part. Like, I'm overdoing it a little bit. So this is attacking there. Right, I'm kind of having a visual issue here, just the whole game. This is in line with the king. This is one actual justifiable reason to fucking use arrows. And now you just blunder mate for the simple fact that you're so worried about doing that. I'm pretty sure it's mate at least, but I almost can't believe it as I see it. So that's why the stupid ass knight being pinned there was such a funny thing to happen. You would not expect a 1500 to do this, but the house of cards goes on, so this isn't chess. This is a house of cards. This isn't chess. It's dominoes. Like, he doesn't even sit there to analyze the game because he can't believe what a clown mistake he made. That's what you get for moving the knight. But yeah, I don't know who these people actually are. I'll be honest with you. Maybe I know who they are, but I can't tell based on the pictures. Like, I certainly don't know who the king and the queen are. So yeah, we managed to win with that set, which itself is a hard mode built-in thing. Imagine I win that one, but so the only blunder he made was that. But like, my position here is pretty even. This is what's annoying about it, right? You're never winning in any of these positions. Okay, so we gotta just try to show that same level of focus. Practical openings approach. Just study and memorize them. Wow, what a fun and instructive thing. I do like the whole sibling fucking storyline that they have going on here. See, on one hand, it's psychological motivation. Like, oh, you want to see how long you can last with a particular set, especially if you like it, which this one I don't, but whatever. Like, to see how long you can last, and you're playing for that, in addition to just the rating and the innate desire to win. But also, you're pushing it even further with respect to masking 666, masking the fact that you're the devil or something. What the fuck is this, that movie by M. Night Shyamalan, which, whatever, where there's somebody's the devil in the elevator. The thing is that it's also a motivating factor for that reason, but also because maybe a difficult set to use like this is a manner of it gets you to focus more on the pieces because you have to think about them a little more. So I don't mind going on a streak with this one, but I mean, I'm not going to use it as an excuse, but he made kind of an uncharacteristic dumb mistake. So the pin available option is there, so you have to stop it. Kobe chess mate. What does that mean? Okay, so you go here, perfectly fine. Everything is opening theory that we're an expert on, clearly. So I could take here. He could take, I could take, he could still take. Like, it would be fine to do, but it's probably not good to do. But it's also probably not bad to do. Like, fuck it. So you go here and he gets a potential fork. That's the only thing I don't like. But that's really the problem, is now the bishop doesn't have anywhere to go, but it actually does. Because, again, you don't normally want the queen to be so overextended early on. Unless you're going to actually sack something or do something crazy, which you probably could do, then it's perfectly fine. Even that's fine. Like, nothing is wrong or amiss with this position in any way. It's just kind of awkward. So now he's attacking there, which would be perfectly fine unless he, like, double stacks into it. Even if he does that, well, it would cause some complications, right? Assuming that this is going where I think it is. He'll put that, like, there, right? Which I don't understand fully how that's going to make sense. Where would this be able to go to stop that? It's completely on the wrong color. I'll still do it because it's the natural sequence you're trying to go for. I would much rather him just trade. Oh, I'm very happy with that. Like, how can you should have put that there and then forced me to do some other weird pawn structure to try to survive it. Right now you're leaving it too comfortable. He could take there and open this if you really think that's worth it, but he doesn't have enough pieces there to really make it worth it. Maybe I should have gone to the other square then instead, because you knew that he was probably going to do that anyway. So if he takes, not really worth it for him at all. But he could probably find something with it, but there's not enough material, really. If you had the knight here as well, then you sack one to try to mate with the other. That's the principle of sacking. If you have three pieces in the king's vicinity, right, like a bishop here, whatever, you sack one of them, then you try to mate with the other two. But if you only have two, potentially, you're sacking one, you're left with one. It's very unlikely that you'll be able to mate there unless it's like a back rank sort of scenario. So this is a bishop sort of blending in with the pawns there. I can't believe I'm actually using this, but I mean, this is the way it goes. Some of them will be good for you, some of them will be bad. So this pawn we can kind of keep there. Or wait a second. I thought I was bugging out. What am I playing on that fucking other stupid ass site? Okay, I'm trying to open the other bishop, honestly. And so he's going to bring the thing here, and there's going to be no way to really deal with it. So if he keeps going, I can take. If he takes, I can take. Right, this is kind of what we want to push out the queen a little bit. We open up a check possibility. He has this capability here. Right, and that would allow you to be threatening mate, but you have to deal with the queen threat first. So let's get the queen out of that diagonal. It doesn't stop him from still staying attached to that core concept. But now we give a whole bunch of checks and you might not be able to block very effectively. Let's go ahead and give a check. And then at this stage, you basically get to, you'd almost want to keep harassing in that sense, but I guess you really can't. So I'm not entirely sure what we want to do with the bishops here. If you do that, you can simply take there. If I move this, you can also take there. That queen is kind of in a bit of an annoying spot, I'll be honest. You have this double stack capability here, so let's just do it for the fuck of it. But it doesn't solve the immediate problem of what the dark square bishop is going to do. Right, so that's at least something we have to consider. Because, yeah, there is no easy answer to that whole structure. I guess the easy answer is actually this. So you do this, then you can move the bishop wherever you want. This pawn is there for the taking, which is a dumb shit move on my part. But maybe he'll think it's not a mistake. Or maybe he'll just miss it too. So his only bishop in play is here in the pin spot. This also covers the pawn that I so carelessly let slip. But now we can actually move the dark square bishop in some manner. And that would allow me to basically... Okay, here we go. That allows me to cover in the other respect. If he puts that there, we got to worry about the queen. We can put it somewhere like that. The one thing I want to do here is I want to put it there, right? So yes, he has some cheeky unleash with his thing, but I'll be able to take his queen as well, even if he does that. So you take here, I take here, you take here, whatever. It should be fine. I don't care. But maybe I did that still too flippantly. But we have a double stack there too. So even if he did that, I can double take and then back rank mate too, or something. We can kind of keep doing this shit. I'm gonna keep doing it. Just keep threatening and don't even worry about the other thing. Even though these are like cheeky threats. I don't know what I'm doing. What would Kobe do in this situation if he was a chess player? So now we go here, that's still covered, so everything's adequately covered. So the only thing you have to worry about is the simple fact that you want to go like here to attack like there, let's say. He's attacking there, which would not be covered in that scenario, but you would be giving up a mate in the process. So we'll go here, he'll push out with a pawn, then we'll just come back. Something like that, I guess. I don't see what else he's really doing. You can't take anything here, so you can take this, and you can give up a mate in the process of doing it. Right, so just like the last guy. So it's possible there's some way to, you sit here, and then you try to give the threat in there. And how does he stop it? He'll do some other stupid shit. So the knight isn't going to be relevant, or actually it will be relevant, because he'll go like there and then effectively fork them. This is cute, but it's just not really going to happen. So you go here in order to get forked by that in a way that I would totally do that too. And so now you're in a position where if you go like this, I don't know what I'm doing. I want to do this, but it's just not going to work. Like, I just know it's not going to work. The thing is, you got to cover this one. That's the problem. At least now you can't get forked by this stupid-ass thing. And so that should be perfectly fine, because what it allows you to do... Wait a second. He could have just took with the queen, couldn't he? Wait, what? He could have just took with the queen and I wasn't covered, I don't think. It's one of those things where you're giving somebody too much credit, like, oh, they would never make a mistake like that, but then they actually do. Let's do another cheeky threat here on the thing. I guess. That was pretty unbelievable that it even came to that. So I made an obvious mistake because I'm tunnel visioning on a threat, and I was expecting him to do this, but I wasn't thinking about the fact that he could just take there. So it's very rarely that you see players even at this level blunder queens, and we're like a carbon copy of each other that way. You're not getting the queen, move on. He could have just done that. Okay, so he moves it there. Then we have the ability to go here. So now he's gonna double take though on the back rank. And so I can't move that, but I also don't have to move it. Turn 21. Right, he goes G6. So the thing here is you go like this, you attack the thing. That'd be cute. But the problem with it, you can kind of unleash. The problem with it is that you're not able to actually do this. So this is kind of cute. And the reason why it's so cute is because of the fact that I'll just do it now. That's a bad move by me. I agree, but I was just saying that shit, dude. So we go here, we leave it there, and then we take, and then we try to trade something. He might panic a little bit and actually do this shit, or we do. See, now I don't really want to take, but I guess you have to take. And so now you're able to basically, you don't have a cover anywhere like that. So you just got to kind of wait it out. This thing has an easy attack there for a long time. He has the open file. Fuck. So, look, dude. We go like this, I guess? I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing right now. I must admit. This is a clown versus clown kind of game. So you have a bishop pair still, but does it really seem like I'm using it effectively? Because I don't really think so at all. We can go here as if we're threatening the knight if we uncover ourselves here. And so now we're able to basically move the thing and then cover the knight. You're not getting the queen, move on. Average reaction to my cheeky threats. But you gotta wishful thinking. So the thing is, he can come here, but then I can come here, so it's actually fine. The thing is, like, oh yeah, you do this, and then if he takes, then I take, but I actually don't because whatever. It doesn't actually do anything. But I've honored my queen with my fucking little chess streamer set, and I'm still gonna beat you. Or you can't let him get low on time because that's when Kobe goes God mode, right? When there's a few seconds left on the clock. So the more time he has, actually, the worse he is. That is unbelievable. The high tunnel vision on one thing. I'm not going to blame the set at all either. It's like, look, dude, I might blame the board, but not the set. But no, it's just, this seems like a good intuitive move, but he can't do it. But he could do it if and when I move this. So even though I'm covering that, then I'm not covering this. And so that could turn into a whole nother problem too. There's not a whole lot I can do, and this doesn't seem like the greatest move, but it's just like, I don't know. I just don't know. That's the thing. You could move this anywhere you want, so let's just do it. And now we're attacking the knight. So if he moves the rook at any point, we can obviously deal with that. Like, how would you attack this? That's kind of the whole thing, right? You might be able to trap it in there, but I just don't know how. Now, this is kind of cute as well because you're kind of pinning it down in such a way that you're actually able to, you know, fuck it over a little bit, as the knight can often be such a big liability to you in this game. So you go to here, not a check, and then I just take. I go to here, and then you just got to move it. You could also double attack it there, I suppose. You could take this and check, which would not allow you to do much of anything at all. I kind of just want to do this for the fuck of it. Like, it doesn't seem like it does a whole lot, but it's just kind of cute, I guess. It fucks over my bishop probably all the more, though. I just want these trades so badly, I guess. This bishop could be fucked over. Damn it. Or no, this is actually fine, because if he takes, I still take. Right, if he takes, I still take. If he keeps going, that bishop is going to be in purgatory. I still don't see exactly how you comfortably threaten it, but eventually the knight might be... the knight might be able to eventually still do that. So let me leave it to here. He has a knight, and I have two bishops, but one of them is in a very questionable spot. And so now, I don't know exactly. You might have to just let that happen. Because he's going to have to do it. Because then if I don't know. He comes to there. So what you want to do is like this. He's going to come to there, and then I won't be able to do anything about it necessarily. But what if I just do that first? So we're effectively giving up a stupid-ass pawn just to get that bishop out of there. And if he doesn't take it, then I could simply take and then cover and then take again. So now if you wait, what? Okay, this guy's good, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. You could check and take the stupid ass pawn, I guess. So we're only -3 in an endgame with 1 minute left. Bad on time, but after already blundering the queen, like I just can't do this right now, man. I don't know what it is, but I don't think I played that bad really, but I mean, obviously, to some extent I did. If the time was at least reversed, I could do it, but I mean, these people are just too much for me to handle. I just can't do anything. They're just way too good. Like, wow. This is what 1500 is like, even though I've been through it so many times. He checks, I take, double take. There's just nothing there, bro. I give up. I give up. I can't do it. It's like they're not really good, and I can beat these people all the time, but I just don't have the willpower to do it right now. I don't know how it happens, or I just keep going for like sort of easy things. The one way that you could draw insufficient material thing here is if you just stop whatever, get rid of his pawns, then the knight can't possibly do anything. So now you're able to, you know, he can go into there. We got to stop this one. The knight can sometimes fuck you over and let you down here, but he'd be willing to just sack it overall. See, even his attempt to save it could fuck him over, but it won't. Or he could do a stalemate, but I doubt it. I don't know. Nothing I can do. Or yeah, the knight might create a stalemate in the process. Like, that's the only good thing it'd be good for here. Double agent knight, always fucking everybody over. Yeah, either you plunder the queen or you give me a stalemate. Courtesy of the knight, those are the only things that can really happen. Or in the act of trying to cover the knight or save the knight, you end up, like, how do you mate with a king and a queen and a knight? Oh, just leave the knight on the side of the board and just mate with a king and a queen. Official advice by a GM who I think is actually Hikaru said that. And he wasn't saying it to slight the knight, he was just saying it to, yeah, like he's actually doing it. He's listening. He's sniping me outside my window because I'm not even streaming. The fuck is like he doesn't know how to do this or something. We're gonna keep targeting that knight. He actually doesn't know, or he's at least just not in the mood to actually do it. Okay, we at least get to move on from the set, or maybe we'll get some kind of stalemate, or we're so low on time that's just not gonna work out. You would think he should be pretty close to mating anyway, but like if you just went there, wasn't that a mate? I'm not gonna have anywhere to go, that's the thing. We can sort of frustrate him. I mean, it's completely in his hands. Like, I can't do anything here. Or we'll get like a threefold repetition, which we're not even close to getting now. I feel like that'd be one of the hardest things to keep track of as a better player. Like, and I feel like people probably miss it too, especially in bullet games. You probably have it happen and it just nobody notices and the arbiter can't check shit. Like, it's much harder to litigate those kind of games. Does he really not know how to do this? Like, what the fuck? Or he's gone to consult the engine. Like, come on, bro. There's nothing I can do here, bruh. I'll take a draw, though. Okay, dude. I mean, look. Look. Now we got to remember the cosmetics from before that we have to switch to. But I'm basically just done. This is like the end of my chess career. Either I study for exhaustive amounts of time or I'm basically just done because I can't. It's not even that I can't do it. It's that I can't put forth the effort to compensate enough to do it. But like, where did I go wrong there? Like, just trying to do too much or trying to... I blundered the queen, first of all, but even beyond that, there was something else that happened, like... I let the bishop get trapped in there, actually. I guess that was really the turning point. Like, what was I supposed to do here? How do I save the thing? You're supposed to bring the king... Then you go here, then you go there, then you go there, Then you go back. Then you bring the king. Why can't you bring the king? Oh, I guess because it wouldn't be able to go in there anyway to ever attack it. Yeah, that misuse of the bishop was so crazy. It's like, I'm not going to blame the bishop, but it's like, okay, we get rid of these two. So modern theme, that one, and then I completely forgot we were at like denim or something. For the board, it's like, I think we were at wood. I don't think I used this, but I've been losing so quickly that I can't even keep track. I'm assuming I'm at Ed Wood, and then we're at the stupid ass one that's after the streamers, and so it's gonna be like, it's gonna be at famous streamers Fate Stay Night. That's like a background though. First dark board doesn't work. Oh god, we go from one set I don't like to another. I hate this one. Fluoride bigger or fluoride? I guess I'll use bigger. Right, we're not going to use both of those because they're the same thing, unless there's some notable difference, like where they actually look different. You know what this one reminds me of is some kind of one of those games where you're on the little thing, like you have a little platform and you have a ball and you keep hitting the balls up at the top to destroy the blocks at the top, and then you keep hitting it when it comes back down and stop it from going off the screen. I don't know if that's what it's somehow based on or that's just what it makes me think of. But yeah, this is one of my most hated sets, so we get two of them sort of back to back. Bigger or this? I guess bigger can't hurt. So now the only thing we have to do at this point is find the other cosmetic. It's like Lichas. These are getting kind of confusing to actually keep track of, and most of them don't really work either. We were at fixed top menu, ICC, modern theme, moves navigation at the bottom. At the bottom of what? At the bottom of what? Must be at the bottom of my analysis? Like, what do you mean? I have no idea what this is. Sometimes you have to actually look it up on here. Moves navigation. Some of these might actually be considered cheating because they might give you some sort of aid that otherwise doesn't make sense. Lichas moves navigation at bottom. What does that mean? This is a user style which brings the move navigation buttons at the bottom of the score. I don't get it. Isn't that how it is anyway? If I can't tell the difference, then it doesn't count and we have to use a different one. Like, it is showing something there, but how am I supposed to... What the fuck does that mean? Maybe it'll show up properly in terms of, it'll show up properly in terms of the actual ability to... When you're actually in a game, which I guess I could tell that by, like, going here. Okay, I'm going to pretend this one doesn't work then. Or we'll, like, play against a bot just to see what the fuck it is. Or see, like, it fucks up even this thing. I don't get it. It forces me to play as white. Yeah, this will actually just make it sort of, like, unusable. Or maybe not. What? Why would that... Whatever, I guess I'll count that as a cosmetic. We'll see if it fucks up the actual in-game play here. So we got Edwood, we got Fluoride, and we got this one. Oh, yeah, I had to eat a little something there. Clearly, it must be because I used my brain so much because... you know, Grandmasters burn 600 calories per game or whatever in a tournament setting, supposedly. What is... I hear something weird. Like some sort of feedback from my headphone or something. What the hell is going on? I've been using, like, this wireless Bluetooth headphone for whatever reason. Just for... Oh, wait. Oh, I may assume the new move navigation one actually works. So you would see that now during the course of the game. Like, don't get me wrong, there's something about the aesthetic of this that I actually do like, but we're getting a lot of people who are exactly the same rating, like 1589 versus 1584 or whatever. Like how we had one there. So once the game actually starts, well, whatever, it's somehow... It changed it in some capacity, so I won't overreact to that, but... So he's doing the King's Indian as white here. So it's still pretty clear what is what, though. I can't complain. It's just something about it is a little bit confusing to me. From an aesthetic standpoint, it actually looks kind of badass. Don't get me wrong. It's just kind of like, it's a little confusing to use during the course of the game. So I won't use the other one, though. So now here, my hope is that I can trade, because I assume that bishop maybe wasn't going to be that good. And so now I'll put it like this. So you can take this knight presumably at any point, and so I don't know exactly what this is going to do for me. This is not the greatest song for it. Hang on. But yeah, I'm a huge fan of instrumental music just in general, but especially for something like, when playing stuff, it makes sense because, okay, so we're adequately developed. I just don't understand this move. Like, I guess I would just take it, and it would be, I mean, he's not going to do it, but, so we'll have this nice little V-shaped structure where the anchors are going to be like this and this, right? So that makes it seem worth it at least, but I did that all maybe a little bit too fast. You go here, he can't do anything. You go here, that's an Octopus Knight actual legit positioning, which could have some merit to it because, whatever, it's just not bad. So his diagonals are kind of blocked off, right? You gotta really just scan certain pieces. Like, you never have to look at the knight too hard, but you do have to look at the bishops, because the long diagonals are going to fuck you over. So now you either have to let that trade occur, which itself is a bad trade for you, or, well, you kind of blocked off your own diagonals there too, but whatever. This isn't the kind of game where the bishop is going to be particularly good. Now, sometimes you do stuff like this because, like, oh, it would give me a pass pawn if you took, but it actually doesn't. This one's good because now you cover the one anchor, and then the king covers the other one. So this is a pretty good ideal pawn structure to have. You can go like this, and then he could also double take it, so I can't really do that. So now you have to figure out how do you break through this, but I almost don't want to, or I almost don't care. Like, these defensive structures are kind of to my liking. I just can't figure them out sometimes. Like, this would be still like an Octopus Knight type positioning that maybe I want to go for. Because, like, let's see what he actually does. Like, how does he come up with anything here? He's going to try to do the same thing. Like, he goes to there somehow. But I don't see how, really. Like, where does he go? Where does he go? I don't see any kind of move. So now we have an Octopus Knight, actual legit. He could still push it out with his bishop, but it's a lot of effort to go through to do that. So now you're always going to have some potential crazy thing lying in wait for when he forgets about it. The most forgettable piece in chess. So this one can sit there, but is that really that valuable? Like, I would take, he would take, I would take, so what? Like, I don't get it. I would take, he would take, I would take. If I go here, he can take. There's just no openings really presenting themselves here, so let's just wait. As long as you're not giving any sort of opening to the knight to actually do something. If you go here, take. So he's a bigger fan of these lock pawn structures than I am, but they always do favor me because I'm somehow incapable of actually doing anything else. So you can create some kind of double stack and maybe move one of these pawns through, but I don't really see how or why. Right, this is a very difficult position to figure out because it's just very, very little is happening with it. Let's see how many thousands of games they've played to get here and be as bad as me. See, 3,000, that might be my whole lifespan worth rather than just, oh, on this site alone. So he beat me to the idea. So that would at least prevent me from taking with this because it's like, oh, whatever. There wouldn't be enough on that, at least. I'm hoping he gives up a fork or something in the process, but he goes here and then I can't do anything about it, right? Let's say. So I almost want to do it like this. So then take. It won't be enough, though. You're still covering it pretty adequately, but it's almost like you would just keep going then, and then just let it go. But you don't want to take this because then your king is open. See, somewhere along the line, he's going to slip up, and the only piece that really looks intuitive is the knight, but it looks kind of weird, too. It's got a little, it's a pregnant knight over here. Got a little belly on it. Right, because the head is just doesn't match the proportion of its stomach. So if you go to here, he would take too easily. So if he goes here, I don't see how you can really stop that, though. It's like, I go here, he takes, I take, he takes, I take, he takes. I still can't take. See, like, it's really a loss. Like, you're at 15, 1600, you're at a loss for what to do here. Nobody is going to know what the fuck to do in this kind of position. It's just not intuitive at all. But then again, I am almost a fan of creating these because... Okay. What the fuck? This is what you're gonna do. So you see the cosmetic there, which maybe plays no role? I don't get it, dude. What's happening in your brain that you would do that? Oh, the last game, I did something similar, or the game before that, whatever. It's tough. I mean, it's a tough game, but that's what I mean. You run out of ideas for what to do, so then you just... It could have been a mouse slip, but he had enough time where it doesn't make sense. Like, where was he trying to go then instead? I don't know. So these are the kind of games that you win, and it's like, it's fine, but we got a lot of ground to make up. We want to get back to 1620 plus, but I'm not even able to... Did I maybe mess up one of these sets? Because that would invalidate the whole thing. I think I've been pretty good about that, though. Or this one should be aborted, which I can't even do. What? Whatever, we'll worry about it later. I just hate to see that something's actually going on because it kind of distracts me. What you have here is the ability to... I won that. I'm confused. I lost this one with what set? I guess I'd have to go back in my video and watch. I feel like... Oh, this was actually with the streamer set. Then I lost it, and then we played That's This the next one. So, okay, I can't remember what one we started with. So we win that by resignation, and then we just got to keep going. 1500 provisional. I mean, at this point, I'll take it, but it doesn't feel appropriate that we should get this sort of benefit. So that we can do because he's obviously just not threatening mine. Now we have to react with that. Everything in the opening is just reactive. Don't try to do anything above and beyond. Even if they try to give it to you, it's all part of their master plan. You know, these kind of players can't ever make any mistakes. But the main thing we have to worry about is the simple ability to stop the pin from happening. Double stacked pawn. Oh no, it must be bad. But actually, technically, it's not. Because somehow that's just how this game works. So now what you get to do is you get to basically do this to stop the pin from happening. But also... What the fuck, bro? Like, that stupid ass thing gets in the way, so I don't know what to do with that. I mean, if it means trading the queen, I will actually do it. Fuck it. But he doesn't even do it. He could have made me lose my castle, and I was even willing to do that because I want to trade the queen so badly. What the fuck is going on, dude? It's still fine. I'm kind of taking this guy too lightly because he's 1500. Also, I do that with everybody. Like, just only 1500 provisional, and he just made his account, I guess. 17, sometimes people put their age in here, like their birthday, but not in this case. If you take there, he can take back. Nothing really crazy going on. We can just try to do this. Or he has this obvious idea. If you really look, you'll see what you want to see, but the problem is this guy will only give me like 3 rating or something dumb, and if I lose, it might take away a lot, so that's the downside of playing these kind of lopsided matchups. And he's like, oh, he's only 900 there, but that doesn't tell you anything, because I'm only like 1,000 there, because I don't play it, or I'm not very good at it, at least. Now, you technically don't have a cover there, so if I get unleashed into something good, like a check, I could have actually done something there. But you shouldn't try to do too much with this. Just go here. Which you could keep going back and forth in kind of an annoying way. Let's say you should double stack. Fuck it. It doesn't even matter. So he goes into there. I'll just take it. I don't care. I will take this pawn without hesitation, and then we just move somewhere else like this, I guess. He's doing a little bit too much with his rook here, but we'll just deal with it. So if you come into here, I mean, you can do a lot of dancing back and forth with it. But yeah, this is one of those sets that I have mixed feelings about. It looks aesthetically awesome, but for the function of actually playing, it's not very good. This looks cute, but it's probably not going to be good. So if he moves it, I can take, but it's still a trade. If he doesn't do anything, I can check here. But then so what? Like, it still doesn't do anything for me. So it's not what you would think it is. You can bring it down to here, and then if you give a check, you still can't do anything. You can, like, bully it out a little bit with this sucker. Right. So it's not actually going to accomplish much if I do that. It's like I'm doing a little bit too much to try to accomplish something, but I really just can't. Or this is kind of cute because then you'll pin it into the queen if you actually move it. Right, like if you... So if I get that to move, I can guarantee the trade, but... Or now here's even better because now you're screwed. Because if you move it, then... Well, actually... No, you'll still have the cover from the king, never mind. Now this all is still fine. This pawn structure is not the greatest by any stretch of the imagination either. But we're still in an okay spot. Let's just do a little cheeky threat, try to bait another trade. I just go full trade fiend happy, but it benefits me because I'm clearly better than this guy. Even though I say that about like every fucking opponent, but this is kind of awkward a little bit structure-wise. And so you get to a position where you can just basically stop him from moving the bishop at all. Oh no. He could take and check. And then take my... Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, dude. Okay. You're on your way to do great things, buddy. I wish you the best because that's fucking stupid. I just can't do this. I just can't. Like, what do you want from me? It makes no sense how this game works. Like... I don't know. I'm just too lazy with it. Like, I have zero effort to try to actually think about anything. I just always want it to be too easy. So you could just sack it and then guarantee the thing, but even if not, I can probably still still do something here. He goes down to there. There's nothing I can do. I'd have to sack it for it. He might get a stalemate, though. That's the one hope that we have here. You can still always just take it, but... You know, it doesn't matter. That's so sad, bro. It doesn't make any sense. Like, who are these people? Why are they putting forth so much effort? Why don't they treat it like a fucking game like everybody else, like me? That's such an unbelievable move, though. Like, what the fuck is that scenario, man? It's too bad. So this is how my whole chess situation ends because I would rather do this than still study. I would rather punish myself for not, putting forth an adequate amount of effort, which I never do, obviously. I never do. Not once, not one full game, not one full day of playing whatever in my life have I put forth an actual good amount of effort. Never. Not once have I done it. Sometimes in classical you see maybe a little shred of it, but it's just like, it's just not there. I'm just not trying, like... And you might think it's an excuse, but it's really the opposite. It's like, that's obviously part of it, but I didn't realize how big a part, or for me, it's 100% part of it because I don't have the bar of knowledge to fall back on. And so, can you just hurry it up, or what are you doing? You're gonna over promote that. This is what 1500s will do. A 1500 provisional will over promote to try to do this, or something, and it's like you're setting kind of a bad tone. You're never gonna get anywhere doing it like that, or you could give me a stalemate. Like, it's not very complicated to do this, bro. Oh no, I only lose 3 as well, so that's at least fair. I probably deserve to lose more because he's so yeah, do you think that 311 is really deserved and legitimate? Because you don't realize you're playing against a clown. So there should be a clown variance with the thing. Like, this guy's actually throwing on purpose, and so therefore it doesn't count for anything. That's like a sympathy win. I'm just being nice to some new player on the site. So Flyoride is the first one, which I'm kind of glad that one's gone, but I certainly didn't lose on purpose. Fritz 2, how different is it? I guess it's just blindfold. So whatever, this one's always a different one. Then you get the chessboard Ed Wood. I don't know what that... Ed Wood is like a director who made, like, you know, whatever the fuck. All those shitty movies, right? Like Plan 9 from Outer Space and stuff, or maybe I'm confusing it with something else. But I think that was him, and then they made a movie about him by, like, Tim Burton. So you got the chessboards up to, I guess, folded paper, or I don't even know where we are now. Folded paper. What was I using just before? I guess we'd have to go back to see that. But yeah, some of these efforts are so pathetic that it's actually not even funny anymore. It's just like, it's just kind of sad. Denim, Ed Wood, Babingo. So let's see if this one works with some other thing. It doesn't seem to work at all. Or we'll look at sort of its advice as far as what it's supposed to be. Folded paper. You would think the newspaper would be the one. The chessboard folded paper doesn't tell you anything about it, so let's just go to the next one, which is going to be the bingo, which did seem to work immediately as soon as I used it. Fritz, Bobingo. Oh, are these actually kind of align then? Wait, I thought it was just Bobingo. I didn't see the Fritz. Because we're using a Fritz set apparently as well. And then finally we go to the org type shit at the bottom here. And then we'd be able to basically do it in such a way that that one barely even worked. This stupid ass whatever cosmetic thing it was. Yeah, this one I don't think ever worked, but it's sad to see that some of them that did work before, only like a year to 2 years ago that I've been doing this. Okay, last move orange. I don't know where we are with this. We should be getting maybe close to the end of these. I can't remember actually where we were. Magnus app. It was like all the orgs and stuff here. Bigger analysis board clock. Accurate gray board. Fixed top menu we had done here. This one is the hardest one to figure out sometimes. Moves navigation at the bottom. I think it was that one. But it didn't seem to change anything. Wait. We had done modern theme. I think that was the one. ICC, marble, tiger. That one we've used before. Most of these we've used before. Not to spoil which ones are coming on, but I mean, it'll be a while. Yeah, there's so much variety in this that helps to mix up the stale game that chess is. Purple board, we're not worried about the board. Remove Zen mode toggle. So what does that mean though? Like, there is no Zen mode toggle. I can't even figure that out. So does that mean it's on or it's not on, or I don't know. I won't use that one because it doesn't seem to have any real presence to it. How about add the Zen mode toggle? Like, what the fuck? So somewhere around up here, I saw like another one that said streamer layout, but I thought we had already done that one. Okay, somewhere around here, horizontal scroll bar, remove Zen mode toggle. Okay, theme. But again, these are gonna be still like blue grid. What the fuck does that have to do with that set? These say theme, but they're actually sets. Coral. Normally the sets don't have anything to do with anything, or actually they might, to the extent that if these are off first, then it might work, and then the other ones might work after. You have to do it in some sort of weird order like that. Okay, so now at this stage you get to basically, oh my god, I just, this is kind of what I deserve for my shitty performance. So where are we now? I keep losing it. This one's very hard to keep track of. Okay. I think we had done this one before, but again, most of these are sets anyway. Okay, blue grid. Let's just see if any of these change the background in any way, which they don't seem to. Dusk. Green something. Nothing green about it, but okay. What the fuck? These are not themes, dude. These are sets. A theme is like the background, like how even the site acknowledges. So I guess I could start using the site ones, but in fact, I probably will do that still. So the chess plus, which I feel like we've had one like that. Or wait a second. Border around board. Now, does it work? Now we'll have to go all the way through and just... The best way to do it is to actually... The best way to do it is to actually do it here, where you can see, like... What the fuck did it change, though? I don't get it. This is so confusing. It does do something to it, but it made, like, all that appear from scratch. Okay, let me try it once more. This is so fucking annoying. Okay. So now we were at F, I think, for something. Fluoride, so Fritz would be the one. That one's obviously blindfold. Then we had some kind of Fritz board, like Fritz Babingo. And then we finally have the ability to do whatever this one is, which I can never even find it. The... border around the board, which just seems to stretch out the little stupid ass notation a bit. Okay, so here we go again. This is about as clean and proper of a set as you can have. Not that any of these constitute an excuse, but I've had a little ups and downs here where I just can't maintain any level of consistency, and they've both come because of lack of or like an offensive initiative. Like I tried to attack in the opening in that one game, and then I get punished for it. There, I tried to not even there. The other one that I lost was because I tried to attack later on in the game, like where I blundered my queen. It's like always you're trying to attack when you shouldn't. So this is perfectly fine because you get to basically... You don't want to do that because you want the Dark Spirit diagonal to be strong here. The problem is that this is kind of too irritating otherwise. So like, how am I supposed to do this? And the answer is I just can't. Because yeah, really, where else am I going to put it if not there? So how the fuck do I do this development? You would put it in a position where... I guess you could just do it and accept the fact that it's going to be a fucking liability because you push it down, I move it here, like just accept it. Or at least ahead a little bit in terms of the development angle. And now even if you do this, it's okay because you can just not move it, I guess. Or right, like anything that would force you to move it is going to be the pawn, so it doesn't really matter, does it? It's not like you can push it out some other way. But you still shouldn't really be doing this. So you go like this, and then at least you're going to force the trade ultimately in doing this. I'm surprised you didn't make that pawn move, actually. And now at least you're setting up for a trade, but that was like a multi-move sequence just to try to get it to that point. So it probably would be better. See, because this is an offensive bishop for me, so I have nothing to lose here. Right, I'm just attacking. He is defending, so he may as well just take. Like, why wouldn't you take there? That's a pretty common principle. That probably makes sense. We just want to create our ideal optimal pawn structure here. You can create a double attack, but I have too many pawns there that are gonna, or knights there that are gonna stop you from doing that. I accidentally complemented the knight by calling it a pawn. So now we get to actually push the pawn to a4, which I can barely see that fucking 4 because it's off the side of the board. I don't know what good this border really does for you. So now what you get to do is you get to basically, you would have like a pin into a pin idea like of that, but it's not really good enough. I actually didn't expect that move at all. So why don't we just do this first and then we can figure it out? Because now we can just cover this without having to worry about the diagonal at all. Oh shit. This is not really where you want it to be. And even then, oh my god. What a move. What a god level move that I didn't realize. Now you can still take it. What the fuck was that? Okay, whatever. You win a pawn. Good for you. You should probably take this one. Because you can take, then I take, then... No, actually you can't do it. You would take, I would take, you would take, I would still take. But I don't want to leave the bishop there. Or I mean the rook there. I don't know why I thought he still won it. You have this little cheeky attack on the queen. Oh my god, dude. The problem is the knights are not a very useful piece in doing this because you get to basically... He would take, I would take, and then he wouldn't be able to take. And in this position, that's not so bad because what you get to do is you get to realize that the dark square bishop is no longer there, so you don't have to worry about the pawn structure. Even if you had it, you still don't have to worry because the dark square is still open. So whether he takes or not, it doesn't matter because you won't be able to take any further. So you almost had something good there. Plays with Fire. Good name. 1650. Okay, that's perfectly fine. You can bring the rook to there. That's kind of cute. So you're always going to have some sort of check potential here that you can do. You do give up a fork, though, in doing that. And in such a way that's very irritating because if you go here, you're still getting... No, but you're not getting forked because the queen isn't under attack there. And now this sets up to give a check and take, assuming he would be bad enough to... Wow. Okay, I quit. I'm done. I don't want to play anymore. It's fine. I put too much time and effort into this. Like, we'll come back in 10 years when I study. I'm done with it. I'll do that one stream episode. I'm done. I don't want to do it anymore. For some reason, my takebacks are even disabled, so I don't get to actually... You do it with such confidence, too, that... Like, I can't do it. There's no effort in me to do it. I have zero... I don't care. Like, it's just... It's completely meaningless to me. I don't see why. It's like you're trying to force yourself to do something that you don't really want to do. Talk about playing with fire. I play with fire, but arguably you could have gone, like, probably nowhere at all, and you're probably going to get forked and screwed over. Just move, like, here or something. I was so fixating on the check idea. See, those kind of moves are inexcusable because it's like... What the fuck? Now I can take it because... I love that. Nothing, no act of taking that would have been bad for you at all, but you're just as dumb as I am. Are you fucking stupid, bro? Says the guy who just blundered his queen. Like, what the fuck was that? Now, it doesn't mean we win, but what the fuck, bro? Now, if he takes, then I could still take. Exactly as planned. Hang my queen, and he'll be so confused by it that he blunders his knight. Exactly as planned. Like, what was my recourse against that? You take it, and then I can't do anything. So fuck it. I would love to hear his thought process behind that. Like, what were you doing, bro? But I better take advantage of it and actually turn this into a win streak because I kind of need it right now. I want to get at least back to 16. But the point is, if he does something with that, then I could take the knight. If you go here, he would take, I would take, he would take, he would check. The fuck is going on? He's just kind of salty about it, or what? We're attacking this now, so whether he takes or not. Yeah, I'm clearly too good for you. Ha ha. What the fuck, bro? What the fuck? He didn't seem like a bad player either. He was just so bamboozled by the queen thing that I cannot imagine what happened there. What the fuck did I do, bro? I do an incomprehensible move, then he does an incomprehensible move, then he gets a little bit tilted, just offers up the queen. I'd be salty too if I lost to a clown like me, especially like that. At least a clown like me in their best game you can respect a little bit. So yeah, this is the problem with chess though. Even somebody like me who's trying to embrace it at this point, where I want to enjoy it, I just can't. Like, you know, I've never really watched the competitive high level, anything like that. Not even because, oh, you wouldn't get it kind of a thing, although that's part of it. It's just like, I don't know. I respect it, but it doesn't mean I ever played it that much or that I ever watched the high level play. I don't mean like, oh, I never played it at a high level. I mean like I never watched it being played at a high level necessarily. So this is an odd one out. You want to go like this ultimately, but you want to stop this. And then the dark square bishop becomes a real confusion. But I'm content with this situation at least. We'll just do what we gotta do. Take. Whatever happens here is fine. So the double stack ends up not really being that bad if you have an anchor situation like this, where this one anchors all four of them. I don't see why that would be a bad thing necessarily. Right, this is always a bad push. Even if he does this, I take, whatever. Like it's has its advantages. Gabriel Ben. So you go ahead, we move this sucker, and then you just get to obviously castle, and he'll probably sack something and do some crazy thing. I was about ready to just quit there, though, for real. So that guy kind of saved me with his little queen sack. You could say, oh, he's doing it because he feels bad for you, but that would only make sense if he actually... actually could hear me or something with the fucking... See, I wouldn't mind if he takes the darks for bishop, because I don't know what it's going to do anyway. Take... I could take that anytime I want, and it would fuck up his pawns, presumably, in a pretty desirable way. But also that diagonal is good, but also I'm not going to use the diagonal, probably. And the reason why... You would think that pawn is pretty weak. I mean, look. If you go like this, so if he takes, I simply take. If he doesn't take, he at least has to relocate. And then if he puts it behind there, you could possibly fuck something up. Just take that. So now you're able to basically... I don't know actually what you're trying to do here exactly. We can see this dark square thing doesn't really work. That's the problem. See, I'm looking for a cheeky threat, like, oh, I'll attack the queen, but then he'll take this first, then even if I take the queen, then he'll also take my queen. You don't need the cover of the queen. You can just move the queen, then do it. Then if he takes, I simply take, or if he takes, then I simply take uncovered piece. So it's a manner of fork, even though it's not like a true good fork. The only thing to do to require it is the queen has to move. He can obviously just cover with that, so it's not so bad for him, but I cannot imagine this is a good pawn structure or an intuitive one that he knows exactly how to use. Right, there's certain objective things you would say, oh, objectively it is actually good, but you would have to be a 2500 rated god level player to take advantage of it. And or I like how chess.com was bragging about that. It had some posts like, this many people banned for cheating or this or that, but then one of them was, oh, this many people banned for like being toxic in chat or something. I mean, you can just go there and keep dicking around with it. Like, he has no follow-up play for that move. It's like, I don't know. You can just do stuff like this and then eventually they'll make a mistake. or eventually I'll make a mistake, but I mean, so if this pawn gets displaced, you just simply mate me. But that wouldn't have even been true, or whatever, bro. If you take, I take. If you don't take, I take. You gotta escape in such a way that might not be convenient for you. Unfortunately, these attacks don't really align too well, so you have to consider some other possibility here. I wanted to open this, but now I don't even see the meaning of it. I meant it more for like trying to fuck with his pawns, but now his pawns are out of the way, so I guess I could push it all the way, or as far as we can go, and he'll block it off somehow. So me fiending for trades for really maybe no good reason. And as weak as this is, it's going to be hard for me to target it now, but I guess the goal isn't even really to target it. The goal is to basically put yourself in a position where you're able to, I don't know. You can't really even attack this too easily because I can double take it, right? So you go to there, doesn't really bother me. Let's just push this as far as we can. If he raises, I take. If he double raises, I take. If he doesn't raise it, it creates still potentially a problem for you, right? And so it could be challenging. You just got to go for the kingside pawn push, which I never really do that. That's how you know it's a stale, offensively deprived position that even gives me the confidence or the willingness to do this. Like, it's way too much. So if you push it now, if you don't push it, I take. If you do push it, that's fine. So now you have to consider, like, what does that do, or how hard is it going to be to really maintain that there? And the answer is it's probably going to be pretty fucking hard. Or I just blocked it like the dumbass that I am. Okay, this is like the double stacked one. If he takes the bishop, then he gets both. So maybe I should do it like this and then do the bait, continue the bait. So the point is that you get, you go here. If he does this, 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 but if he does this, then I just take that for free. So that's kind of the same threat as what we were trying to do before with the queen, right? But it was kind of like, it's an easy bait play that he could fall for giving up the bishop, but he doesn't. Interesting. But I still shouldn't lose anything because of it, or actually I do. Or actually, I don't know what happened. How did that go so wrong? Okay, we have this cute little pawn, but it's not going to be very good, I don't think. So it's fine. He can easily target one of these, and I'm not going to be able to do really anything about it. So fuck it. So we can always go behind to here. It's still a pretty much stale drawish position, but he has a passed pawn there somehow, which I don't really get. Okay. Let's go for it. I don't know what to tell you. Somehow, if he gets too involved with his, so he'll go to there and then he'll go to there, but then it'll be too late. Or it'll be almost fine. See, he doesn't have the stomach to do it. He doesn't have the balls or the stomach to actually do anything with it. So you go up to here. He can't reach it, so we start to take. What the fuck? He just let me do that. Like, I should have actually gone the other way, but this is still too valuable. Well, actually, we'll still effectively trade it because we'll take and check, but then we get to keep this too. Now he'll go in there, but now my king is in a dominant position because there's no way he should be able to come back. Right? There's no way he should be able to. Or maybe he will. Fuck. I don't get it. But there shouldn't be anything he can do about my pawns at least, or he'll have to start moving his in a way that is maybe suboptimal. I couldn't believe it if I thought my king was in a much better spot, but wherever he goes, I should be able to push him up. He could fuck around with his own pawns, but in fact, if he does that, I could be in a little bit of trouble, but whichever one he pushes, I can take. If he pushes, I can take. I can take... He's not going to be able to keep going. Maybe I could sneak in through the other way then if he does that. But I really can't. But I can. I can because I can hit this. So mine should be far more usable here because you're able to... You know, I'm a lot closer to it. So it'd be hard to imagine a scenario where he can stop this, but he probably will, and he'll probably promote his own. And even if you try to do that, it'll be maybe a little bit too late. But then again, oh, fuck me. I can't believe it, dude. Because he doesn't have to move his king, that's the thing. But then it should at least be a stalemate, no? At the worst case, it'll be a stalemate for me because either he has to move his king and let me do it, or I can't move at all. Right? So it's actually a net positive. What the fuck do I do, man? So that at least counts as me preserving the set, I suppose. And I can't believe I won the last one either before this, but something weird is going on, dude. I'm trying to be like Richard Rapport Jr. over here and just do it in such a troll way, but it's just not. I don't know. There's some weird troll tendency going on. So there's a lot of spikes going on here. Advantage 6.6. And he kind of threw his advantage. So I guess I should be happy about that at least. So black is up by there. You go here. And then, of course, he wouldn't just simply take it. Okay, the threat with the pawn that I had before. That's insane, actually. So there's no way, there's nothing his king could have even done. It's like, you go here, and then you go here, and then you're, oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's actually deserved, though. If you actually see that, that's actually deserved. That's so good. You can just say, fuck you, take the pawn. This is the absolutist tendency to understand the nature of a process. If you hate studying as much as me and you realize that what you're doing will require you to do that, not that that has anything to do with this sort of clown behavior, but so let's see. The last two with the Fritz set, we won and then we lost. That one was with the other one, I guess. I'm starting to think I'm somehow messing this up, but I don't think I am. It just feels like if you're not changing the set every single game, you must be cheating because I'm obviously losing every single game just by default. So this should probably be the next move. I don't know what the fuck that last guy did, though. He was a 1650 who actually seemed pretty good, and then he just clowned it up. So now the reason why you go here... No, but see, I don't know. That's the thing. If I go here, then you can't move the bishop. If I go here, then he can attack this, and then I can't stop it. Or I guess I could. He goes here, then I go there, then he goes here, then I go there, something like that, which probably is going to backfire still, but you basically go here then, right? And now you cover it. Now if you give the same check again, I can develop in such a way that we're going to castle. So the guy just doesn't seem to get the hint behind what I'm trying to do here, which is really nothing at all, just simple early game development that he wants to play like I did when I was a kid and just try to it's perfectly fine because now you have no other ancillary threats to do. So you've moved the queen way too much. It doesn't mean you're going to lose or that you're even that bad, but it does mean that it's a little bit weird, isn't it? Attack the fucking knight. So I can trade queens with impunity here. That's fine with me. I always like queen trades, so I got no problem with that. So if he pushes again, I can simply push the pawn. So that wouldn't bother me at all, even though it is a pretty strong position for it. Right, I have to just live with it for the time being. He's going to try to connect it, which would also stop the knight from potentially taking it. But I have to just live with the fact that that's there. It's not nearly as dangerous than if you were to... it's not nearly as dangerous than if you were to simply have the queen on the board, right? What does that actually even do? I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's a single move that you have with that. You can't take, can't go there. There's nothing. So you go here, you complete your very long-winded development. Sometimes moving the bishop I'm too particular about. Like, we get our beautiful structure, and so now we have the diagonal that we want. We might not entirely be able to use it, but it's okay. So you might not even be wanting a castle. I'm very bad at judging that element. Like, I don't know when or how people want a castle a particular way. It doesn't seem like he wants the castle kingside, but maybe he still will. So if you raise it, I can simply take. If you take it, I can simply take, right? So either scenario is a take. You take. I could take with that as well. I don't know what exactly we're going to do with the thing here. Ooh. Okay, dude. We just try to do the trade here. If you take, I simply take, and the threat is neutralized. You can't push it out, thankfully, with like a pawn, but I totally didn't see that. So that's like a mistake moment still, where it's like you're basically able to acknowledge it was a fuck up. Anyway. So you go to here, you're trying to threaten take a pawn. You can always just go back, but where do you go back to is the big question. It's going to be nowhere good, really, to go. Kind of want to bait the trade a little bit. You go to here, but you really can't, but I could bait this out and then do it. So bait this out. Bait out. Fork, take. Can't take. Can't cover, or you still could cover. You would take, I would take. You would still be able to move, but so we're also threatening the trade opportunity, but it doesn't really matter that much either, huh? Because now you're threatening there. Fuck me. Now it'll be -1, and both of our pawn structures are completely out of whack. But he had a better follow-up to that, obviously, than I did. So we'll have some form of an octopus knight somewhere along the line here, but I don't really get exactly what's happening. So this pawn could potentially be good, actually, because I'm going to be able to take it possibly without him, whatever, but these ones are all awkward still. Right, because like this is going to at least attack it in such a way that it is very hard to prevent. It's the octopus knight caliber thing, even if it's too much on your side. The way it's truly good is if it's like up here or something. So you would immediately be able to take, but then he's going to have some shit to show for it too, I bet. He seems to at least moderately know what he's doing a little bit. So you take here. And then at some point here, you're going to be able to sack or take in such a way that is actually pretty good, right? So the sack take is definitely possible. Or again, even the king is close enough to where you can maybe try to do this. It's dangerous because you would have to know exactly how to play this. And of course, I don't. But you might be better off even putting this here. But what if I just ignore it and then it's like he would have to... I gotta bring my king in, and then we can figure something out. Bring the king in. You got the thing here. He's gonna try to take the other side, but that's gonna take probably way too long now. He takes, I take, but now what? He's gonna sack. Fuck off. What the fuck is going on, dude? We're covering here, we'll be covering down here. The problem is his stupid ass knight just won't even fucking move. What? No, you can still sack though. That's nothing. Why did you do that? The whole thing I just wanted was for him to move that so I can actually promote. And the guy let me have it. What kind of clown shit am I even winning or losing to? Like, we can sack the stupid ass knight for it, can't we? Or maybe not. But even if I don't, then it's like... I should have enough dominion over the board maybe to still be able to do this, or maybe not. I don't fucking know. But I mean, I'll have the knight, so I still doubt its capabilities. Like, you can literally sack the knight here. If you move it and just take it, do whatever you want. I don't give a shit. Right, like, do what you want. Uh-oh. He goes there, I go there, and then I sack it. I sack its dumbass for the only thing it's good for. And then you just promote, like, what a high octane, high level end game that's more like a total fucking clown show. Um, like that was probably a lot of missed opportunities by me. I don't even understand what happened, um, but see, this is why trades benefit me. I must be an end game master, or just somehow whatever happened, you knew. This is what I like though. Whatever happens, you know I'm always in it because somehow I'm able to do that. So like, you keep going. That knight move was the real blunder. Why the fuck did you do that? Leave it there and I can't do anything to it. Or I would do like this probably. Like, I would do this. Then you go there. Like, it makes it annoying, at least, to body block with the knight. That's the one thing it's really good at, honestly. But let's do another one here in a second. So we just gotta push back through 16. I don't want to overdo it, but I mean, only a finite amount of time that you're going to have to ever do this, and I've kind of committed already too much. So let's look at the sets record, although I always do worse once I do that. We have win, draw, win, but again, at least the first win was completely garbage because you have a situation where you're actually able to have the guy not take my blundered queen and then blunder his own queen, something like that. Although it was technically only considered a mistake, I guess. Let's try to do the scholar's mate. Haha. Fuck. Let's just try to finish development. You attack there, we cover back, all basic stuff. You do the thing, double stack. I would have liked to have done something with respect to the simple idea of being able to I don't know. See, he can still do that anytime he wants. That's the problem. That would just make it lose its cover altogether. So you see how much I have to acquiesce to the stupid ass fucking knight. Like, all I want to do is not have to worry about it double stacking the pawns and all this dumb shit. Like, I still can't move it. Like, how many fucking moves would I have to make before I can move this goddamn rotten piece? We win the last game by sacking it. We win every game by just trading it. Like, there's nothing to it, bro. Now, you have a double attack, but that's not enough. Because I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. But there's nothing you can do besides maintaining that diagonal and hoping for the best for later. So you have to move this stupid ass thing. And then if you can do that, then you're finally able to... That's actually kind of a mistake because you are giving me that diagonal still. Now we're going to have a double attack with the knight, which we can maybe turn into a triple attack with the bishop too if we need it. Maybe it doesn't matter though. He has enough options himself. You should probably take with the pawn, right? Okay. It's gonna be this is actually a better position than to put it in because the bishop is just gonna stay here, so you'll have a cover like that. My dark square bishop is actually kind of bad though because the dark square bishop is actually kind of bad, and the reason why it's actually kind of bad is because this is a fork where I have to. I can just take it with a pawn, because you fuck up the pawns here. But no, the dark square bishop is kind of sealed off in a way that I can't really do anything about. Kind of sad that I fucked up that hardcore classic run. I was just thinking about that for some reason because that'd be like the last chance I ever get to even play that. And it had to end sort of unceremoniously with my first actual failure of any kind in that permanent thing. I'd only done 3 before, but it's kind of tough because I can't figure out exactly what's happening here at all, so I have no idea. He takes the pawn. He can double attack the pawn. Nothing I can really do about it. I mean, yeah, I mean, I've known that for like an hour here. You just, fuck. You get that. It's also a fork, though. I guess that's not what I'm accounting for. So he gets it, and he forks the bishop and the thing, right? The bishop and the bishop and the rook. So we obviously just move the rook. But yeah, my dark square bishop's not really too good here. So you just get to. We could basically double take. No, I couldn't even do that. Very annoying knight sandwich that he created. Come on, we're almost at 16. We've been doing good with the set, so clearly that must be why we're doing good. Sometimes it is slightly true, maybe, because it's just a easier one to understand than some of these crazy ones. Like the streamer set was not one of my favorite ones. So if he takes. Problem is I can't really do anything about it, huh? So fucking annoying, man. It's just such an annoying piece. So what you can do now is you can basically try to take one of these, but you really can't. That's the problem. You just really can't do anything to it, huh? You can't go there. If only my own knight could trade for it, but it's just an unheard of idea. I don't know. I can't explain really what's happening, but just bring your queen in, just mate my dumb ass. I can't stop it. I mean, there's nothing you can do. I literally cannot stop. I always make fun that there's no such thing as a knight pair or something, but I have nothing. There's just nothing I can do. It makes no sense. I don't know what that position is. Like, what the fuck? Because, like, you go here to cover that, but then you go there. So you go here to cover this, but then you go there. So the only logical thing is you go here. And even then, you can probably still just mate me. But at least you're up by enough to. Yeah, you can still just do it. I mean, I don't know if I can do this anymore. I don't know if I can do it. It's a lot of time. It's not enough effort. It's just the wrong way to do it. And also the wrong way to do it, in my estimation, would be to study it. But that's all I got left. I mean, I have to lean on that the same way that these losers do, especially the ones who like to show off that, oh, haha, I've studied this for 20 years, and then now you're gonna act like you're good. So we're at the border one. We're at the Fritz for both of these. Let's do like one more set or something for the session here. Fun house is going to be like what? I think it might just be like sort of random. Or it could just be that the positions are different. Right, as long as the pieces are still correct. Flips the board display in case you need extra challenge. But what do you mean flips the board display? Like, is it still accurate to the pieces that are actually on the board or what? I don't understand. The best way to see it is on like a blank starting board. So all it does is change the position. The only one you can tell is the fucking knight. Everything else is the same, isn't it? I don't get it. What are we looking at? What the fuck is this? Wait, what? It messes up the whole. Okay, I don't know what this is. Huh? It flips the board display, but what does that mean? Oh, that's kind of cool, actually. Like, it's just whatever you're clicking is the opposite. Okay, that one affects the gameplay too much, so I can't do it. So we'll do the one after Funhouse. That's not even like, oh, comping out. It's just like, it can't be something like that. I can deal with visual stuff, but funny pieces, by which you mean just the king is affected, right? So more like funny piece, and then we'll go back to the boards again. So that was like. The board is going to be. You can see how I could just do this forever, though, and this is the problem. It's not even the fault of the individual. Like, oh, what would Magnus Carlsen do? He would still study. He would still study. He wouldn't just magically. Sure, he might be better, whatever, but I'm saying, even an extreme example, it's like. Okay, Fritz Blue, we had just done that, so now we get to do the next sort of theme, which we're running out of, and I don't mind doing the ones on the site, but I almost wanted to save those for some other, whatever, we'll see. So somewhere along the line here, we got lechess.org, and I completely keep forgetting where we are, but it should get easier to keep doing it from the bottom. Move navigation we had done. So we were at something like, we had seen blue grid, I think. Zen mode, how can we be this far? Lichess plus we had done. I actually forgot what we had just done. I'm guessing it's this one then. I couldn't even notice what we had done. Lichess plus, I guess. Last move orange. I guess I didn't really use that one though. I actually skipped that. Right? I definitely didn't use that one. I think I just forgot it or I didn't think it worked. So let's do that one, then we'll do the other one. Or we won't do it because we'll just win. Okay, so we wanted to get to 16. So what am I at? I'm at 1590, so you have to win probably two. Like, I'm satisfied with that. Like, I don't even... Oh, no, I'm at 1593. Never mind. Caddy more. Okay. I don't know if that's like a joke on being like a golf caddy or what. So yeah, this one's pretty much identical to the chess.com one, but I'll make an exception just because I said I wouldn't keep using those ones because there's too many like it. But in this case, you're at least in a position where you get to have at least some major difference, and that's what the whole thing is so proud of and based on, but it's kind of dumb. So you're going to get blocked in here, but I don't really know what else you can do with it because, you know, it's kind of dumb. He gets the double take on there, so this ends up being very confusing, actually. Because you can't really do anything if it's like, I don't know. Okay, let's just win two in a row and just figure it out. These diagonals are going to be hard to deal with. I especially don't know what to do in these scenarios where the knight and that covers there because I don't get what you're supposed to do with it. Like, you can't put it there, so how do I... I'll go here, I guess, but then the light square bishop is so bad. I've had this happen actually where, you know, I've acquiesced to the dark square bishop, but then I'm not so sure about the light square bishop at all. I just keep moving like a little bit too fast sometimes too. So you go here, and then if he pushes, then I'm screwed because this one's just going to be useless. So I should almost push like this. This is still what you want, but how do I cover it there? That's the problem. I don't get it. You got to remember that the pin is still possible there technically. He's moving with such certainty like he actually knows what the fuck he's doing. So now you'll put the queen there, then you'll put this there, then if he takes. That's the only way that I can figure it out. Right? Like it's impossible otherwise. But then you at least have the double diagonal still active. That shouldn't really matter. Or that makes it even easier for me. Because yes, the diagonal is blocked off, but at least it's blocked off on my terms. Like, whatever. You can try to beat it up later, but I never really end up doing that, right? I never take advantage of the fact of trying to open stuff with pawns, and I just don't play like that. So that one I should probably not let happen like that. Take. So now this is open my way to attack him potentially too. But that seems to only favor me if I attack this. And then we get to basically cover there. We go like this. You're already double. Man, he's just a pawn fiend, eh? He's just fiending for the pawn trades. Like, what the fuck? I'll still let him take, but I guess I can't because he'll keep going. And that could be itself dangerous. Fuck it, just trade everything. It favors me still. So now we can trade even more. I mean, it removes any level of thought that you really have to do because you get to, you know, just whittle it down. Both players sort of consent in a way. It's like when GM sort of consent to a troll style of play where it's like, oh, haha, we're going to trade everything, or no, we're gonna just move back and forth and get a threefold repetition. It's like, you know what I mean? So I could, even if he brings his rook, I could bring my rook, and then it's like He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. So now you're threatening there, but it doesn't do anything until you're ready to... But then he'll bring that cheeky thing. You go to here, I guess, which is not a very good move. But I'll still do it. So if he takes, I can simply take back. If he brings rook, I take, he takes, but then I still take. Right? He won't be able to take my bishop. And even if he could, my rook's obviously better. Come on. We shouldn't try to push it like, oh, we're going to go back to 1620. But I mean, it's just a matter of effort at the stage. I'm not seeing anything that's like really, you know, too indestructive happening here. But I don't know. So that's okay, I guess. So now he wouldn't have any meaningful threat on me anyway. So if I decided to do this, you could, I don't know. I want to do this just so the rook can actually move. So that would have opened up, you know, he could give a check there, and it wouldn't be a mate or anything still, but it would have been kind of a cute little move that maybe he could have done. So we bring this here for no real good reason, aside from just, oh, you know, whatever. So we had expected that from before. But now his threats have still sort of evaporated a little bit. And so now... that is still a little bit worrisome, to be sure. If you can somehow do something with the rook, or if you can bring that back to like the light square here, we'd still have to account for this, which we might not even be able to cover. So you might have to go here, because you go here, then I can't go there, right? Because you just take, and I can't go there because you take, so I actually can't cover that anymore. So queen to g4 could be a very good move. I raise the pawn, then you try to find some other way. Oh, wow. You can go like this if you really feel like... seems kind of dumb. But if I go here, then you go here. And then I just can't do anything. Or I can, because I could go here again. Or if I go here, then you go there, but you can't. I think this should still be fine. Because now you're looking at this move, and I don't have to react to it directly. I can go here now, because you're no longer covering that particular diagonal. You could bring this here first, and then do that. But then, I don't know. I wish I could use the actual rook itself. That'd be kind of good. Or, I mean... I don't know. Or if I could trade these off. I mean, obviously his light square diagonal is very strong here. I don't really know how I'm supposed to do anything here. You could take this, which... no, you can't. It's kind of irritating because I just can't do anything. I literally cannot move there. How did these claustrophobic, annoying shit positions keep happening? Like, I don't get it. He'll go like that, and then it's fine. Because if he takes... if he goes there... it just creates too many problems, I guess. If I could just fucking do something with this, man. If he takes, I also take, so that's fine. His real goal is to go there, then he'll go there. And I just can't do anything about it, I guess, so forget it. Really makes no fucking sense to me, but okay, dude. So now you can't even do anything because if you take, I still could take with the queen, potentially. If you go here, then he can unleash into like a check. But even the no, he go like there then. You can go here, but he'll unleash. You can go here, but he'll give a check. But I think he'll have to drop a threat, even if he does give a check. So then you're still adequately covered here, maybe. You just have to keep vacillating back and forth between these two. Doesn't even still seem like that bad of a spot, but it's like I'm completely passive here. I'm not going to Like this light square bishop for me was such a clown show because I just couldn't do anything with it. So now at this stage, you could probably sack something because then you'll go mate. Or it maybe still won't be mate, but it's something close to it. Like take, then check. So you can no longer cover onto there. So the problem is that you basically just can't do anything at all. I can't believe this, bro. That's unbelievable, bro. I just don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get it. Like we effectively traded for that, but you can probably still just fucking mate me. Some of these things I just don't understand. At least if I don't lose anything else in the process, but it's probably too easy for him just to mate me. Like we're only -5. We can figure out a situation like this still, but it's just not gonna happen. You'll go here. That's a real problem. It's not the net amount that you're down by. It's the fact that it just balloons into something else altogether. You can just mate me there. Just do it. Bro. I just can't believe what I'm witnessing right now. Like, I cannot believe it. This is really... It is like I'm deliberately trying to do it. Like, I'm just sick of doing this. There's only one way to do it, and I know what that is, and I just don't want to, so... Even though, again, I would keep saying that has nothing to do with it, but that's all there is. Like, why even bother? So last move, orange. Okay, let's do one more then. I don't care. Like, what am I proving by doing this anyway? Aside from just, again, a lack of effort that I just don't really care enough. GG board. Green is the background, but that's not for here. Habsburg pieces or whatever working with analysis and puzzle, and apparently with games too. You're not giving yourself enough credit, or maybe that just goes without saying. So the chess board is going to be Fritz blue, I think I just did. So Fritz dark green. And then we get to do one towards the bottom here, which I completely have forgotten probably again. It's going to be last move orange, and we had done Lichess Plus, right? We had done that, so now we'll do this one, which is pretty nice, which is not the set, or it is the set. Lichess Cube Beta. But that's the problem, is it does the set shit too. Marble board is obviously not it. Gray board, light board, Magnus Ave, maple board, marble board, marble board. All these things are too. Oh, why did I think this one didn't work? I love ones like this. This is so awesome, and I like this one because I saw like the picture for it, but it didn't actually work at all. Mr. Pickle. I love these ones that are just like a normal set, even though that set is different than most of these, right? It's like Mutual Berserkers team. Okay, I don't know what that is. You know, pieces. So yeah, we might be out of the themes actually. New join button. That's probably not going to be relevant here. Not even saying some of those don't work, but new stove for the join. Don't care. No, the chest check highlight. I'm going to assume that that's going to work. It'll force me to actually pay attention, but I mean, I never do that anyway, so. So you go here. Go ahead and do the same thing, bring this out. If I win 2, this could still get me there, but I don't want to rush it either necessarily. Let me just do until this set dies, I guess. You do this first. If you target this, you go this. If you do that, you do this. I'm just gonna talk less or something. Not that I can blame that at all, but it's just kind of dumb what I've had to deal with here. Like, the way that some of these games are going is actually stunning to me, too, because it's like, I don't know, it just doesn't feel right. But it's just because I don't know what I'm doing either. So you go there. Now, of course, I'll lose the game because of that, because it was all part of his plan, because it's not possible for him to blunder a pawn. It's literally, factually, objectively impossible for a 1509 to blunder a pawn. They can't do it. Now, in before mate and 10 sequence that opened up because of it. Actually, how chess works, by the way. So this is going to just be annoying to do whatever I do with it. Block my own stupid ass diagonal. You got to deal with something here. This is a song that I don't even remember from the show at all. It's This Is Personal. There's like a playlist that has like all the Red John specific songs in it, actually. But that one's kind of cute. So what you can do here is you can double attack this, which is still a moot point because of the stupid ass queen. But for the time being, it's okay. Now he's going to bring in some sort of a mating, sacking, stupid ass threat. And so you're able to basically, I don't know, basically try to trade or some dumb shit. This is a nice threat, but if I had any sort of brains to be able to add to it, I'd be pretty happy with that, but I just can't. Almost makes me just want to do this. He would take, I would take, and it's satisfactory. If he doesn't do it, then I obviously take anyway. So that at least gets rid of one potential threat. I never thought I'd be so eager to trade for the fucking thing, but this is obviously under threat. Go ahead, take this stupid ass pawn. What else does that open up? He'll sack a piece. He'll sack a rook. I'll take. Then he'll be able to mate my dumbass, I guess. All part of his plan. Actually, it looks like a kind of scenario where sacking would be good, though. So I picked up a couple little dinky pawns, not really doing much for me. But you get to whatever. Keep an eye on this. I was like, I could just move this anywhere I want, and then I can take the stupid ass thing. Because you could, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, and then I would still take, right? I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. So I'm going to take my chance for that. Because it seems like a fluid sequence, but it's actually not because of this stupid ass knight. Right? Because of this fact that it's uncovered. So I knew exactly what I was doing. And it went exactly as planned, except for one element. Where he's going to obviously win a pawn here still, but it's still okay. So we're still +2. He gets either pawn that he wants. This one probably makes more sense, but he doesn't actually do it. We go ahead, we do this, but we can't. Go ahead, give a nice little check. Also threatening this stupid ass pawn here. So we're in a very comfortable spot here. So all we have to do is basically figure a way to adequately cover these. This is already covered. So let's just go like this. And so everything's fine. We don't have another ancillary threat for that. If he tries to bring that, I simply take. But no, I would rather do a cheeky threat like that, but it just isn't going to happen either. Yeah, I love that. When a show will make like one of its best songs, it only plays it like once in the whole fucking show. Or it doesn't even use it at all. So now here, you wouldn't have anything you can do with that. Just go like this, I guess. I don't even know what I'm doing, but then you'll block the cover from there. Damn it. You can't move this one, so if only I could attack it, somehow that would be good, but I just can't. Like, for now, it's okay, because you can't actually take that, because you're still pinned. But then if I move this too far, then you'll be in a position where you're basically able to take this. So I have to be wary of that idea as well. Can we just do this, bro? Like, I've had enough of you. Now, you lose the pin and you lose the pawn. Because I'm a bit of a dumb clown, as you can obviously tell. But sometimes I just get so sick of a position that I have to accept that. Honestly. So he'll go like here or something. I'll just try to do this. I don't know why, but we got a nice little pass pawn. He doesn't have one. So again, my advantages evaporate, but due to my lack of interest in the game, that I don't really care enough about it. But it can't be helped, really. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You want to cover this piece, and then we're covering both of those. He's going to do something. He should have done something else on here, just try to double attack it. That can be a lot deadlier than what you really realize. So unless we move it into the crosshair of that, we should be actually fine, because now that'll give us another cover for here that we could potentially use. Shouldn't really be too worried about that, but it could have some relevance to it. Because like these can keep kind of marching together, and you're going to have two rooks on there, so how the fuck would you deal with that? Right, like it wouldn't affect what I'm doing, really. I can just take it and live with the result, and we're going to actually start threatening his shit now too. But these should be far more effective. He should have gone on the aggressive there. He kind of missed his chance. But yeah, my lack of effort actually is startling. It's unbelievable. Like, either somebody has to think they're better than what they are or something, but all he'd have to do is double attack the same one, like at a particular time, but I guess it's hard to predict exactly how that's going to happen. Right, like he set up the double attack, but then it ended up not working because he let me get in the other pawn too easily. So he sacks it, which is perfectly fine with me. I don't have to worry about that. And he still can't really stop this, but even if he could, it doesn't matter because... Okay. But now, oh, that only gave 4, though. I guess he was so much lower. So now we're in a position where I'd have to win multiple more, which I'm not going to do now. I'll play one more only. Let's just try to do what we can here. So no check highlight, Habsburg pieces, whatever you want to call it. And he's like semi-provisional, I think, because he lost 21. Give me like an actual proper matchup, 1561. I mean, I guess it doesn't have to be over 1600 because I'm not 1600 anymore either, but go here, just move it back. I don't give a shit. Or at least now, this is not a good move, but I'm at least satisfied with getting it out of the way, kind of. So now you have the double diagonal dinky thing with that. So you never take there. That's just rule number 1. You let him take, doesn't really matter. You go ahead, you develop this. You got knight covers knight. He's got the other cute little bishop play here. Doesn't really do anything. Kind of want to put it here, but it never ends up really materializing. That's the problem. Right? It doesn't actually ever do anything. Then you want to put it here. Then you have the cover there, potentially. Yeah, I almost just ignored that because I was so fixated on my own little development, but it's not like it'll let you, oh, it won't highlight the check, but it won't let you move anything else. It's not like shogi where it'll let you make an illegal move and then that turns into something else. So now this you could almost do like this, because if he pushes again, then I could raise the other one, because if he does this, I can't do anything about it. Or rather, I can. I could just take it with the knight for now, so he'll have to commit a little extra effort to this here still. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take, but I don't know. I would take, he would take, I would take, almost seems like this is good somehow, but it's probably not. You can block up my diagonal then too easily, or I can try to still eat it up. Like this. I would take, double take. He could take. Not really the best take here even, but then you're opening the rook, I guess, so it's not bad. So 92, this will give me like maybe 6, so we'll at least be knocking on the door of you know, maybe I should test one. I'll do one where I don't talk at all, just to see what it's like. So you go here, this should still effectively open the diagonal to some extent. That you're able to basically do this. And then he would take, I would take, or even that's still fine. Fuck it. Then we can go, whoa, he's overdoing this a little bit. So now we could double attack this one, which still wouldn't even really matter. He would take, I would take, or I would take, he would take, I still can't take, I'll still take. So now we have a bishop versus a knight, but again, the diagonal is pretty blocked off. There's not much we can do about that. But we'll just leave it here. But yeah, I like how quickly that converted in terms of that's like the nightmare thing now though, because I was relying on the knight to save me from it, and then I kind of forgot about it. It's amazing how much of a back and forth thing I do though when I get to, are you serious, bro? So now if he goes there, there's nothing I can do about that either. So fuck it, I'll just ignore it and go for this instead. If he takes, as long as you can't give it track and take it, which you be covered anyway. So you ignore that, just let him have it. There's nothing I can do about it. I mean, just nothing. If you go, oh shit. But you can easily just do that, no? It's not as bad as what you would think. So I'd be more than happy to take a trade, take, you know, whatever that threat is. It's amazing how they get that in that position so much, though. But yeah, if the queen couldn't do like that exact thing there, then you were basically screwed. You go ahead and do this where it can't even move. And then you go like this to let him take, and then I can take. So always exploit the weak liability that the knight is. You also have this random diagonal here that's not really doing fucking much of anything. So now at least the knight can move. And it'll even move so far as into a fork. But then you can take and therefore correct the fork. Right, you would take, check, then he addresses it. Then in that much time I can simply move away from it. So that whole diagonal point became moot because the fucking whatever, the way he did that was so weird. Like he ended up queenside castling. So you can't do that. Man, he's really fighting hard to keep that knight safe, but these pawns are gonna be fucked up, so even though it's a situation where you're up a pawn, it doesn't matter too much because of the simple fact that I don't know. Because of the simple fact that you're able to probably take that one pretty easily. Like, this isn't even an attempt to cover it, it's just kind of random. So you're attacking this one adequately, but it's apparently not adequate because you can just whatever. You're still covering it, I can't attack it again, or I'd have to bring the rook. Or we could do this one, and then this at least allows you to take here, potentially. Or no, you could take with the queen. But then I can potentially push you out of that diagonal as well. No, but if you take with the queen, then I take the knight. I love how I figure out my own strategy as I'm halfway through the move. I didn't realize what would happen with that. So now we'll take this, and then we'll take this. Oh! Okay, that will do it. Just have to remember to change the piece out next time, but there might not be a next time now. That's pretty much all I got. That was weird. I think I accidentally hit start streaming, which it didn't seem to appear on my page. I just checked, but that would be weird. I don't know what would even happen there, because I'm even using my mobile hotspot and shit. I mean, if I just had internet here, I wouldn't mind doing this part on stream too, although it might seem like too much, but that's kind of how I used to do it. Where how do you stop blundering? Just stop blundering. Just pay attention. Just actually look. But the lesson today is what we've realized over the last couple sessions is I haven't been paying attention and I haven't been trying. Even as hard as I was trying to get to 15, I was so motivated, and I did it in the course of a couple, basically a month. I went from 13 to 15, then even 15 to 16. Right? It doesn't seem like a big deal, but like I wanted to do it and I did it, and it's like we'll get back to that level of effort and I'll talk less. But we have to change the P set because I just lost with this one in before. I'm saying how much I have to take it seriously, and then my next set is going to be the biggest clown one ever. But let's look at, okay, first of all, this we want to abort or something because, or I guess you can't, but I don't want to make it look like I lost to Stockfish level 1. Like, no, I'll just beat this really quick, I guess. I'm not going to lose to Stockfish 1, but it won't let me abort, so what the fuck? You know what I mean? It'll still show up on my thing, and people won't understand the context of, like, how you know openings, dude? You're level 1. 1 isn't the highest, it's the lowest, right? This is like fucking correspondence dog shit, too. This is not an accurate representation of what 1 is. Oh, it kind of is then. Well, no, still, though. You're not going to actually trap it. I'm going to take it way too lightly, though, and make the exact mistake that I was still talking about. Or, I'm just going to fucking fuck around. Like, you should take now because you get to double take, but you really think I care. And maybe I should, but what is that? We'll beat this really quick. Then I want to look at one of my messages from Simply, the 2000 player that we keep having these little run-ins with. I don't know what the fuck that move. That's the kind of passive, stupid move that you would... so if he takes... Wait. Yeah, he just didn't even take back, even though it wasn't covered. Like, what the fuck is that? He's not threatening anything. You take with that. I can easily check. What the fuck? Okay, now it seems like level 1, but I mean, this is something that anybody with eyeballs can potentially see. So if you just open like a dark square thread, that could be very strong. Or if you would have just moved that, that would have been fine. So we pin it down. And then we, just get this out of the way. And so now you're double attacking there, which you can easily cover, but it's like, doesn't matter. You go to there, actually, mate, before I even see that that's what it is. I actually will analyze that too. I'll just inflate my stats by doing that, but I just started that to see the P set to make sure it worked properly, but somehow it wouldn't let me abort. I maybe made a move, or I don't know what happened. Okay, see, now that makes it look like, oh, I'm much better than what I am, but I'm at least much better than them. 71. Didn't even seem like they did that badly, but based on that, anyway. At 2000, no good place to be stuck. It's been good. Kind of shorter, though, because I don't have time these days before. I'm assuming he's talking about like, he's saying he's stuck at 2000. I don't think he's asked me to elaborate on that. Why is it good to be stuck at 2000? It's been good, kind of shorter, just talking about like the length of my streams and stuff, because I don't have time these days like before. Just busy with work and life things. And how about you? You get too many tournaments. There's a chance that if I go to a tournament, I could actually play him without even knowing it, because he lives kind of in the same state and the same general region, but not like super close. So now we got to change the set and take it seriously. Like I said, I'll talk a lot less too. These Habsburg pieces, Fritz board. This is getting very confusing now. So we're at H. That one. Hartwig's. Okay, dude. Okay. You want me to take it serious, huh? Look, bro. Look. What did I do to deserve this one? So Fritz Dark. There'd be something F, obviously, the chessboard. Where are the boards anyway? So we'd be up to F. FRI, obviously F. Ooh, wait, but that's not what it is. Wait, but I don't remember. No, we're not there yet, though. That looks fucking sick, dude. Holy shit. That's one of the coolest ones yet. No, we're at the chess board. I don't know where where it went. It would be Fritz Babingo. I think we already did. I'm actually not sure now. Fritz Pine. What was the one we just said? Fritz Pine. Fritz Dark. So Fritz Dark would be after blue. Okay, that makes sense. So this is the one. We've done a lot of ones that look like this, just sort of the wood of different shades, different colors, but it's not. Okay, so no. Let's check highlight. So let's see, LMNO. This is a little bit annoying to do sometimes, but these two seem to work pretty well. And I should almost make it like that, like I only get one chance per session to, wait, where is it? Oh, MN, I don't know, basing alphabet. No Lichess highlight. Check highlight. Old style Lichess, but see, this would be great. But the problem with it is the simple fact that you're not able to do it with just the board, or at least I don't know how. That's supposed to be a board. This is something else stupid. Orange board, Padre pieces, penguin chess. This one was kind of fun to use, actually. I hope that still works. You do a lot of Christmas themed ones around them, like we have the Christmas set, but it doesn't work with the board. All of these are fucking... You might say, why am I even clicking on them? But I guess R90. What, it like rotates the board 90 degrees? Which I couldn't handle really using, even if that's what it was, but now I'm kind of curious. Whatever. Fuck. I wish you could do this without having to go through that thing again. So it rotated the board 90 degrees, which I wouldn't even be able to tell if it did, because that is kind of cool, actually. Like, I'm not going to do it because that's going to fuck me up, but... Fuck. Maybe I should. I actually will. Never mind. It's because I'm too lazy to change it. So we rotated the board 90... Oh my god, dude. I can just rotate my browser 90 degrees to counter it. Fuck it. Fuck it. You want to do it to me like this? Do it to me like this. I don't care. So you normally go here. This is the king's... Wait. Oh, no, that's not... Wait, what's happening? What? What do you mean? It's not working. Okay, okay. I don't understand how that works, so we'll figure it out next time. So we'll just do without a theme, even that kind of breaks my format a little bit. We'll take here. I mean, everything kind of clearly represents how it moves to the extent that, you know, the bishop becomes a hard piece here to develop, and the reason why it does is because of the simple fact that you're able to not really do a whole lot. I don't know. I don't know why I'm even doing that. It's hard to focus when you're distracted by so many things. So rotating at 90 doesn't let you actually play on it, though. Or it seemed to bug out somehow. This seems like a reasonable option to take, though, because even if you can't go anywhere with it, the problem is this other fucking thing. I almost have to plan it here on this side of the board because he goes there, which he could have done, you know, any time. Trying to acquiesce to the knight quite a bit, but we maybe have to do this first. Like, I'm too slow with my development because it's like, I don't know. It has to be like too perfect. I won't just do it normally. Let me actually try to get that one to work again, but it doesn't seem to. It might work better with other things, like with this particular set or something, it won't work. So R90. So now if I was to click one of these, I don't understand. Whatever you're clicking is registering something else, so let me try to look for the next theme as we're even doing this, but it's probably not a good idea. I said I'd take it seriously too, but this set doesn't even bother me that much. If I can just find something, I want it to feel authentic, even though I already kind of fucked it up. Because that's a rare one that actually... Wait, where'd it go? What? Oh, it's still there. Okay, we have 8 minutes. We can do this. Just focus. Just find a fucking set. R90, rainbow. Oh, that's so cool, though, that it works with the set. That almost doesn't even make any sense. How would you recolor the chest arrows? Can you? Oh my god, why doesn't anything work? Okay, so show me what you want. Give it to me, anything. I don't care, dude. What is it normally? It's normally green. So give me this one. Fine. Do it then. Do it. So what do I do? I don't know. Let's just make our move. So you bring the bishop there. Everything is fine. Go ahead and castle. Fuck off, man. Why can't one of these actually just work? So stupid. So here you could just go back. He'll go there, and then I'll be already trapped. So I might have to go back. Wait a second. Oh my god. If I stay, he'll go here, right? But even if I go back, he'll go there, and then I can't do anything. So I almost have to go like this. As strange as that seems, then at least if you go here, you can do whatever else you want. I hate this, bro. Normally green, right-click color. What do you mean right-click? It's not working. So normally green, so make it like black. Oh, that is sick. That is sick. Okay, we want to fight for this one. So you can make it anything you want. Right, so we made it sort of almost black. So here, this is the queen moving, right? This is the queen. You're attacking into there, which I don't see like a really great option to do. This we could actually do, for whatever cheeky quality it has. Just to attack into the queen with the knight cover. He can't do any kind of pins or anything, so even if I trade for the knight, I guess I'd be generally okay with that. So this could sit here, but it actually can't. So I'm not sure what the Dark Square Bishop is going to do either here in this whole game. That's actually even better, because I was questioning that. Like, do I really want to trade it for a... whatever. We're in a good position. We got the arrows working. We got the set. We got the board. Everything's good. Let's make this one last. Get back to at least 16. Problem is here, if I go like this, it's going to give him a passed pawn, right? Potentially. And so I cannot allow. This is going to be problematic because there's really nothing I can do about that. Even going here is just asking to get pushed around, so I might have to just wait. At least now, if you do it, then I could take that. So it might give you incentive to go for it because there is no light square threat. Even if there was, you're blocking that pretty well. So you get this V-shaped structure. So let's go for this. If he takes with the en passant, I take the bishop. Well, if he takes with the queen, I can take back. If he takes with the en passant, then I'm in a position to take the bishop. But the problem is, he would have already took. He would have already took and attacked the stupid-ass knight. But then I could take... It should be fine either scenario, but it just looks weird. Right, because you could already take that, either with the knight or the rook. How many has he played? He's played 3,000 plus games. Alright, so this is more than adequately covered, so that's not even an issue. The problem is that didn't do what I thought it would do because you... I don't know. Let's just do this for the aesthetic pawn structure, which sometimes either those are my worst moves or it's the ones that are like trying to just fiend for a trade and just go for it. Kind of like what I did there. But at least I was attacking the queen in the process, so it's kind of like a pin, but I'm pinning a knight. That doesn't even matter in that scenario. If I do this, he'll simply take there, but if I don't... This is what I don't like. Or no, I guess if he takes, then I can just put this here, and then we're in great shape. Right, and then if he keeps going, that's fine too. So I'm kind of happy with the structure overall. So we can set up for a deeper threat of the double diagonal, potentially even if he does cover that. So now if this pawn ever moves, the knight is still fucking a liability. But we could theoretically double take that, or even if he moves this and this, then you take there. For the guy who doesn't like to use arrows, you know, this will be a really interesting cosmetic. Every game I could do a different color, too. That would assume that I'm winning every game, because whatever. We're going to be almost up to our 1,000th rapid game, which is kind of... Oh, we're over it. I didn't realize. That's kind of sad. I wonder what one it was. It was probably my last win, which probably lost like 5 in a row. But you take, I take and get like an Octopus Knight, which is actually legit, even though you could easily push it out with a fucking thing. If I just move this, right, you'd be in great shape. The problem is there is no such square to which you can ever move it because it sucks. That's just the sad part. We can go here and we can like attack it, which doesn't allow him to still take because there's only one attacker on there. So I'm threatening the bishop. I can't talk right now. I even said I would talk less this game. You know, that's one of those fiend for trade type moves, but I don't see any way that he can punish it. The rook would be covered here. The knight is not covered, but he can't really do anything to my pawn. And then if he takes, then I still take. We have the double take potential there. Like, we have these threats sort of sitting and lying in wait, so whatever they do, I don't know. If he takes, I lose that ability to do that, but he wouldn't just do that. So, like, I would have got, like, an Octopus Knight, but I don't really care right now. So if you just, got to think about all his possibilities, just got to calculate more. I was obviously doing something better for a while there, because I was able to at least play at a consistent level, right? Like, you're not just blundering pieces and hanging pieces like I've been doing the last couple games, where you're able to actually focus and just look at what's happening. Something should have opened up because of that, even the ability to keep pushing this in an annoying way, and guarantee the take on it, because there's only one square that he can go. No, he can go back. If this moves, I could easily take, but the problem is this stupid-ass knight. Nothing else really seems to open up. The problem there is, of course, the knight, as always, is a liability, because you get to... For fuck's sake, bro. So what you can do now is you can try to figure a way to push this now, and then he can't take, but then he could set up to probably easily take. If he just moves his own knight, then he could like double take on there, take. I'm not very good at actually using the arrows. I just rather do it with the mouse. So if you move this one, I take, but the problem is then you take, and it's like, okay, so he's doing exactly what I thought. But it is double covered. Oh no, it's double covered, but it's triple attacked. That part I maybe didn't think about. You can't really do a move like this. Or actually, wait, it's like quadruple attack now. How is that? Does that mean he could have just taken it before too? Because you were already... Oh no, you're not attacking with the bishop. Never mind. It's triple attacked. But see, you could sidestep it, and oh no, now it's only double attacked. But it would also be a case where you would be in a position where you're able to let's just do this to distract from what's happening, even though I don't like that. And it gives him a check too, so it's a stupid move. But then again, no, he'll take with the knight, because if he takes with the queen and gives a check, then it doesn't let him take here, because now you're giving up the one threat. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. So you take with the thing. You can't ignore the threat, nor can you take with the queen first. So you have to address that first. I gotta get back to my old self, like I would talk less in any context, whether doing commentary, gameplay. I would just talk about what's happening and be very direct and strategic, or like even in debates, I would like get to the point and do these short little logical razors and one-liners and sort of moderate stuff. And so the point is that you can block it with the Octopus Knight. And again, what? No, you can't, because I just said why you can't do that. But you got to do the same thing with chess. Like, you just get to the point of, okay, but you can just take it. But see, I didn't really think that through. So I got to get to that point. Like, I just say what my thought process is behind the move. This would have probably just been better because... But then again, he would be attacking that and pinning it, so it's hard to say. But this knight is very important to stay there right now. If this moves, I could double take there. Just remember that threat. That was not necessarily a good move, though, because whatever. Like, we were doing that just to distract from the threat on here that I couldn't stop, and I still can't stop it. So this is good advice for him. Like, don't forget about the threat that you just had. If you do it again, I still can't do anything about it. right? So I didn't get anything out of that. You could put this here now as a result of whatever, but I probably wouldn't because, I'm not going to want to pass up the trade opportunity. But this would be an Octopus Knight that would be actually pretty valuable. This almost looks like a gun or something, well, that's like extrapolating a little bit, but yeah, make an Americanized piece set where every piece is like a different kind of gun that everybody's, always stereotypes America with that. It's kind of just a lazy, stupid way to look at it. Okay, let's just focus. I don't see what he's going to do. I'll take the Octopus Knight. He doesn't take that. So now maybe I can do this because... No, but he can still do it. Like, there's nothing I can do. He could have taken it like a million times now, and I still can't do anything about it. So, like, what the fuck? I don't understand. And the least of all, I don't understand this. Like, you just simply can't fucking move it. I'll just take the Octopus Knight square, and I don't care. You could have taken the pawn a million times, so now you'll be like, oh, haha, I blundered the pawn. Like, what the fuck, man? Just do it. But then you're allowing... Okay. But he doesn't even see it. I love that, too. I identify a threat, but then I forget about it. Like, doesn't make any fucking sense, man. Now he could move this and then... Oh, my God. I can't do it, bro. Like, we already deserve to lose that because of that. And I'll just admit that I'm wrong for doing it because I gave up a fork, right? That I previously identified, like, the last move. What happens to me? Like, why don't I always try to do too much, but then again, I've been very defensive and conservative with my style of play the last year or so. Like, the last couple of years that I've come back, I started off trying to be offensive like a clown, but like I used to be. What? Was that a misclick or what? Might have been, which I certainly don't feel bad for. Let's go ahead and take there. That might be the only thing. That might be the only thing that he actually... only chance that I have because he misclicked something. But the point is that ultimately that's fine. You gotta just watch these stupid ass pieces that we have here. That knight especially is triggering me, but he gave us as good a chance as we're ever gonna get. You can't take anything here. I don't know what it is that I just don't I don't have the right mindset anymore. Not that I necessarily ever did in this whole experience. We haven't done so well as I expected, but come on. Even now, they'll give you so many chances, though. Like, I don't want the chances. Like, I want you to punish me for my clown behavior. And if you do that, then I feel like, okay, you at least, I don't know. If you keep going with that, I mean, that's already a passed pawn, but you are down -2, and I'm sure he meant to, like, try to do a take back there, but he didn't because of the, whatever. So whatever you do with the knight, I can always just take it. So it's not a concern. You push this all the way, take, can't take, or I take here. If you go here, I take there. I don't even know that I would necessarily win this kind of thing. I don't know what to do, even. This knight cannot fucking move. Like, that's all it is. This knight legitimately, objectively cannot move in the game. And you're gonna get fucking forked here somehow, like this. If you just, whatever. You don't even need the queen here. Like, you can just do whatever you want. There's gonna be nowhere that it can actually go, bruh. Could theoretically try to go there, but it's just not gonna be a thing that you can do. So he's setting up for the fork. I don't know what I'm doing. I couldn't tell you at all, but we'll end up putting the queen in some weird spot where I get trapped or whatever. So now if you go here, I can finally move it, I guess, but still to probably a suboptimal spot. And again, people would always say, oh, it's my misuse of the knight that does me in, but it's actually the knight itself, because I misuse every other piece too, arguably, and it doesn't do the same thing. So I'll still struggle to win this, and I'll gladly take a draw, or that's where time comes in as the equalizing factor. Every game is a draw if it wasn't for time, so ever played by everyone at every level. But he somehow gave some of the time back to me. Remember the first few minutes where I was fucking around with the piece sets and trying to get the color of the arrows to change? And then, of course, he misclicked something, but I don't care. But no, I should have seen the fork because I gave him the fork. And so I should almost feel bad. This is like when Red John saves Patrick Jane's life so many times, and then when Jane's about to kill him, it's like I don't even feel like Jane deserves it. Like, I don't deserve this because I should recognize that he blundered the... Well, if it's a genuine mistake, that's different. But if I choose to save your life or something, right, then I feel like it's something else. So this probably wouldn't even benefit me. You certainly shouldn't do it when you're up material, but... Or even when you're up time, because it's like... Now it'll make it easier for him to figure everything out. I'm surprised he's even being so slow. Let's give him that 15 seconds too. Just to equalize that out of a sense of honor there. So the knight comes into there, so we could go here, but then otherwise it opens up a fork opportunity. Uh-oh. I'm actually having a little bit of trouble with this because he comes into there... Oh my god, what's happening? He'll give the check, and I just move, so I don't really see what the big deal if it is. There probably is a big deal, but I just can't see it. There's no fork play. Okay, I saw that, but so what? Like, what do you do with it now? You give a check, but I can still take? What does the queen do? I don't understand. It'll go in like that or something. You should be able to do like this and just try to kill it. Right? Like, there's nothing... Even if you go here and it's like, oh no, I could either just do the trade or I could just... Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Just do it, just do it. And the problem is you can just leave the threat there and then go like that or something. Is there nothing, Oh no, I blundered my bishop. And then I take your fucking stupid ass queen. How about that? Typical low time control sort of move that you would make there, which you can still take this, give it check, and probably do some crazy wonky royal fork type shit, but not really. You go there, you can take the rook. I should just worry about time now. You take there, you take there. Okay, now there should be nothing you can do. You potentially take this, although he probably won't let me. I mean, look, dude, you obviously deserve to win, and you would have won, and you should have won, but you just blundered the fucking stupid-ass thing. But no, it's not even blunder, it's like a misclick. Like, he had just a basic trade, and he just didn't do it. Yeah, let's change the... This is one, like, cosmetic within a cosmetic. We can change the color of this. And a couple of these other things did have settings, but I didn't understand how to use them, so... Right-click color. I don't understand what the right-click means, though. Shift plus right-click color. Normally, I don't know what that means, though, like... Oh, I get it. Like, those are the functions on the site. We did that. Let's do, like, red. Blood red over here. Ooh, this is actually awesome, though, the amount of variety you would have here. I make a blunder there, but it doesn't matter. Like, let's look at the game up to that point, despite the fact that I was at a time disadvantage because of my own clown behavior with the set and stuff. That's a mistake, but, like, what am I... Okay, you're supposed to go like this and give him a passed pawn that I can't take. Yes, but you're still giving it up, dude. What the fuck? I guess the knights are just so shitty that you can live with the fact that that's a de facto trade even still. Wait, what happened? Oh, we just went to the end of some hypothetical line here that we obviously didn't play because we're just too bad. So this was obviously a dominating position for him. That's giving up a fork, but it's not actually giving up a fork. And the reason why, like, what does it do? Oh, now you'd have a protected fork. What? Oh my god, you'd have a royal fork into that trade, of course. It's a normal thing that you should be seeing. I'm supposed to go here and do... Wait, what does that do, though? Oh, you're forking the... Okay, I didn't see that either. What the engine will often do that's kind of instructive, although it's not the sort of way that you should probably play, is the fact that it'll make like these really aggressive moves when I'm in a position and I'm sort of pushed back and I'm like, I don't know what to do and I'm kind of scared of what their threat is. It just ignores the threat and poses its own threat. But the problem is I don't have those kind of balls of steel confidence to be able to do that, for the simple fact that you're not going to be good enough to follow up the threat or really make it credible. So you can kind of bluff them out a bit, but it's still not that good necessarily. Okay, let's try a maximum effort game, and I won't use that beginning being distracted as an excuse either, because we missed a lot of things throughout the game. That sort of shows you my defensive style that I sometimes go for, right? But it doesn't work because I couldn't squeeze out enough. Like, he would have won if he almost still came up with some pretty good threats, and then he started to struggle on time. Right, so we just got to focus on the position. Let's see what we got. Just worry about the fork, worry about the thing. The pin. Worry about the bishop safety here. Right, so the one thing... Okay, that's typically a move that I think is good to do. Right, even though it opens the potential rook threat to you, I'm pretty sure the engine always tells me to do it. So just watch this pawn. You want to go like this. Okay. I almost feel better. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. I almost feel better about doing this, so he can break up the center at least. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take, and attack the rook, and he can't cover with that. This kind of creates an awkward thing for him. You could go like this, I guess. He would take, I would take, and I'd still be attacking there, but this is not the sort of thing that you should do, really. I don't know. Like, what is this, bro? What the fuck is this? What kind of moves are these, bro? Like, he has a threat. The one thing you can't do is you can't give him the H file. You cannot do it. You cannot do it. You can do this, and then it's covered. Like, it's double covered, so just leave it. But then he'll keep pushing it like the clown that he is. It would have given me... Oh, my God. It would have given me, like, free development for the thing. But can I just not do this right now? Like, what is this style of play, bro? But I should be able to punish it. So whatever he does, I want to trade, like, almost the queen. What the fuck, man? I don't know. I'm not supposed to take, obviously, but if I don't... Fuck it. I'll just deal with it. Defensive style of play again. Do it. I'll just wait there, and then how's he gonna attack it? Fuck you. Like, I have to go here, and then his... How does he still come in to attack this is the question. It's not as obvious as you'd think, but let's see how this expert brain of his fucking works, because it makes no sense how he's fucking playing this. I don't understand what just happened, but you're right to make mistakes when you do these kind of things. And what you maybe have the capability to do also is something like this to try to... You could try to basically double attack it, but it's very difficult for me to do that. In fact, I could just take it. What am I thinking? I could take it the whole time, and it doesn't matter because... What's that? Yeah, it was a failure on both ends. Now, maybe he still has a threat, but like it's effectively the same thing. You could use this the same way that you're using the pawn. You could take... It's just frustrating to see people play like this. I don't know. I'm up enough material to kind of fuck around a little bit with this position, but I don't know how to do it. It's like you should always be thinking to attack somehow, but my problem is I don't know how to do that, right? Like, I have no notion of what you would do here, ever. You would have some kind of threat there. I don't fucking know what I'm doing. I hate these kind of things, man. You're still covering that. I just don't know, man. I just don't know. You try to take there, I guess. But that is often the solution. That's almost what you learn from the engine, is the capability to basically say like, okay, we're going to ignore the threat that they're posing and just pose my own. That was good, quick on his part. I just can't figure out even what to do here though. Like there's nothing, just nothing. It's so frustrating. Like you would think you should get something out of it when you should get something out of it when you do something here. Like, okay, but what does that open up that you can really do after the fact? And the answer is there isn't much, right? But I don't want to allow these knights to come in here, but thankfully they don't have a thing to anchor on. Like they don't have they don't have like a knight, a pawn to anchor on. So if you go here, I take. If you take, I just have to stop. Oh, this is gonna be the thing. Okay, so all you would have to really do is cover it from here. Although I must admit that was at least a credible threat that I almost just didn't even understand. So you cover it with the queen. He's done this like twice where it seems like I don't have a cover, but the cover is right there. Like even when he pushed the pawn all the way, I had the knight attacking it the whole time, so it came to the rescue as much as I should talk the knight. It had my back. But like, how do you play like this? You play so fast, so aggressive. Like, I don't know. What do you think this is, bro? Not even that. Oh, I think I'm so good, but like, what? I'm not even doing anything. It's like he's dictating the whole pace of the game, and it's like, what are you doing, bro? So you don't want to necessarily do that. I mean, I kind of want to just because I like to pick on the knight, but you can cover this more than adequately, right? No matter what you do. But I should try to attack this side, but I won't be able to. I still am completely at a loss. Like, I could never come up with an attack in the game of chess to save my life. I just can't do it. Like, there's no. Attacking is just impossible to do. You can't do it. Don't even try. Like, just forget it. I'm actually going to do that. Like, we'll defend all the way, but it'll leave some opening for later for him, right? Just stupid. You go here, I take. Anywhere you go, I take. And this knight is adequately covered. So we're treating the knight like a pawn, you see, where we just kind of let it sit there. And I could even afford to do that because I'm up by enough to let that happen. So this you would just take there, which I don't want to allow that either. I must confess, like, I genuinely have no idea what to do here. Like, it's the most annoying shit. You go here, I don't fucking know, man. It just doesn't matter. Like, nothing's happening. You get sort of almost bored here where it's just like, I don't know, at least the queen can move now. So if you go like there, I could take, and you still can't take there, right? Because I would take back with that. This is still covered by the bishop. And you don't really need it there, but I also don't know where I'm trying to go with it necessarily. So when I make these overextended moves, it's not going to be good. You don't have to move it. The piece that might get taken here is this. I'm actually going to go for this. I don't care. No, but no, he can't do that, though. You almost can't go anywhere, but probably not a good move, but I can't figure out what would be. So you have adequate cover there. It's like he knew I was going to do that, too. And just kind of keep going with it, maybe? I don't know. Try to copy his attacking style. Just push the pawn like a clown towards the thing. Towards the queen. Or towards the king side, whatever. So you don't need that cover necessarily anymore. But there's a bait play here, but there's not because the queen would still be covering it. Right, there should be nothing else you can do. It's like, oh no, you put it here, and then if I take with the rook, you mate me, but if I just take with the queen, you're fine. Like, it's nothing to worry about. He pushes there. I could, like, double take with the thing, with the knight, if I wanted to. I don't see what that would really open up for him, but I'm not always that perceptive of doing it either. How did that open that? That had nothing to do with it. You could have done that anyway, couldn't you? So you'll unleash this, but not into a check or a threat on the queen. Right, so even as... No, but the thing is, it will be... Okay, but we can do this then. How about that? You can do whatever you want with the knight, but then I'll still take. So whatever you do, I could still take with the queen. Right, because you'd be posing another threat there. Of course, though, this guy's going to be sacking pieces left and right, and it's like, I shouldn't judge these people too harshly, though, because everyone gets to the same point in a different way. It's like, somehow, I don't know. You could take there, which is pretty bad to allow that, but there's not much I can do about it. Or you could go like here then. The queen's not really doing a whole lot, even. So... If you take that, I can take back. If you take the pawn, I can take back. So it's still okay. I don't know what to tell you, man. You take, I take, you take... Wait, what? Okay, I still had enough of a cushion material-wise to do that. Maybe if you took your time a little more, you could actually beat me, but... You can take for free, because I don't understand this position. I just don't get it, so that's fine. As long as you can't do anything too damaging beyond that, which hopefully you shouldn't be able to do, but I can't figure it out. You'll attack from there, and then I will be able to take. Right, so... I don't know what's happening, but okay. My time is very low, and of course I didn't use... Not only did I not use my piece advantage, it almost didn't feel like I had one, because I let this get stuck there the whole time. This is a real downgrade for the rook. It's literally a fucking block. Just a square. Like, what a invented thing. But I guess it's to try to show you how it moves, but even then it should be more thin. Or it should be like a cross, basically. I don't know. You could double take on here. That'd be fine. No. Okay, I've had just about enough of this, bro. Like, I can't do it. Oh, I forgot that too, but he didn't even take advantage of it. This rook's not really doing a whole lot either. He's gonna take there. Oh, Lord. Oh, come on, bro. Like, I can't keep doing this shit all day. What are you doing, man? What are you doing? I don't know. What am I supposed to do? I'll go here. I don't know what's happening anymore, so... I'm so tilted. Like, these games just tilt the shit out of me. Okay, just take this. Let the other knight come in. I don't fucking care. You go here. Doesn't matter. Nothing matters. You can take this potentially. So if he addresses the thing, then I can take this, which is still questionable. He checks in the back rank. Which he can't even really do. Or he covers there. I would love to do this, but he's going to punish me for it somehow. I can't do it, man. I can't do it. I can't. Like, what do you want? What do you expect me to do, man? It's too hard. Like, what is this? What is this, bro? What? I don't care. I don't care. I give up. I give up. I'm not going to play anymore. What is this, man? What was this game? What the fuck was that? Like, how do you play like that? I don't care. I don't care. It makes no sense. Just do whatever you want. He still can't fucking figure out exactly how to do it, but... You can check on the back rank. I can come back. You can just take. I'll take with the king. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. I just don't know what to tell you. He can just take. Okay. No, that one I have real issues with that one because he's an offensive genius, the likes of which we haven't seen. And I'm sure he made mistakes, and I mean he obviously did make mistakes, but I can't deal with that. I mean, in a classical game maybe, but I don't know what it is. Like, what is it that I'm supposed to learn from that? I don't understand. I don't get it. This is the kind of game you should study, but then you should realize that you're probably not going to see this sort of thing too often, but you sometimes do. So this is more, you're supposed to go like this, which doesn't seem to have anything really to do with the position. Like, what was his next move if I go here? You go here. So what the fuck does this have to do with it? Okay, we'll move on to the next set, but I basically should almost just stop because this is not looking too good for me. Like, I don't understand. Like, what? Okay, what do you want me to do? You take here, but then you go here like I thought you would, I think, right? And then you just deal with it because you're the engine and you can do that. And just try to promote a pass pawn because, like, fuck it, dude. Like, see, you're the aggressor as white, you see? Even though he's fucking loaded up and doing all kinds of crazy crap, you're the aggressor and you just don't give a shit. Why the fuck would you exchange rooks there in that weird way? Like, they both kind of let a rook go for a pawn. So why can't you do that? What? But why do you have to do that? What kind of position is this, man? Okay, let's go to the next one. We lose the little sexy arrows that I didn't really use there. That one I can kind of accept because, I mean, look, I do consider myself a defensive player, but it takes me a while to do that. So wait a second. Oh no, this was different. I was gonna say it seems like the same one. So it was Hartwig, Fritz Pine, and Lichess arrows. I should just go find them first, and then I can always uncheck these later. But then you won't know whether they work or not. Alright, so what would be after Fritz Pine? That one was very strange to me, but okay, Fritz Pine would be obviously Fritz Teak is going to be another very similar, brown kind of board that you're not going to really understand. Then you got Hartwig set. So now we got, it's just H straight up. So where are we? This one, oh my god. Because we had done that one before. Hashtag, I mean, it maybe is clown level enough to match my level of play here, but the recolor arrows would be the next one. So we got to look for a theme, which again, we're almost out of those. So I don't know whether I want to go to the next one or not. Like to remove Lichess dark theme, icon dark theme. I don't know what that means. Like, maybe we have to choose dark theme if we aren't already there. Or where is that? Oh, fuck. Background is dark. I don't get it. And even that kind of changed the way it looked, like something shrunk in or something. But that doesn't seem to be working. So we'll go on to the next one. Remove Lichess theme or whatever it's called. Lichess icon dark theme. Some other piece set, Royale, Russian piece set, SCA1. Like, what do these things do, man? You gotta actually just fucking look it up here because you'll never know otherwise. Yeah, that really tells me exactly what it is. Like, what the fuck? Scale animating. What does that mean? I don't understand. Is it something that you might be able to figure out from here? Oh, it's like gonna give you motion sickness. I see. I assume at least that's what it is. I mean, it's a cool effect, but it's happening for kind of like no reason, right? Like, there's no context to it. Let me look at this board for a second. I don't mind even doing this, but I should probably focus a little more still on what I'm doing. Yeah, this is clearly not going to make it any harder. This is the real challenge of it. So you got, I don't know what I don't know what I have. Let's just play. Gotta go on a crazy win streak with this one because I don't care. I don't even know whether I'm white or not, but see, I know opening so well that it doesn't matter. He's already playing badly, making whimsical, stupid moves. So if you go to there, then it discourages me from moving the bishop. Right? And so I don't know exactly what you do with that. To the extent that you go there. Okay, that's fine too. You can go here, and then you put like the queen there. But it's also covered by the bishop. But it doesn't matter because what happens is you put this here, and then you would take, and then I can't take back. But I mean, I don't know what else you would do. Because you could almost force me to. You could have almost forced me to do it. You give a check, and then what can I do? Like, I don't even understand. I want to castle, but I can't figure out how to castle, honestly. If he just gave a check there, I think I would have been screwed. Right, but he didn't. These are knights, right? I'm kind of losing track of what I have even. This is good, but I can't do it because of this. So let's just wait. So he has a little knight over here that looks like, yeah, that's exactly what the knights do for me. They put me to fucking sleep with how shitty they are. So here you don't actually have a cover for it, so I don't know what I'm thinking. This is a little bit confusing, eh? You could almost do it now or you bring it back, but I think they had a lot of opportunities in the opening, but I guess we can't worry about it too much. Like, they didn't take it, so it's okay. Now you can go here and, like, let's say you attack something of significance, which of course it's the knight that we're talking about, so of course you can't do that. But if it was actually a hypothetically good piece, it's fucking up kind of the dimensions of this too. Oh god. But I am impressed that some of these even work with that, like, you know what I mean? Like, that it would work at all with any particular set or something. So here you attack the thing and you go there. So it's pretty simple what you have to do. And beyond that, you don't really have much going on. This is being attacked there. So if you double diagonal stacks, of course, everybody's an aggressive clown too. There's queenside castling and all this kind of crazy crap. So we open the darks for a bishop. It shouldn't have any unintended consequences, I don't think. But no, I'd like to see this opening back again and see how stupid it is because you probably, I think he had a lot of options in there. Now here a bad habit can sometimes be I push this side sort of too aggressively, but it kind of feels like the right thing to do. Or even if you go, okay, this is still fine though, because right, I would take and I would have the thing as the cover. It's kind of messing up my dimensions and stuff, but it's okay, I guess. So if you go here, you lose the cover on that. So I should almost do it like this, I guess. They're very fast, though. That's what I'm impressed by. You should be able to do this, because if you do simple mathematics, it would tell you that he would take, but then I would still take, right? Is that not correct? What is it that I could be missing there? I don't understand. You could take here, and that's perfectly fine. Like, I can live with that. But now you're giving me a chance to even come back further because you get to still come back and actually cover that. So now he's going to push the pawn even more aggressively. All I have to do is be a little more disciplined, and people wouldn't play like this in classical, so I guess that's part of my own fault for even doing this sort of thing. But you can go here. You're also threatening there. Not a very good move though, because you'll end up getting like trapped in there or something. End up always trying to do too much with this stupid ass knight. Like, this is not a good move because you're kind of just doing random stuff. Like, you're just trying to bait for the trade. Let's just keep pushing that one. How about that? He's pushing these pawns, but they almost have their limits with what they can do. We'll go here so that our next move could be just basically go like this. And then we'll basically lose this, but at least we have the cover of the This reminds me of like Who Framed Roger Rabbit or something. I don't even know what the fuck this set is. Or I hate when both sides are different too. Even with some of the sets that I like, I kind of dislike that. Now at least he can't do anything too crazy. Even if he raised that, I raise this. Right, I don't see anything much to it. You just don't want to let him push further than that. If I take, he simply takes back with the queen. If he takes now, he's going to have to put something there and then take. But even then, I could still take with the queen. I could still take with the queen, so I don't see it yet, but it could become a problem later. Or I could take with the rook as well. So you'd have to almost take that one. So now here we want to go like this. And the reason why we want to go like this is because we also have the knight. So if he takes, I take with the knight. He can't take back. Or rather, he'll be compelled to trade because we get to do this. Which I don't see anything crazy you could potentially do with that. So this looks dangerous, but it's really not because I can't do anything with threats. This is covered there still. This is being attacked. There's nothing really much that you can do with this though either. If I take, he simply takes back, so that's not really pertinent. Although I could do this, but it doesn't seem like a great idea. Seems like you're leaving a lot of stuff hanging. If he takes, I take, and then we're setting up for the double take. Nothing you can do to take either of these. That's sort of the pin play that you have here. You do have to be weary of that, though, because you get to, whatever. So where did he even go? It'll tell you here, 6. He's going to set up for the double stack, but before that happens... Oh, no, I can't even do it. I would take, he would take... I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. I'm kind of overdoing that threat in a way that I don't necessarily have to. So we're like off the board now. The trick is you gotta like not move stuff, I guess, because now it messes up the orientation. Like I don't know where this is anymore. It's on the dark square, but I think what's happening? Oh, it's like recorrects it or something. You're still covering there, and you could even do this because the dark square bishop can't do anything to me either, I guess. I'm pretty confused about this position, but we're still not in a bad spot. We just got to watch this, be careful not to move this. You are double attacking that, but see, this is not my place to really try to attack. So he moves up from there, so he's on e5. And so that's not really much of a concern to me. I don't really like where this is, but you can go here to try to attack there, right? And that is a pertinent threat to make. And the reason why it's a pertinent threat is because you have enough cover from the rook there presently to deal with the threats that you have available. And so you go e4 to take there, which he's not going to let me do, but at least he has to react to it somehow, and they're always on top of it. You could maybe go here, and then he can't double take, but it just seems weird. I don't know. Okay, I'm not too bad on time here, but if you go here, I could take with the thing. I could take with the rook. Because this rook already kind of isn't doing anything. So if you take, I take. If you take, I still take. This is adequately covered by that. This is whatever. This is necessary as a cover here, which I'm almost forgetting about a little bit. So we're doing fine. We're doing perfectly fine. He gives up the double stack. He brings the thing here. So that frees up my rook. But it doesn't necessarily matter, right? Because I can still just do this. I don't see why that's a problem. And then even what? I just move my queen away or something. Or I try to trade the queen in some capacity. Like, I take this. Then if you take this, then I take... I don't fucking know. So I wouldn't mind the queen trade at all. Everything else is still secure as far as I can tell. So I'm trying to force his hand there, but it's not the kind of thing you should probably even try to do. So this you could double attack now, but then he could always unleash this potentially and do something dangerous that would then allow him to take after the fact. Assuming this goes the way I think. What the fuck, man? If he takes, then I won't be able to necessarily take, so... Okay. He's double attacking there. Wait. No, but I'm double covering because I have the rook there in a very unusual spot. But that normally could get you in trouble because you'd be in a position where he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. But this normally wouldn't be there, so that would have been a bad thing, right? And if I'd gone there, he could have just took because I wouldn't have another cover after the fact. So what does that do, bruh? A5. Wait, what? Oh no, I'm thinking that's like a bishop. What the fuck is going on? So I can unleash this anywhere that I want, right? Like I'll unleash it here. And then if he takes it, but he'll give it check like the stupid ass clown that he is. I can live with that. I don't mind that. Okay, let's just get out of here. We got, you can't take with that one. You could just move this wherever you want, though. That's the whole beauty of it, right? But no, then he would take, I guess. Okay, fine. So let's just address that potential problem by just going back. And what that allows you to do is to not get checked at all then, too. Okay, it's not terrible, but my time is terrible. And again, I won't blame any of these cosmetics or something. It's just like... I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take something else. I don't know what's happening. He's not really doing a whole lot with those threats, though. That's the thing. He's still, we have adequate cover here. We go like this, and then he still takes, though, is the problem. This one is on whatever square that is. I don't know what it is. Can't do anything with that. I just don't get it. I don't understand. He's given up the double stack threat as well. He could take there, so now I have to move the king finally. Because that one wouldn't have had an adequate cover to it necessarily. And so now this is still covering on there. You pin it down to that. And so now you could sort of double stack attack this, double diagonal. I don't know if the queen was lost an impressive... I don't know if the queen lost some sort of necessary cover there, I mean. This is here, this is here. We double take on there, that'd be perfectly fine. Dark Silver Bishop's not really doing anything anyway. He's just not going to make like an obvious mistake though. Like we were fine, we're pretty evenly matched with this guy. But he's just simply too fast. Like I cannot deal with this, man. This 10-minute format is cancer because it always comes down to this. Why does this always have to be the way it goes? He's not bad, but it's just dumb. Okay, we should be fine now. I like how it even fucks up the nameplates and stuff. Okay, he goes to there. Okay, bro. I don't know. We'll go back to here again and try to attack it again. I don't care. It's just irritating. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. He's gonna attack this somehow, and I don't really care. You cover it from there too, so I can't do it. I don't know. We'll set it here for the time being, I guess, just because we can. He's gonna take there, but I still take. It's this weird rook position that's actually saving me because I'm not accounting for these kind of things, but it happens to be in the right spot to still protect for that. It's impossible. Like it's impossible to do anything. Period. You can do nothing. That's just how the game works. You can't do anything. Like you're just going back and forth, and he'll flag me because, like, what is this position? Like, okay, you're better than me, so beat me then. But he can't. But he'll just. I just have to pre-move everything, but I can't tell like where we're going, dude. You can't do anything with that. I'll never have enough attackers on there, actually. So stupid, these fucking people, man. This is covered, this is covered, this is attacked. You're not even threatening this at all. You can't do anything there. This is really an expert move, because what it does is it forces something to actually happen in the game of chess. And when you can actually do that, that's a really spectacular accomplishment, because it's a game that's seemingly designed to avoid anything ever happening. So, You know what I mean? It's really great. Like, I've had enough, dude. I've had enough. Just stop, please. Can't do anything with that. You can't do anything with this. We'll put this here, even though that's kind of still a dumb thing to do. We're kind of pushing that threat too much. We can always bring this back to here. I'm even praising this rook's position on the second row the whole game, but it's too much, dude. Give me a threefold repetition. I'm complaining about the position being stale and repetitive, so at least that should happen. If you can do something there, like, maybe I could have done it even. I would have took, he would have took, I would have took, he would have took, I would have no, I can't. But you can get the bishop in line with that, and you'd be in very good shape. He moved the bishop away. I'll bring that back again. And then we get to take here. Or I take this, then take this. Then if he takes. Whatever, it's kind of the same thing, but it's actually more valuable to do it this way. Okay, do go back. Give me a threefold repetition when you have the fucking thing. See, he doesn't know what to do either. So isn't that so fun? Like, I lost to a better player who has no idea what he's doing in the position, the same way that I don't have any idea, just because he's slightly faster. So, like, that's a legitimate form of it's a legitimate form of value still, but it doesn't mean that he's actually good or anything. Let's go like this, actually, so he might fall for some bait. Like, I'll go here, and he won't be smart enough to see it. Please just let me do it, or at least I should be able to give a check still, unless he brings the rook there specifically. I'll give a check, and then if he takes, I take back. Are you fucking serious? I don't know where I am anymore. I don't know if this is on the back rank or what. E2 still. E2, move the queen. Oh, please. Please. I can't do it, dude. Please, please, please. 3 seconds left. So stupid, this fucking game, dude. I'll just have to pre-move stuff now anyway. What do you want from me in the game, dude? What do you want? I don't know what you want. He can obviously take advantage of the fact that I'm pre-moving. Like, that's really instructive, bro. I should just move faster. I should just move faster, huh? You can go ahead. You can take it. I don't care. Okay. Alright. I'm not going to blame the cosmetic. I'm just saying, like, I don't know what to tell you. He's too fast. I mean, he's too fast. So just go play bullet, dude. It's fucking this Botez clown type style of play ruin chess, because people always perceive it here where white has the advantage, which is actually me. So I guess I can't complain about that. It's not even alligator tooth. It's like a Rocky Mountain fucking... It's a mountain range type of analysis, but I can't take advantage of it. Like, what is it that I'm supposed to be doing? We keep making blunders back and forth, but what is the answer to the blunder? What is it? Okay, that one at least. Wait, well, how does that work? What are these? I don't understand. What are these moves? Nothing's still happening. Now you finally take... I can't... I don't care. I don't care. Okay, let's move on to the next one. We're really tanking my rating away, though. Can I just get, like, a normal one, though? Because, I mean, again... It couldn't hurt. That's all I'll say. It couldn't hurt. So hashtag would be HD LeChess pieces. Okay, that one's pretty cute. Hartwig, so that would be obviously hashtag. Then LeChess board Fritz Teak. These Fritz ones have been pretty good. I won't deny it. LeChess board gold. Oh, beautiful. This is a beautiful combination. See, you get all these sexy things too, like that aren't necessarily meant to go together, but okay, so you got SCA1, which was what? The shaking crazy thing that's going to give you... I got to put a seizure warning on this video if I upload it. What is this? I have no idea. Sit Ellen. Whatever the fuck that means. Wait, this is like a different thing altogether. Is it meant to be like a shogi set or something? It doesn't seem like a theme at the very least. No, but see, this one's beautiful. I can't complain about this. Whatever this is, just HD. But it doesn't tell you like a specific set it's attributed to. So now we have, we were at SCA something something. Legend of Zelda one didn't seem to work particularly well. Or it's only the night, haha, because it's, you know, the knight's the only thing you get in there. You are a knight as Link, like your Epona is your only piece. Maybe that's a joke, but Star Wars piece said that'll be a long way away though. Still, maybe not at the fucking pace we're going though. SK1, okay, dude, slightly updated. That is only the outside thing. So what is SK1 supposed to be? SK1, it's some kind of weird 5D thing. The chessboard test 2. So what does it do though? Well, if it's a board, I guess it could be like a sideways type of board. SK1. So what does it do though? I think for obvious reasons, we probably couldn't do this one. Like what the fuck? Unless you like somehow. Oh my god, the ultimate fucking what is that one? Like the one where Peepo has like his mind blown on Twitch or something? That's the one where he's like, I don't know. It's like a moment for that. So wait a second. Well, why is this bugged out now? It's not. Okay. So this is fine. Something else seems wrong though. Did I? Whatever. This is a very beautiful set, very beautiful board. So let's try to make this one actually last. So we got the chess HD, the chessboard gold, slightly updated is obviously the background. Yeah, chess is the ultimate fragile ego sort of weird flex type of thing that people don't realize, like how much time they put into it to, like whatever, even the amount of time I put in, like I'm objective about that. Like that would make it completely unimpressive no matter how far I got. I should have gotten a lot farther even, in this amount of time. That is one good standard though. See, like he's played more than me, so he should be better, but it doesn't matter really. Okay, we go ahead, we do this, but the question raised there is then the one of the Lightspeed Bishop. What does the Lightspeed Bishop do if you do that? Like, I would want it to go there, but I don't know. Like, I'm already out of my comfort zone a little bit with that. Just to the extent that, like, I have no idea what that means. Like, where is it going to go? Like, you'd want to pin something down? I don't get it. I'm not sure what that queen move actually does. You could still try to put it here and then mess up the pawns later, like somehow you're going to get it to some sort of other structure, but I don't know what that means. Like, he's making a couple weird moves now that aren't entirely good. But yeah, this one doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you could do this as like a cheeky play on there, but you shouldn't try to do too much in the opening. I mean, this at least makes sense as a pawn structure, period, but I don't know what that means, like why you would want it. Right, you're fucking over your own Lightspeed Bishop, which again is why I would have even traded it before. Okay, why everybody's queenside castling like a million in a row. Every game has been that. Now this is cute because you get to take that. Here's why it's not cute, is because you're going to get taken. You'll go there. Let's actually calculate this fully. Now he has to react and he can't save that. So I take and I check. Then I get trapped. Isn't that amazing? Like, I'll still do it. Okay, I go here. He addresses the threat, whatever, royal fork. But even if he doesn't, whatever, you go somewhere else. Then I'm here. Then I take. Then I come back on the strength of a pawn or something. Right, so I should have at least time to set that up. So this should be objectively a good move. It's probably not, because this is what you got to realize about the openings in chess. Even 1500s on an inflated site like this know them like the back of their hand. So anytime it seems like they made a mistake, it's actually part of some crazy sack variation, offensive gambit type style of play. So it's actually part of their intention. Right, that was exactly his plan. So you address the queen threat. If you address it there like a clown, then I'll fork you, royal fork you. Even if you don't, this unfortunately isn't going to be anything because you can not only block with a pawn, but this isn't even covered, so that's fine. So if I go here, right, you're in check. And then from there, from there, you'll attack it, but then I could... You're in check, and then you immediately attack it, right? You're in check, and then you immediately attack it to get out of the check, and then I'm trapped because I can't do anything, right? That's what's so stupid about it. So I can't even do it. That's what's so fucking dumb. But let's cover it there, and then we can figure something else out maybe later. I guess. Now, if you put this here, you'd obviously be pinning down pretty well. Okay, fine. If we do this, he'll take there. So let's do this first. We can always just move the thing, right? We can always just move the knight altogether. Just calculate hard. You don't have to talk too much. I was being pretty good at balancing that for a while, so now I just have to take it easy. I got too complacent because I got too complacent because I felt like this could turn into the open file, so that wouldn't be bad, but you would need some sort of other ancillary threat or something. This seems cute, but it's not really doing anything, but then again, the light square bishop overall isn't doing anything really, so where can he go? He might even be trapped. No, he's not. Like, he would have been trapped in this general area, but you're attacking onto here, so you have to wonder, what does this mean? Because you're trying to do something here. You need this to be able to at least escape somewhere, so let me try to go here, and then you're able to basically push this towards his king in such a way that could be good. I've been sort of the aggressor in this game, though, arguably, despite the fact that he queenside castled, so he didn't have much of a sense of purpose to what he was doing there. So you go to there, and I'm not really too bothered by it, especially if you take that, I'd actually welcome it. So if you take, I simply take, and you're reinforcing the knight there a lot, like with just all these pawns, even if you were to trade for it, arguably that's not so bad. So you're not supposed to go like this, but in this position, you maybe could. But then again, the knight's still going to fuck it up because you would think, oh no, I would take here and fuck up the pawns. But he would just go here instead. And then I'm kind of screwed. So I think what I would actually do is I would simply... I don't know. This is fine for now. You got to find still a purpose for the light square bishop, which I can't seem to do. You're already double attacking there. You could turn it into a triple attack. If you push this out, right... I can't take advantage of the light square diagonal. If you could get it here, that would be cute. But it's like you'd have too many potential options still to stop it. And so now you get to kind of consider all the moves here a little bit. Okay, so you have this as a potential threat as well there. If you go here... you could just simply take it, which I don't know with the knight sometimes whether that's worth it or not. You can't bring this here because he'd obviously just take. You could just bring the next natural threat. It's just a question of, is it really worth it? Because, yeah, a lot of his moves have been defensive. Like, that's a defensive move, just trying to cover the pawn because you don't really know what you're doing otherwise. That gets it out of at least the line of the diagonal, so I wasn't really thinking about that as a potential threat, but... Okay, so we're doing kind of what is expected, so you have to do something unexpected here, but there isn't much that I can come up with. You could create a double stack on there too, like beat the threat like a dead horse, but you could take here, then he takes back, then I take. It's just not worth it, right? Maybe you could do a move like this, as weird as that seems, because then you're turning it into, oh, the light square bishop can get involved, but... Not really, though. It's just... I don't know. It seems like such a strong position for the knight, but then it ends up just not being anything at all. The best I can think of is just, like, adds actually double stack, which I don't like because I would just take with this stupid-ass thing, though. And it's not like it's a fork, either. I would take with the bishop if he does that. So if you go here, I would take, you would take... Yeah, I'll take in a heartbeat. And that's perfectly fine too, because the whole intention was to... This seems like a weird spot for it, but... Yeah, it is just weird. I don't know. Wherever you go, he can still harass you a little bit with it, but it's not going to be necessarily that good either. You would think he would just push out the knight with a pawn at some point here, but he's just not. So if you go here, it doesn't do me much good. I kind of want to involve and engage the dark square bishop now. So let's see what happens with this, but it's going to end up being the same thing. Or I should at least address this, because if he goes... If he raises, I can raise. I think that's maybe the best you can sometimes do with that. Just to react to the stupid-ass pawn push, but he's been very slow to do it at the very least. So I want to move this, and then I want to... What does that do? I don't even know. I want to move this somewhere, and I don't know where that would make sense to be. And then we're going to trade the stupid-ass bishop. If he raises, I raise. I raise, or I'll assume, like, oh, that's better, because whatever he does here is not going to be adequate, so let's assume he wouldn't do it, but arguably you go here now. And that should arguably open something up, but it kind of won't, though, too. That's the problem. Right? Like, it's just not going to be good enough. No. Okay, so you go here, like I said. So everything is fine, but this could still potentially turn into something bad. Like, you just go to there. You're trying to do something with this, but there doesn't seem to be a very good opening for it, so it should be fine. You might even feel comfortable doing this, but that might be... I don't know. You gotta get one of his pieces to actually fucking move somehow. You could try to go here. That seems like really overly ambitious, though. But that's all he has is light square threat, right? How's he gonna take advantage of anything besides that? So you gotta cover this for all it's worth. He can't do anything with this because I would still have the en passant take potentially. So it's still fine. If he pushes, it's fine. If he takes, it's fine. I could take. It's not a fork. I think that probably still makes sense, though. For whatever reason. Okay, even that would be fine. You would check, and you wouldn't even be able to necessarily mate there, but it is... I'm sort of walking myself into threats more than what I need to do. See, I did that so eagerly, he might think it's actually a good thing, but... Okay, that's cute. But it doesn't solve the problem because you're both still under threat. So now if you take my knight... I would still take your knight, and actually your knight is trapped like the dumbass clown shit piece it is. Well, that's even the bigger point that you have here. It doesn't even matter whether you want to take mine or not. I'm going to take yours guaranteed, so fuck it. Or you could bring the queen like there, and then do something, but... So now at least my knight can move, and then we can kind of chill. Right, everything's good. Okay, please just let me have this moment, dude. Relax. Why is it so hard to do anything? So we're +3. And so now you can go here. So if you go here, he would take, I would take and check. Assuming I bring back the same thing, he's going to keep doing the same thing again. We could go here. Again, it maybe wasn't effectively trapped, but it was like... Whatever. You can even just do this, because he wouldn't be able to do anything. But I kind of want more. I want more. And I know I shouldn't. No, he's going to do this. Let's just do this. You can just do it. Now, you would think there should be something you can do with the knight, but there's not going to be, because that's just the nature of the piece. Please, why is it so hard? The fuck? I don't know what more you want. What more can be done, dude? I could even afford to sack a piece, but... Let's go ahead and bring this here. I don't know what it is, dude. I don't know what it is that you want from me potentially to do, but I can't figure it out. I'm just too conservative to attack. Like, you have to do it like a total clown where you sometimes feel like you're super just aggressive or whatever, but we could bring this back again, so it's at least holding you hostage a little bit to try to force the movement of the queen, or not force the movement, because then if you do, then I take this, which was the liability before, so that's at least a lesson you can learn, even from what seems like my hatred of knights, if you just, okay, dude. Now you can do this, but you can't. I don't know what you can do really, but I'll just do this. I don't know what to do anymore. I can't believe it, dude. I can't believe it. I don't know what to do. I don't know. Give me a threefold repetition. I don't give a fucking flying shit, dude. This is so stupid, bro. You're so stupid. I hate you. I hate you. I fucking hate you. It's so unfun. It's so unfair. It's so dumb, dude. It's just dumb. I don't care. I don't care anymore, dude. Just fuck it. It's impossible. It's impossible to mate. You can't do it. Just fuck you, man. I could have probably done something better. Okay, okay. You're so good at the game. You see how you outplayed me the whole time. You're so much better than me that I'm very impressed. I would love to learn from you how you're so good at losing in every capacity and then winning because of time. But I still shouldn't let that be the reason. I should have actually flagged and thought through it the whole way, but I mean, that's exactly what would have happened though, so I don't see why it matters, you know? It's just sad, man. I can't do this anymore. Something mentally is just not clicking, which is why I shouldn't do these faster formats even at all, but I can't even click. I can't do anything. It's so 100% psychological to the point where I'm almost doing it on purpose because I don't really want to do this, but it's just not. I don't know. I had a little good stretch there, so I'm trying to understand it a little bit better, but I just can't figure it out. Like, you have to realize what is happening right now and how bad of a dive this is on. I was at 1623, now I'm at 1575, so it's obviously like it's very clear what is happening, but I just can't. I just have to be faster. I don't know what else to tell you. Okay, HD. It's fine. Like, we'll go through the same thing again, I guess. We'll just do it all over again. So we had done that. Hide cross table, hide this. We had done hashtag. So we just want, what is that? Simple pieces. So simple that they don't even exist. They're not even there. Let's see if maybe there's some sort of explanation for them. That you need like a particular set or something. Or sometimes they just take a while to load even, but these ones are pretty nice though. I like it. Does it must be used with a high contrast green white board. Okay, so I guess I'll count those two together. Uh, what is the high contrast green white board though? What is it? What does that mean? Is that like another custom one? I guess it might be. Why did that open a new tab? What? It was to open the most recently closed tab. Beautifully crafted pizza. I agree, but I can't. High contrast. The high contrast green white board. What is that? Imagine if they kind of lined up. Like, I'm supposed to know what that means. Like, it's one of these maybe. High contrast linked. High contrast. The fuck does that mean? Global white on black, high contrast. I'm so confused. Let's just look through the board section if we can't find that, but it'll be like high contrast. How am I supposed to know what that means? Like, none of these are like that. Just see if maybe some other one is there, or I don't know how you change the contrast or anything. Makes it sound like it's another, makes it seem like it's another custom one. High contrast, green, white, board, Lichess. Am I the only one craving this type of board? How do I change my board theme? Board color matters, new themes pieces, color scheme. The contrast is too high. Why does Chess.com have such an ugly default board? I wish it'd explain this a little better. Maybe it's the same person who made it somehow. But it's not showing up properly. Minimalist. These are pretty old, but I do love them. Like, even this one is quite cool looking. Like, we could definitely get the point across of what the pieces are and stuff. Like, what is that board? High contrast green white board. Maybe it's one that they had on there in 2016 and they got rid of it, because I don't know what that means. Okay, we'll just move on to the next one. That's fine. Or I gotta put this on to make sure. But that's too bad, because I like the way that one looked. Okay, let's try another one. Highlight last move, no. Okay, alright. So this one will be fine. DXD. Then the chessboard is going to be, we had done gold, was pretty nice. So granite, right? We get to do granite. Why does it feel like we weren't using this one? Did it somehow get overridden by something else? I don't know. My memory's not very good anyway. So this one's fine. And then finally we go down to the, whatever, the themes and stuff. So we were like S. So we were at slightly updated, I think was the one. This is going to be smooth, but it's going to be fucking forcing your other shit. Some styles, some of these make it seem like, oh, it's a troll. Symmetrical, the one that, oh, that's actually perfect. That's actually beautiful. Let's try to make this one last. Let's double check what this one is actually going to be, though. So the dude here is going to be, I don't fucking know what is what, but at least they're all filled in. Okay, so we've really let this one slip away from me, though. It's even giving us like these sympathy matchups. So this guy is the knight. This chick is the bishop. This chick is the queen. There's too many of them that are like, you know, there's too many of them that are girls, so it makes it too hard to figure out. But I guess you would never say that with guys, but I guess you're not really thinking of these sets in terms of those characteristics per se. So whatever threat he might do doesn't concern me too much, because, you know, his queen is on like the wrong side for that to be meaningful. But no, I love this actually, this theme. So this is the light square bishop. Then this is going to go here. And then we're just going to try to castle, probably. Everything's fine. 1507. This is the kind of opponent that we need for a minute. Is that a bowling ball? Roman from fucking GTA 4. So he goes there, which is a completely nonsensical kind of move that I have to really question, but we'll just do it. And he's going to, everybody's playing super aggressive. Like, there's something going on today. They're having like some sort of clown convention. So this, you could even go to here. Okay, dude. Okay. You can't open the H file. We get it. These kind of things do trigger me a little bit. So if he lets me take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. That's the thing. Right? And if he doesn't, then I can do something else. At least in this case, you could actually take the pawn too. What the fuck is going on, man? This at least I think you can afford, because you have enough things there to protect you. So I'm actually going to try to live with that. So you can give a check like this, but the thing that you're going to probably realize if you're him, despite me just being a clown and probably allowing this to happen, I can't tell whose is whose. I guess I'll have to click on, like, they look exactly the same. Or maybe his is meant to be a little different color shade, but it's not. So he'd have to bring a knight in to attack it. This is mine, this is mine, this is mine. Or more to the point, you won't be able to cover this one at all, ever, so it's a good play by him, I guess. Good play. Just sack everything, just play like a clown, you know how it is. Makes perfect sense. Or I mean, I could even do this. Now he'll come in and he'll check, but I could still take, but then it'll turn into... I should be able to take enough though, right, to make it work. Because what you get to do is, okay, you go, I would take, he would take, I would take, but then he would just kind of mate. That's the real problem with it, right? So you can go here, you can give a check. Something strange has definitely happened here, though, I must admit. You can attack the queen, he can give a check, and potentially take it. It's really the best I can come up with here because I'm not too happy with this position. This is mine, this is his, we just stay connected. But see, whatever his threat was has already evaporated because, yes, I'll still lose the game because I'm a complete clown, but you know what I mean? What he did there wasn't conducive to his success because, I don't know. You can go, what is he going to do? What's he going to do? What is he going to do? You do like a sneaky attack in case he wants to take there. This is what you have to keep doing. Just keep harassing the fucking queen because you're kind of asking for it. He's got way too many attackers on it now, though, for the simple fact that you have, whatever. I would go here. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. So I might not be able to cover that one at all. Go here. So he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. So this might be the best that you can do. You're also attacking into there, which you really can't take. And the reason why you can't take is because of the you would think you could almost get away with it at that point. Like, you would really think you almost could, but I just... Because you're up by so much, but like, what would be the harm in me? Oh, just obviously... Like, I'll just leave it there. Okay, so you can't do anything with it. I wish I could punish you a little more for your clown behavior, but I just can't seem to do it. I'll just keep attacking the queen and hope that something happens with it, but I just can't figure it out. It's just mind-blowing to me that you can get away with playing like this. It's just unbelievable to me. It's just a joke. Like, this is not the game of chess. Like, I don't know what you think you're doing, but this is not what chess looks like. It's just not. You can be bad, right? But you at least have to know your limits. Like, what is he doing? What is this that we're looking at besides the stupid cosmetic whatever that we're using, which again is not, it's not that bad once you get used to it, or maybe it forces me to focus more, but clearly not if I'm doing this badly. This is like showing a real lack of respect for my own time, though. Like, the amount that I'm doing this and not putting forth any effort. Like, you gotta wish you were a kid doing this because then you could take it for granted maybe a little more, but this is really not how I do things. It's just kind of sad. So you got the bishops there. You got this. You got the light square bishop. The fact that they look so identical, though, is sometimes a little bit problematic because you get to... he could unleash this into something. Right, he could certainly unleash it. And not only could he unleash it, but he's also attacking in such a way that maybe this is the best thing to do. Again, even if he takes it as fine, it'll end up being fine. But then it'll end up being bad because he'll be able to open that file is the real problem. Because, like, you'll go there, and then it'll be like... Okay, dude. Go ahead, take it, man. See if I give a shit. I'm gonna keep harassing the stupid-ass queen anyway. It's very frustrating, even for a defensive-minded player. You would think I should like these things, but you have to at least get through the opening without doing what he's done here. And better people would say, oh, no, it's just this obvious basic thing that you've studied, but you're not going to know the... Well, I guess you should by now, though. It's my fault. You should know everything by now because it's been long enough. Like, I should just know everything. It's okay. So now what you can do here is you can go here even again. So then you can try to basically, you know, just keep attacking all day long. That's perfectly fine. So his thing is here, mine are both here. I'll just keep going for it. Like, you know, I heard you like to attack, so this is exactly what we're gonna give to you, dude. We'll go ahead, we'll give a check, and we'll do the trade, and I'm fine with it, bro. I'm fine with it. Because, again, if you get the queen off the board, then you have nothing to fear. It's very unlikely he'll be able to take advantage of these threats otherwise. You got to make the other one look a little bit different, like just a different color, even though I complain when they're different pieces altogether. So you go here, and then you know, he's here, so then I would have given a check, and then you can take the thing there, right? I don't see why you shouldn't be able to do that. Why shouldn't you be able to do that? Okay. You can take mine, and so that's fine, because whatever. Or fuck it, I'll even say more, do this. Because even if this is a dangerous spot, like just... The material is so much lessened now that maybe you should be under less of a threat yourself. So you go ahead, you take with this, and then how does he really attack me? I don't really know, but I'm at least happy with there being so much less on the board. I'm only +4 still. You have this potential thing to attack, which... Okay, but see, it's at some point it's fine because you get to... You know, I can afford to lose a certain amount of stuff. It's more so about the positioning of it that I don't like. He wouldn't necessarily be giving me a check, so at least I can do that to try to force the queen's movement. There you go. I'm even going to say it. I should say it at the end, though. Once I actually... Okay. What did he have left? What did he have left? He has this, that's mine. So he has this, this. I have this. You would think you should be relatively safe even from here, but he'll take and give a check there, right? Because he can just immediately do that. So I am a little bit worried about this, but... Again, I'm up by enough where I could, like, sack a piece, too. And so even if I have to do that, that's fine. Like, there. I just have to get this stuff moving a little bit, I guess. Like, I would take, he would take, he would still take. So I got to go a little aggressive mode now, but I can't figure out how to do that. Like, go ahead, take the free pawn or do whatever you want with that. So if you go here, he can just be threatening to promote. So if he pushes it, it's not going to be too good. So what if I go here then? So I go here, so I would take, he would take. Like, you can do basically whatever you want. That's the beauty of this position, because you're up by so much that you can afford to do it. I could probably even afford to do this still. But at least I got rid of the stupid-ass pawn. So now you're in a position where you get to basically, you know, we're still +6. So you can't do anything there. We can try to do something here. Got to watch the rook potentially doing something bad, but I sort of simplified a lot by letting that happen to the extent that we were able to. He can give a check potentially there, and he can still give it even here. And so what you can do is you can certainly let him do that too. Right, but for the sake of time, I'll simplify. There's nothing you can do with that. It's covered all the way. You can't give another check. Everything should be fine. You go like that, I can just take. So now it's just a matter of promotion, which would probably take me still a while to do. We try to take this stupid ass pawn here, which I think you have to at least go up, so then you allow me to do that. No back rank possibility or anything like that. Just have to not blunder the queen. And it's possible I could like win the rook or do something. And there you go. Fuck. As the defensive master, I get to talk a little trash, even with this clown piece set. You gotta troll everybody, give them one piece of advice at least per game. Even though I didn't play well, he just kind of overdid it at the beginning, so at least I can punish the clown, but he just is like 70 rating below me. And like over 100 if you count where I really should be. We were up the whole way, so I don't really care too much. I maybe fucked it up a little bit there. So what I need to do, I'm usually not very toxic, but I mean, I'm kind of salty today, so whatever. Impossible puzzle for solve for humans. But what if you just learn how to solve it? Just memorize it, just like everything else. Impossible openings to come up with for humans, but then people still do them. So that one's fine. So we've lost quite a few here in a row and in ways that probably shouldn't happen, but let's see what happens. That's the only bad thing with this set is the fact that you can't tell the difference between the pieces. Like, I wouldn't even mind using this kind of thing just to let me know. But at this point, it's not too hard to figure out. He tries that. He does that. If I take, save myself a little time by pre-moving and shit. He's got the pin down potential position, even though you're not really in position to really do it. So the light square bishop here could be good, but the other thing might not be. Or I don't know exactly how to even do this, but the dark square bishop can go here. You got this is all mine. You're kind of line of scrimmage type of position where everything on this side is mine, everything on that side is his still. You can do like a sneaky little thing here if you feel like you can take there. So like I go here, and then if he lets me take whatever, but it's probably wishful thinking, and he won't even let me think about that possibility. So we want to move the knight and then attack like a clown here. He doesn't have the light square diagonal here, so where is the light square bishop? What happened? Oh, we already traded it, I guess. So yeah, let's move this away. It's not really doing anything, right? Because it's fine. So this is the light square bishop, and he moves that in fact immediately. So I shouldn't do it necessarily. I shouldn't do it. I'm even comfortable enough with doing this because you get to, open this if he does it. So it's almost doing me a favor because I feel like you're able to basically. The dark square bishop isn't in too great of a spot though, no matter what you do here. So if he takes, I take, and then he can't do anything, and then we're attacking like this, which can sometimes be good for the queen somehow. You go like this, and then he baits me in. So you can go here. You can try to attack into there. That would be a covered pawn in multiple ways, though, still. He raises there, and I'm not sure what the significance is, but I'll at least take it on the basis of, okay, it's undoubled pawn now, right? Because you can just do that. Now you can try to attack this, and it seems like relatively at least a weak diagonal. It seems like a weak diagonal because you basically get to whatever. He'll come like that. So we should try to bust it open. Like, I don't know what other thought we would have there. We just try to double attack it. We would try to triple attack it. I guess the knight would be the only real answer to that. If you could try to get it... Right, I don't really understand how I would triple attack it, but he's going to run out of covers for it maybe at some point, especially when he's not even covering it adequately diligently. So wherever he goes, though, it's like, okay, you can just do it immediately. And wherever that knight goes doesn't seem to be too threatening, although he might be able to take there, but he really shouldn't be able to because... Okay, now you can just wait because you can always trust that that will be open later because that's at least a very weak diagonal to have, you know, period. So this is covering both there and there. We get this out of the way, we attack onto there, and we look at the fact that the knight isn't really doing much of anything. If you're double attacking, he has to cover, and then in the process of doing that, you would also be... Can he even not cover? Oh, no, he can go like that. In the process of doing that, you would realize that he brings the knight there. Okay. So what you can do is you can try to bring the dark square thing maybe up to even there, or at least get it involved going towards the king. So we should be fine no matter which way we go here. So we're double attacking there. We want to stay double attacking, but it's kind of hard to necessarily do that. So what you can do is you go like this, you go like this. It's pinned down, so then if you take, then he takes, then I can take, or whatever order you do it in should be adequate for you still. People would act like, oh yeah, playing chess is good for your brain or whatever too, but you're going to exert so much power here that it's like, it'll actually, like if you do it at a professional level too, I mean, like you're sacrificing other areas where you would be using it, but now you're doing it here instead. So you could do this because he would have like some sort of cheeky unleash, but it won't matter because what the unleash is going to do is not going to be good enough because it's like take, and then you go, oh no, you go here, but then I can just move it. It's not like it's going to be an unleash into a check or something. And even that I would welcome because I would just do the trade myself then too. He's 1553, so it's not as low as the last guy. That I almost shouldn't do because I fought so hard. Even for that diagonal, it'd be kind of comical. In fact, if I did. So now he's double attacking it. Like, what is the... I don't understand. I should obviously not do it just in principle behind the whole fact that I opened that diagonal. It's perfect for me. And there's almost nothing he can do about it, so it should open up all kind of attack. Even this is good because what you get to do is it opens up the capability to basically open the king there, so that's still worth it for my trouble, I suppose, but I'm not too happy with that either. It's kind of hard to believe sometimes how I do things, but it's too bad. There shouldn't be necessarily anything you can take here. You can give a check, but it's not going to do a whole lot. Interesting interpretation on a king, at least here. So we were in a good position. Now I'm probably just in an adequate position. That would be what frustrates you, someone like me at the highest level, is like, you'd be in a position where it's like, I don't know, you're working so hard for so little. Like the Android 18 quote. So sad, how sad to work so hard for so little. it's like you're studying, you're doing all these things, but you end up, you end up getting a draw for it or something very unsatisfying. So I mean, we at least open the king for what that's worth. We double stack the pawn, so at least we get something out of it to where, see, like even here, even if he tries to save the thing or whatever, I can fork there potentially. Let's just go on a good streak here. Maybe not my set of choice, but it really doesn't matter. Again, that's just a cosmetic little thing to spice it up. He attacks that, which would be perfectly fine because we can attack an uncovered piece then to try to take advantage of it. And it wouldn't be a fork of any description. As far as I can tell, you would just be like that. But no, that was a perfect telltale time. Like, don't do a trade, but then I also fall asleep to whatever threat it is that he might be doing. I mean, I don't know what this is going to lead to, really, but you can be kind of a little more aggressive with the king here because it's not like you're in a dangerous position with the amount of stuff that he has. It's just very open-ended. So I'd like to go here and try to establish a threat, but it's unlikely it'll actually do anything. We don't have a passed pawn. We don't have a pawn advantage. We just have like a better pawn structure to the extent that this side is pretty much fine, but this one's a lot cleaner than his. You can't move this one. You could try to cover this one. It wouldn't be that hard to even do it. I don't necessarily want to do that there, but what I could do is I could basically do this still, and I could still potentially try to take a check. You don't want to be the one to take because, oh, I've played this guy before too, maybe even just recently, but then again, it couldn't be because let me guess, we're going to get a draw again. That's not even why I was talking about the unsatisfying nature of draws, but it's no surprise that I love the way this UI looks. Whatever. So we go to, can't do anything with that. If you could throw that off, you could take this, but I can't figure a way to actually do that. You would think there should be something good the knight can do, not the least of which could be to go here and create an octopus knight position. So everything else should be fine, right? Whatever it is that you do with this is not going to be adequate. I could take that anytime I want, but maybe the longer I wait, the worse it could get, but probably not. We sit it on the octopus knight square, and then we're fine. We can just let it sit there forever. So now you're attacking there, so I feel almost compelled to do this. Right, and then at that point, I'm able to do this and just kind of... No, it's still fine because you get the thing. You even get a passed pawn, which in this situation might be more valuable than saying, oh, I want to preserve the pawn structure. Right, so that's almost like an instructive moment where you could basically, we could even just push it here. And so you don't have to worry about the cover, or actually you do. If you had half a brain, you might have to worry about that, but... Okay. So it probably should have been a draw, but I'll turn it into a loss because of my own clown behavior. My unmitigated clown behavior. But he's pretty solid. I see how he could have drawn before because it's just nothing really happening. You could attack there, and I couldn't even cover... Or no, I could cover back. So, I mean, the fact that the pawns are double stacked might be a slight advantage to equalize, but my king is, like, closer to reach the other side, I guess. Yeah, he's like me. He just likes to trade everything. Fuck it, dude. So it should be a draw by any standard, but we do have this sort of brain lapse tendency that I've been exhibiting, where, like, I don't use it, and it's kind of like, it's just not... If he goes this way, I can commit to this way, but then again, it's like... I could catch that side, but I don't necessarily want to. That's the thing. I don't know. Like, I don't know what that is. So now you're going to give him free reign to do this. The one thing you might do, though, is you might be able to eat up his thing here, and then you're able to, promote this one. That would be your only hope, even. If you could just get around. But this is the problem. It's going to take me 50 moves to actually do this. And so that's the problem with it. And so now he won't even let me do it. Wow. It's too bad. It's really too bad, huh? I mean, now I'd be simply too far to even do anything, but this is really stunning to me. I mean, it's not really, but I don't know what to tell you anymore. We could still get a draw because he could do like a clown stalemate, but wow. Wow, what a humbling moment for me though. Like yeah, I don't have it in me to do this. So I think I realized. I wish I had a permadeath condition on here so I could just delete it and be over with it, because you can just tell I'm in that mindset. Like I don't want to do it anymore. I just don't. I've done it enough. It's fine. The only thing left to do would be to study, and I don't want to do that obviously either. So that is the hardest part about chess, is to face the boring nature of it, the repetitive, stale, drawish nature of it, and actually commit to not only just playing it so much, but actually studying it. Like imagine actually doing that. That's the hardest part. If you really want to, you can see how far you can get, but it's pretty rough. It's too bad. Yeah, I mean, I could just do this till the end of time, and it'll be the same thing. I don't know how representative this is of anything, but like, it's like if you really were serious, you would have gotten to 17 by now, at least from the 1620 that we were at. Instead, I'm tanking it 40 points in the other way. Like, you could do this till the end of time, and I will never make progress. Like, it's just not gonna happen. Like, what was it that I could have learned from that? Like, what did I do wrong? He took, I go there, which is good. And then what happened? I just blunder the pawn. Even then, I'm not losing. So how do I end up losing? That's a blunder, but why is it even a blunder? I mean, again, my trade tendency sometimes, you can just keep it out of the reach of the bishop and then try to play. And see, my brain isn't wired to try to play for draws, though. That's the thing. Because what's going to happen is you're going to be in a how would you know how to do this though? Like I don't. It's so weird the way that you move in endgames and openings and stuff. It's so unnatural and almost so robotic, which means it's either like decades of theory that have been written in books, or it's been obviously the engine itself now in the modern era actually telling you to do it. Through a high school, granite, and something. Um, Let me see here. I'm really forcing myself to do this, but I'm not enjoying it anymore. Puzzle racer only, impossible blindfold set. Wouldn't make too much of a difference in my level of play, though, eh? Jumping horsey, I mean, that counts as a piece set, though. I mean, it's something different. And then we go to the boards, granite. Try to hurry this shit up, dude. It's important to just do it in a hurry because clearly the result doesn't matter. We're just trying to grind it out and get through it. Or no, we had just done granite. Green ice. Now let's see if that's actually going to work with a particular one. Gray wooden chessboard. Okay. What? Maybe it's spelled in some other way that my brain isn't processing either. Like, what's happening? Gray ice. What the fuck? Oh no, green ice. I'm confusing the two. Okay, green ice, but I don't understand. What do you need to use it? Round edge, plain green ice, theme. So it would be. I assume that. Okay, I didn't mean to close that. Use green theme to activate the board. The thing is, I won't necessarily be able to tell between that and the other one. Like, is it just not the same thing? Oh, I guess I'm not even using it though, so you should be able to see the change now here at least. There'd be lichess, green ice here. No change. This one does seem to work. It's so weird how one of them works and one of them doesn't. Okay, that. And then we were at some other kind of weird one that I completely forget actually what it was. We should be almost close to the end here. Oh, it even shows it there. Interesting. Like which one it replaces. That's pretty cool. So then that would tell you which one you need to use. You would think I should have noticed that by now. Or maybe they don't all do that, but it was terminal. Themes 1. What a great description that clearly tells us what it does. Chess. Nice one, dude. Nice one. Like, how am I supposed to know what that is or what I'm supposed to use with it? And a lot of them, again, might not work just because they're too old or something, but we're pretty much at the bottom of this one, truthfully. Themes 1, board, transparent boards doesn't really make sense. I don't know what that would do. Transparent glass gray board. Let's see, that does give you the background, though. Let me actually test something with these. Like, would it do something like, oh, it's transparent, and so therefore we would okay, that one doesn't do anything, so the glass gray board isn't even what I want, but it has this nice little cityscape in before this is some illegal camera capture thing. I remember seeing those when I was a kid, like, not that I ever clicked on one. There were like these links to actual real hidden cameras or real public cameras that people would watch. Like you can watch a particular street and you could actually like hack into it and watch it. And like they were real because I knew somebody who is familiar with stuff like that. It's like so you're watching a real street camera feed, live feed. Like what the fuck, dude? Why was that something you were able to do so easily online that even little kids could do it? So the black horses, you can't even see like their facial features or their eyes or anything. So let's try to get in the rhythm here. Let's just win one real quick and see what happens. Or actually, let's hang on. Okay, I'll actually be eating food during these next couple ones if you'll even notice or not, because it's not going to be doing face cam. But what I call this experience, speaking of food, obviously, is sort of like an empty calorie sort of experience, not just in chess, but like in life. Like you're doing something just for the sake of doing it. You're not really committed. And so if you're not fully committed to something, then why even bother doing it? Usually it's because it's like a job or something and you feel like you have to. You're just getting by just to make ends meet or whatever, but that's still a very lacking measure. The black one looks kind of weird because it's so doesn't feel like it's properly done there, but this is about as normal a set as you're gonna get. So we're kind of just ignoring what he's doing and just doing my own thing. He's moving that knight way too many times, which you're not meant to do in the opening with any one particular piece. It's hard to know what to do with the pawns in a situation like this, but I have a certain bias towards trying to do that, and I just can't. He's not giving me the chance to pin it, so I feel like I have to do this, but I don't get it either. This is the original purpose of chess before, when I would take breaks on stream, whether it be to eat, although I try not to do that in the past. But in this new channel that I did, I would sort of try to do that. This would be cute, but you can't do it because see, I only do that to acquiesce to the knight, because now I say like, oh well, whatever. I don't know what the fuck the light square bishop is gonna do here. I don't get it. I would have loved to trade it, but I can't figure out how that would work. He would take, I would still take. He'd be double attacking that, but I'd still be double covering. So like, I don't know what this pawn structure is or what I'm trying to do with it. I'm already playing out of my comfort zone. Like I've been trying to do maybe too many things that are just weird. So this is fine. So even if you double attack this, it's not going to do anything because, Okay, now you can do it. And the reason why now you can do it, even though I might lose a pawn because of it, because then I'd go here, he would take, I would take, but then he would still take there, so that's fucked up. Maybe he'll leave it there for long enough for me to address it, though. But he'd be foolish, too, so he should go back and just, don't give me the trade that I want. But I don't know how good his Light Square Diagonal is going to be either. And of course, I'm feeding for trades, but I have to take it if he's going to give it to me. Now, what's going to happen here is he's going to go there, and I won't necessarily... It's like a photo bomb, that's an ad bomb. The ad distracted me, and that's why I did that. But no, I genuinely don't know what to tell you anymore because I can't. I don't know. I just simply can't do it anymore. I can't put forth even the smallest amount of effort to try to do this, so I give up. I should delete this account too, and I quit. It's just I'm not trying, so why should I? Why should I pretend like this is meaningful to me? Why should I bother? I mean, what does it prove? It's so, what am I trying to do? I understand how the game of chess works, and not in the sense of like, being able to actually do it. But what I'm saying is, I understand how it works in terms of you have to study. That's it. That's all there is to it. It's not a very complicated thing to get. You have to study. I haven't studied. I don't want to study. And so I can't get anywhere with it. Like, you know that. You know that for a fact. Now, even what I always try to talk around is, that's not why I'm losing. Because if I actually paid attention and had a brain and stuff like that, right, I could obviously do other things with it, but it's just not going to happen. Okay, I'd like to trade, but he's not going to let me, obviously. But no, he kind of blundered his piece right back, too. I don't know what exactly that was about. But he didn't have to do that, and I don't know. Almost like we're gonna keep doing the same fucking thing over and over. I wouldn't want to do it necessarily there, though. These pawns are all fine. We have the double stack, but I can't really do anything with it, you know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of fucking stupid. This isn't doing anything. Why can't I do this? Oh, because he'll just go like that, but maybe it's okay. Nothing that he can do yet. That's exactly what I wanted you to do for some reason. Okay, we'll just kind of back off a little bit. We got to watch his ability to potentially do something with the bishop itself. And so that could be a little bit problematic for sure. He could go into here and check, but it's not going to actually work for the time being. He could go again, but then I can move it, but then it's not going to be very good if I do move it. I could impede its movement here for the time being. Yeah, like we already... You see the tendency, right? Like, no. I'm clearly just bad, and I don't... I'm just bad and I can never improve, right? It's not like you understand exactly my style of play and what it is that I'm doing. Because if you understood my style of play, you would realize that... You would realize the simple fact that... I don't know what's even happening right now. You would realize that I initiate trades that I don't have to do, and I'm too trade happy. And if I do that, then I end up in a position where I can't really do anything about it because I don't know. I would take, he would take, I wouldn't be able to take, but it's okay. If he keeps going, that's also pretty dangerous too, come to think of it. So he's just gonna mate my dumbass. Probably pretty fucking easily. I must admit, I didn't calculate like a single move this whole game. Applies to every game maybe I've ever played too, because I just don't think, but it's amazing that you can't trade something here. Like, just let me do it, bro. Why is that so hard of a concept for me to get? Bro. Bro, just put me out of my misery, please. You can just do that. Like, what can I do? I mean, hey, I'll tank it all the way back to 1300. I should put some sort of permadeath thing, but it's not like I got. Wait, what? It's not like I got to 1650. But this is the sad part. Even if you miss that, I still can't do anything about it. Or I guess, yeah, you just go there and fucking. I don't know. It's actually kind of cute because it stops at least that particular threat. There's no reason why you couldn't do it from there or something. Like, you could have done that all along. Like, why not? I'm gonna keep playing. I'm gonna keep playing, but I don't vouch for it, or I guess even using that word doesn't apply here. You're not really playing, you know what I mean? It's just you're kind of just there and just pretending like you are. So jumping, green ice, and transparent. So let's kind of look for it. Jumping. This is gonna be like some of these are just wait, what? Oh, because there's no horse on the fucking board. So what is this Sama something piece at? So I don't know what that means because like only some of them work. So does that mean that you'll have a full set to actually look at here or not? It's not even like I'm tilted. I'm just kind of stunned by my own. I keep doing things, I guess, that I don't normally do. So the queen on one side is like this. The king is like this. There's only a few pieces they have to worry about, so that's not too bad. Let's go to the green ice one again. It's going to be a board. Green ice. Gray wooden one was actually working, I think. It just requires something else to be used. Yeah, gray wooden, and then whatever, the one at almost the bottom where it's going to be in a position of being able to do the transparent glass thing. Trap spectators in a box. I don't know what that means, but there are no spectators. Trash taste chess set, USCF. I assume these are not these are not themes apparently, or maybe they are. 4 letters, usual colorized, VVV. Pretty hard game, flash game even. Wooden board, X board, Yeastkin, Zen. Again, that one's fine. So this will actually be the last one here, and then I can start using the ones on the site itself. But this should be almost like a failure state that if I get to this point, and by Zen I mean you can't fucking use the site. How about that? This is an appropriate one for me because I'm so bad that I, deserve to not even be able to queue up anymore. Or in before it's somehow the wrong queue, in before it's somehow classical by mistake, and then you end up losing your whole account. That is the failure state. The 50 increment would apply to that. But yeah, I think I finally understand. Chess is just a boring, fucking unrewarding game. And you have to study it and then pretend like you're better than people who haven't studied or haven't played as long as you. And then on top of that, you have the simple capability to actually do it in such a way that you get to make minimum wage for becoming a grandmaster and studying for 20 years. So you have the ability to escape with those and everything like that. But the only thing you want to do is you go like this just in case the knight gets compromised. This one I don't know how to deal with because you can't go here. I can't use the arrows either, actually. Now here I don't typically take. And the reason why I don't typically take is because the pawn ends up there and maybe it's not the best thing, but I don't really understand what you do with the stuff here with respect to, let's just stop the pin for what it's worth. Oh no, see now you can take a free pawn. And the reason why you can take it now is because you couldn't take it before. And the reason why you couldn't take it before is because the king would be pinned or something like that. And I tried to draw an arrow there, but I couldn't. Can we just do this, dude? But now you walk it into a pin because you walk it into a pin, but it's beautiful because you get the 6 for 6. So I'd rather take that than the pin, right? So that'd be perfectly fine. That's actually a good way to escape it, because otherwise I would have been screwed, and that actually would have turned a negative into a positive or something. Now you can pin this down and just trade this off too, and then I only have one dinky knight to worry about, or maybe I'm missing. Wait, what happened? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, what? Wait, I'm +1, but where's my other piece? Oh no, that's how the 6 for 6 works, obviously, duh. So I'd have 2 rooks and he only has 1 rook, and then you arguably shouldn't do this because you're leaving yourself with too few pieces to work with. But again, my trade fiending never gets old. Or rather, if he doesn't push it out like that, then I could go here, or even I could go here, but I can't. I shouldn't really walk myself into this, but I'll still do it. And again, I won't even say like, oh, this is why I'm losing because of stuff like this. It's just, you should be able to go here, and then you could take there, I guess. Which he won't even necessarily let me do. As you can tell, I really like to trade shit, if you couldn't already have gathered that. This is a royal fork. No, it's not. It's not a check on either one, actually. That could be a new, idea for the night as a piece. Some variant fairy puzzle thing. Let's see what we got. He moves to there. You can go here and then you can take a pawn, because I don't see why you shouldn't be able to. Right, you just go here, you go there. Or maybe not. So you can try to push the pawn in your down face because nothing else is really happening. And the main reason why you do this is actually to move the rook. And the reason why you do it to move the rook is because you're not able to do anything else, right? Like, you're not able to use it otherwise. Like, you can't really bring it above the pawns. So what we can do here is we can try to figure a way to bring the pawn into the game maybe a little bit more. There's nothing else really happening with it. I don't know what that does even. He can't take anything with it. So see, we're in a relatively comfortable position, and if I can be in these kind of relatively comfortable positions, then I'm fine, but it often doesn't happen, right? It just often isn't that way. We can go here, and then any attempt to attack me would be sort of in vain, I think, because you can just raise the pawn, raise it again. He can't take. Try to promote. Whatever we get is fine. Even if you checked here and then took back, you'd be taking the queen first, right? If you promoted in that vicinity, so that would itself be good. So you go to here, I go to there. If you go to here, I just go back, I guess, and we're kind of running into a couple bad situations where, you'd be almost walking yourself into a fork like that, but it's a case where... That's one thing I was thinking about doing with my webcam. Like, I could do, like, all these board games and stupid stuff, but it's almost like it'd be more fun if you did it with somebody else. But yeah, it's a very strange format of mine. So here he could try to bring in the queen somehow. It's not like I can't just escape with my own queen, though, for whatever threat he might pose. But you see how this almost doesn't matter. We're still playing the same kind of rated people that we, whether up or down, that we, would be there. So it's like, oh no, I fell to 1568, but it's up or down to a certain amount where it doesn't matter that much. So you go here, and then he can only take with that because you see this would be such a strong move. If he raises it, it's also a strong move. So what else does he do? Like, he'd have to cover it some other way, but it's not even the cover that matters. You go here, and then he can't take, and so this is okay because what can you do? And the answer is you can't really do anything at all. And even if you raise the pawn again, I'll keep dancing, vacillating back and forth. And so I want to stay in line with this, but maybe I'm getting a little bit greedy and trying to do it. But I also don't see what the threat is aside from the fork. But you also don't have it covered so as long as the knight's there. But I guess I can't depend on the knight being there or depend on the knight, period. But this is dangerous because you are potentially getting forked. Could almost raise this, set up for a double stack, and also cover that in the process. A lot of these are animes or something that they're based on, and I just don't know what they are because I've only seen like 10 in my whole life, which are not, not a very high number. So you go to here, and then he takes, then he can't take. If he raises, I'd gladly take or do whatever. It'll open the king. Or arguably, maybe I should turn it down still and then try to promote it, which if I was better, I could probably do, but I'm not. You just need to focus here. There's no big deal. We're not really trying to prove anything, but I don't know how I go on these really big slides, but wait, that was a very unexpected move. You gotta just watch out for the forks. I don't even care about anything else. Or this would allow you to push to here. No, but then I could still go here, but then you could still go here, but then I could still take. I don't know. Let's just go here because this could be dangerous though, because you're gonna put yourself in a bit of a bind, no? You have to cover this on account of the knight, and you have to cover this on account of the knight. And so I don't know what that means because it seems fine, but he's gonna probably trap my thing somehow, or rather, you're walking yourself into that idea too. Maybe I don't even need the cover for there anymore. We'll just put it here. How about that? Because we're not gonna be able to move that then for a while. So we prevent whatever kind of fork shenanigans he had up his sleeve. Then the queen can just kind of move around and dick around a little bit. So it's going to be a very stale, repetitive, drawish position like every one ever. And don't let time control sort of fool you to that extent. That's why people like Bullet and Blitz so much, because it makes it feel like a real-time game, which is objectively more complicated, but that's not the nature of it. I guess you could say that is a form of it, but it's like, I don't know. So we'd like to do the trade here. He's not going to let me do it, obviously, but I'll try to come in here with it. So if he raises this, I can still move around. It's fine. So he's going to stop that with all his might of the queen. My position does seem better than his, but it's not probably much better. If he takes, I take. Yeah, these are the kind of bad streaks that I go on that are kind of surprising because, but they're not because again, you're not bringing much fundamental knowledge to the table, and so if you're not, then you're in a position where, it almost makes you appreciate, not that it is a big deal, but like something I'm doing is not normal. Like you're not supposed to get even this far without studying or having any idea what you're doing, but that's where it just becomes a bottomless pit of disappointment where you're just going to keep studying over and over, and it's like it's no big surprise if you're good or better than other people because your studies sort of explain it. So I'm not saying that's not still a big deal or it's not still nice to do. You could also take here. So like you would take, I would take. So again, every time I do a trade, that's pretty much what happens. So that's okay, I guess. You could go here, and the problem is you'd be under attack from that, obviously. So you can go here, you can go here, you can go wherever you want, but it's going to be kind of dumb, I guess. So this move would be killer, but it's not a big deal because you can just deal with it. Or no, you could even still go here and whatever. It's not covered. I don't know where he could go to cover it that would be particularly good. You go here with the queen first, and then you do something. You can't raise this anymore because you gave up the thing. Doesn't seem like that opens anything up for him. If you go here, I just raise it. So he just blundered. Wait. Oh, no. He's doing the trade. I don't know why I thought he just blundered that. But no, he could have actually took. He could have actually. Or he can still do it. He could take there. So it actually helps him, but he doesn't do it. So I can't take there, but more importantly, I want to deal with this. So if he takes, I simply take. It's not really a big deal. But you see how my fiending for trades is the ultimate sin of mine. And even that's a little bit of a disappointment. So you can go to here. You can go to here, and then I can... I can't really take that, so I kind of give the pawn back already. He would take, I would simply take back. That's the thing. Right, so that's pretty self-explanatory. If you raise this, I go here. This is the kind of position where a knight would be great, but neither of us even have one, right? This kind of closed, stagnant position that we're in. So if you could get me to raise the rook, you could obviously take that. If you take, I simply take back. This set's not too bad because there's only a few pieces you have to worry about. When it comes to that, I don't know if that's intended or if that's just because they weren't able to make the rest of them work. But look how close of a position it still is. This is what I hate. Now I could raise this, but he could double take with the rook, take. That's one that I've not seen before, like a Code Geass set, since chess is kind of featured prominently in there in a very inaccurate way. The real best chess player in that universe wouldn't be Lelouch or Schneisel. It would be fucking whatever. It would be some sweaty guy studying chess books in his basement all day, and so therefore, you know what I mean? It wouldn't matter that, oh, you're a great strategist or this or that, because you're worried about other things. So you have to focus on that element. I don't understand what I can do here. We can go here, and then we can take it with that. If we were attacking with both of these, which we're not. We can go to here. Like, I can't figure anything out right now. Like, what if you go to here, and then you're able to basically get attacked by the rook, by the bishop, I mean. You could take the pawn, it wouldn't really do anything, or at least I can take the pawn now, but I don't really want to. Or, again, you should try to turn it into a passed pawn, like to the extent that you're able to raise this, then go over to here, and then raise it in his face, but then I'd have to also cover with the queen. I guess we could double stack, and I'm not really worried about it because, well, but it's not really easy to double stack because the bishop's always going to cover one of these squares or the other, right? So it's impossible. It's impossible actually to double stack because they'll end up flagging him, which is really fun and instructive, right? I certainly love when that happens. Most of my losses have actually come because of that. I'm either even or winning, and then you know what I mean? I end up doing that. So he missed the pawn there, though. It could have turned the tide of the game, or at least it could have made it more compensating for the time element. So I would take, and then it doesn't really matter what happens from there. I want to do this, but it's actually impossible because of the pawn situation or because of the bishop constantly covering these, and so therefore you have to... I'll just take it, I guess. I don't know what's happening. Whatever happens, it's like perfectly fine. But that's also me just sort of being lazy and not really wanting to do this properly. So you end up taking the pawn. Like I blundered multiple pawns off the back of doing that, where you're able to basically do it in a way that you give up a pawn to try to guarantee a trade, but then I guess I end up not even doing that. Because, yeah, I guess you would have had to address something there, too. So we're staying off the dark square, see how everything besides this is on one. So here I could just raise it, and that'd be perfectly fine. Or actually, it wouldn't be fine, because if he gives a check on the light square, then I'm kind of screwed. So I should maybe go like this, and then you don't have to worry about it as much. Right, this is the one move that I've been sitting on that I should have done a while ago. He can't attack that, double attack that. The problem is if he sets up for that, then it's going to be hard to stop it, but it'd probably be pretty hard to set it up in the first place. Like, just, I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea what's happening. You'd have to bring the queen, bring the queen. So either you bring the queen here, or you have to get it to some weird spot that you're not going to expect. Or now that's too deep in where you're kind of doing it backwards of how you should do it. Just try to trade the stupid ass queen first. You cover this. But that could be a scary mating proposition if he had gotten the queen somewhere that it doesn't want to be. Even if I was to like blunder my queen now, I would win just because of time, which again, I don't take any special comfort or pleasure in that, but it's okay, I guess, because it's the best you can do. He's covering everything adequately. You're going to end up really trapping the queen, but you're really not either. You're hitting there. He'd have to cover that with something else. We get a nice juicy 7 for that, which is not really all that great. So let's do one more here officially. And so we keep winning with these weird sets, but I guess that's all we're exclusively using. So go ahead. Yeah, that's often what I do. Gucci, piano, whatever the fuck. I often see that opening come up. So however I play naturally is conducive to that, basically. So black is winning most of the way. But you can see how little you feel that. Like, in what way is he winning, and how is he going to go about it? He obviously didn't know, and I obviously don't know either. So let's just go here. 10 plus 0. This guy's provisional, which sometimes that's a bad thing because you either gain or lose a disproportionate amount based on that. Fluorescent tadpole. That sounds like one of those bot names that you get just for whatever that's auto-generated for you. Or like what uses that? Like Discord uses that or something, or Xbox would use that, like Microsoft. It would come up with some weird name like that, like 2 words that are just randomly put together. So let's try not to trade so happily, but you see the kind of the safe peace of mind that it gives me. Like I feel so safe when I do that because it helps you in terms of time because there's less to worry about. It helps you in terms of position. It helps you in terms of everything. Like, why wouldn't I want to always trade? But sometimes it doesn't work out, obviously. Even here, I'm turning down potentially. I could have pinned that down and guaranteed the trade. And I'll try to go actually for the proper bishop pair here. But even as white, it's like I'm not really posing threats, right? Because part of it is the discipline. Like, you know that it's not going to work, assuming the opponent's actually good, which you never know with people like this. 37, yeah, don't play blitz, dude. Don't fall for the bait of this streamer cult of personality trash. It's just not the way that the game actually works. So this pawn push I never understand because... Wait, but that's not even the way you're supposed to do it, is it? If he went here, here, then you're attacking this. So therefore you have something to worry about with respect to... Or like here you can't really go there like I normally do though. That is the problem. He would take, I would take, he would still take. So it's almost like you want to go here, but you don't because then you'll block off the thing. You also don't necessarily want to go there. So I genuinely don't know what happens with this sometimes. Like I should almost just trade this off. Because the light square bishop's position is secure, but I don't know what kind of pawn structure we're really trying to go for. I almost feel like you want to do this, but it's probably not right either. Because like you go here, and then he would take, I would take... he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. It doesn't seem like what you want to do, but I think I've done that before too. Like exhaust every mistake, so now you know it and you won't do it again. The sigma effect, but you kind of do it in such a way that, I mean, that should be a no-brainer that you can just take, or you maybe could have just done that too, or you can still do it. So you don't want to take necessarily now, or you could still do it again, but you do it again, and then you're able to basically do this. And so now you're in a beautiful spot because he can't even punish me for that because my king is already castled, so it's not like you can pin it down or something. We just win a pawn and we have like a fried liver, 6 for 6 potential going on, and so I should trade even more. That seemed to work out pretty well last game, but I mean, I won't really vouch for that being a good thing to do. And we were down, but that much is whatever. You're not really down material. In fact, most of the game I was like up a pawn, and then I kept giving them up because I wanted to trade so badly. If you don't move the knight, I can trade. If you do move the knight, I can trade. You'd want to go here, but now you're not going to have enough covers for it still. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take, and whatever. The knight has to go. So we're in an okay spot. Let's just try to focus. We started at 86. So, I mean, if I win this, we'll be 80 plus. And maybe I won't feel too bad about it. So it's fine. You just kind of recover. So if you go to here, you can take the stupid thing. You can take the stupid knight. You're double attacking there. It's not going to do anything. So you kind of have to take it because we would still have a bishop pair potential, but it's not really going to happen because I don't know how this pawn position is going to work out. Can't do anything there. You can bring this in for like a cheeky little double attack opportunity. Doesn't seem like the greatest thing to do, but it's okay. Sort of an unnecessary thing to do at least. Double attacking here, double attacking there. You go like that, shuts everything down. He's attacking there. You can't take there, but it's going to put pressure. But it's really not because, whatever, you can't, you have that cover anyway. So, I mean, this should definitely come out, but I don't know how exactly I want to go about it. So you could double attack there. Alright, the point is, this is going to be fine for the whole game because you want to keep that diagonal intact. That was just like a cheeky little extra thread that I thought I could maybe do something with it. And so you're not really doing anything here. You could go there. And that's actually a little bit scary because, fuck. You know, because I go there, he would take, I would take, he would still take. So the only thing you might be able to do is just this because the queen can't do anything to it. That's actually a good move, the correct move. Probably. What? Fuck, that's not even covered either there. Okay, I'll ignore that even though it would allow him to take there and also still do whatever he wants. So I'll just move it here. That allows him to equalize basically in such a way that I'm not even sure how that happened, but you basically had to do that because whatever, you're just going to lose otherwise. So this is a cheeky, no, I could have done this actually. I could have done the cheeky move that I even wanted. He would take, I would take, right? He can't even do it and it could guarantee the trade again. And so now you are covering this. See, I forgot my own strategy and my own cover. Or what I could have even done is taken there and taken, which I maybe could still do now. I would take, then he would take, whatever, and then I would take and take. But I missed that because I'm just stupid. But he came up with a pretty scary position, but it was pretty obvious, but it might have been one of those that you just can't do anything about it, right? Like I couldn't really cover that, so I had to just rely on the pawns, which you don't really want to be in that position to do either. So now you can't move that. I fucked up my whole thing, man. I fucked it up. It's not like it's that big of a deal. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take, right? That would be fine. That part wouldn't bother me, but somehow I'm just like, how would I ever cover this? Like, I don't even get it. I don't know what I can do. He'll go like this, probably. This is so dumb, man. I could just move the queen because you don't have to worry about this too much. What the fuck, man? There's almost nowhere that I can go just in the whole game. What the fuck is going on? How is it this claustrophobic of a position for the fucking queen? Like, I don't even understand. We go from that to this. Like, what the fuck, man? Yeah, that's really too bad, though. I gave up before I even started trying because I never really gave it a true effort. When my whole principle and philosophy is about that, like, if you put forth an adequate amount of effort, you shouldn't need anything else, but obviously that's also not even true in its own right, but even if it was, I'm just not doing it. I'm not living up to it. So what's the point? You go here. You should just double take. He would take, I would take, he would still take. Like, why would that be bad in any imagination? He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take, I guess, is maybe why it's bad. And then again, despite my king being open there, of course I knew that. It's not like I'm just doing random stuff and hoping for the best, but my queen was almost fucking trapped there too. And okay, dude. Okay. You would want to go here, and you almost have to go here because you got to cover that somehow. And so it's going to be difficult to get rid of this piece, actually, because it's just going to be there forever. And so I'm not too happy with that, and there's not much we can do about it. And so, you're going to get rid of this, and then if I move it, no, but you can cover it here still. In fact, maybe I should just do that, and he's going to sack something crazy and just whatever, but, what if I go like here now, and then I threaten to take the thing? I threaten to take it, and then if he covers back, it's also okay because you get to take there, though. Um, it would be a position where you at least could have, I don't know. Double stack it. You can still take there potentially. And this is kind of rough. Um, the thing is, you should almost do like this. Right, so you can give up the pawn. I don't really care. Oh, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get what's happening. I have no idea. I can't figure it out. But see, I should take the time at least to try to. I give these people hope because I show my cluelessness at certain points in the game, right? Even if it's just like, what would that change though? What would that change? He checks. I go here. He goes there. Maybe I shouldn't lose too much because he's provisional, or maybe you lose more because of it. Or maybe you get a stalemate or something. Yeah, I don't know what I think I'm doing with this lack of effort. It's really quite puzzling to me, but it's it's very interesting nonetheless. You can go to here. You can basically just do whatever you want. Like you're playing a person who's just not really there. Okay. Like I said, I don't want to do this anymore, regardless of even outcome. Like I just can't really care about what I'm doing. Yeah, I've looked at it the wrong way. I look at it kind of the way that people who always talk about it do. Like you're trying to compensate with time. Like you think you're not treating it with any sort of respect. Like just do it as much as you want, take as much time as you want, and you think that's, or even study. Like use all these things as a crutch, but that's not really what it's about. Or at least to me, that's not what it would be about. So you have this opportunity very clearly, and of course, there's nothing you can do about it. So that's fine. We're actually finished with the themes though too on the site itself. I like how the only button that remains on this is the donate button. It's almost like the developers of the site made this. If I can add on to, so that's the only thing you see. But obviously, it's just bugged out partly, and they're not greedy like that at all either. But this looks so weird. I actually like this. So I fell down quite a bit. I'm surprised it's not showing, or the arrow somehow is bugged out here. Normally, it would show that here, like you've gone down over the last couple of things, because I've gone from 1623 to 1569. So it's obviously just like an approach thing that I'm not doing it right. So we're actually done with the themes, I think. Zen would be the last one. Right, so we have to move on to the themes on the site itself. And so we'll go gray wooden board and Cayuga something is the set. So these should at least work a little more consistently now, right? The themes on the site. And I guess I could theoretically use anything that I want. You know what I should almost do, just as a joke? Like, I should use all my thumbnails and channel art. Like, I'll start with Luigi's Mansion thumbnails, and I'll just use it as my background. You can just use whatever you want, right? You can use whatever you want, like, for an image, like how I was using my main channel art. But we'll do that once we run out of them altogether. So it's this one, I think. Larger text, no. Epic chess pieces. Okay, we can't see from here, obviously. So epic that they don't even appear at all in the first place. Oh, shit, nice. He's about 1900 USCF. And of course, FIDE is going to be... a little bit different, but it's hard to judge because, see, part of the reason why FIDE seems so hard isn't because it's actually, obviously it's the highest standard that you have, but part of it is people just can't get to events. You know what I mean? Like, maybe this only works with a particular thing. Epic chess pieces, so epic that your eyes cannot even handle them. Wait, shouldn't it appear here? Huh? The fuck is going on? Oh no, it is there. Or these are like, this guy is trolling. They're not epic at all, but maybe you have to use something. Epic, update, 5 stars, ribbed. Okay, it just simply doesn't work. And so let me, wait, why does this seem like it's still the one? No, I guess that was like wooden or whatever. But yeah, it seems like USCF, or again, even whatever, even what do you call it? Like other countries will have their own national one that you do, like obviously US, meaning United States. You'll have one in every country, and then you use that as like a benchmark to get into FIDE. Not that you can't just go to FIDE events, but unless you live in like some huge city, like you live in New York City or something, that could work. But a lot of the time you can't reach it. It's too inconvenient. I know a lot of good players even who complain about that. Like, ace who's like 2400 on here, he has trouble getting to events because he doesn't have the time, the money, whatever, like the transportation. Like, how do you just fly across the country to get there? And they're not as common, basically. They're only in major venues. So you see these 1500 rated players playing like Alex Botez and stuff in some crazy place, but it's like, who are these people? It's possible they live there, which would make it convenient, but you know, why would you travel? You're only a 1500 rated player. Like, at least I have that humility to say, I'm so bad that I shouldn't do that. Right? I won't do it until I'm actually good or something. Some of these are supposed to work. Like, what is this? Mavi Tata. You can't even tell based on some of these names, like, what they are. Is it a piece set? What is it? It's something to do with Zen mode. It could... Oh, I didn't even have it on, but... Okay, that one doesn't seem to be working. Okay, chess cases. Okay, this one looks pretty cool. It looks almost the same as what this base one is, just kind of a little thicker. And then we have some kind of gray board that we were at. Right, the gray wooden board, I think. Because that's what we were just using was gray. And the ICC olive. Why are none of these working, man? That must be it, obviously. So purple works with a lot of them. So when in doubt, just do that. But what was cool with some of them, it's interesting how some of these things interact with the site. Like, sometimes it would show here, like with the trans set that we have coming up much later. It showed it here as the color that it's going to be. Like, here it doesn't do that as the olive one, but whatever. So let's go into our first theme on the site. But technically, I don't even remember that because we had gotten to a certain one, right? I would have to actually look back at my thing, right, when I had done on stream the episode, because then I went back to these. So did I use a picture one or not? I don't even remember. I'll actually have to look that up. I think the last one we had used on there, according to the video, is I would have... we had lost as a space one, so I don't think I had used this one, so we'll start with this, and we'll go through as many as those are, and then we'll have to I might actually do that. I'll start using every single thumbnail that I've ever had for my channel, for whatever weird reason, starting with like Luigi's Mansion and Paper Mario. I don't know, just because those are technically like my channel arts, even though a lot of them are not, they don't have anything to do with anything really. Alright, so let's try to concentrate, get back in a little bit of a rhythm. Again, just it's even giving me a softball opponent, but I mean, I'm a bit of that myself. So you do all this, you do this opening line, you go like here, I think first, and then you go here. And so, of course, everybody who's even, I would say 1500, but even sub 1500 would know clearly exactly how to deal with this. Like, I don't know what the point of it is at some point. Like, if he takes there, I take there. If he takes there, I take there. Like, there's nothing crazy happening with this. Let's just develop this. You develop this. If he goes here, I can simply take. So now I'll castle, and then I can let the bloodshed happen, or I could just ignore it. I'm the type to even want to trade, but for some reason you're not supposed to, or at least for a certain period of time. That one with the arrows was pretty cool, actually. So we got the olive board, we got whatever this piece set is. You should be able to do this just regardless. That shouldn't change anything at all. You just do this. He's out of theory. It's no longer theory. But now, if he was to take, I would take, and then he can't take, so I don't even understand what happened. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. So he somehow fucked that up almost. If he puts the queen like behind, you can't even do that. So I'll admit, I don't even understand how he gave up a piece there. He just did something out of sequence. The fact that he let a trade occur. How did that change my position though? Does that mean I could have always done it? Like I would take, he would take, I would take, he would... Wait. But how? He puts it there, which doesn't seem to have anything to do With anything, you get a fork. Like right there. And sometimes you have something even better here because the position is so fucked that you might be able to just mate him. But yeah, okay, that's good. We still get 4, which might seem like that's low, but some of these opponents we were facing that were like within 20 or 30 of us were only giving us like 5 to 7. So like, you'd rather get 4 from that twice, but whatever. So that's fine. It get us on a good streak here. Not really much to learn from that, but actually there is something to learn. As I was even saying, I'm so confused because how did he blunder a piece? I don't even get it. Just even there. Okay, so now here you take. I guess the next natural move is that, right? So if you don't do that, you could have just took even here. But I didn't even think about it or even see it because, see, I'm just assuming, oh, it's theory. It was only there that I thought, oh, he's out of theory, but it was actually a move before. Not that I even know theory or have any idea what I'm doing, but, you know, sometimes you give these people too much credit that they should be able to figure these things out. Like, even knowing that opening as well as I do up to that point, right, might not seem like a big accomplishment, which it's not, but the standard is just so low. Like, nobody else is going to know these things either. Or I'm just always constantly surprised when they do know things. Okay, all we want to do, work our way back up to a nice little thing called 1600 rating. You know, that's like a scare tactic move because it's like, oh, you know, you probably shouldn't do that, but I'm so worried about the pin happening that I just have to address it. So I can't I can't do anything. The bishop positioning isn't the greatest, but mine is not going to be too good either. So it's hard to say which of these two is better. I always like going here so the knight can come here, but for some reason, some sort of sack play occurs. So he'll take, and then I don't know. I just feel like this is typically right. I don't know why. I don't know. But see, now this will be the one instance where it's not. Or that's quite the move because... What the fuck? That's quite the move because you're attacking that. How the fuck does that even happen? I guess I don't have a choice, really. There's nothing I can do. That is unbelievable to me, but doesn't mean we lose the game. It just means that this guy is an opening god, I guess, who knows that, or he's not going to. Bro thinks he's Vichy with 7,000 games played. Shouldn't you be embarrassed? Like, I even say that. I played over 1,000. I should at least be 2,000 plus. And of course, I've done more, a little bit more at least, between other sites and stuff, but... Okay, just relax. It's not a bad position. It's really not a big deal. Okay. See, I've given up though mentally, not because of this game or that encounter, but just in general. Like, there's no. I keep saying it, but I just don't have the effort level. Like, I'm not trying at all. So what's the point? It's just one little thing can't tilt you like that a lot. Just try to get some free development out of his see, the pawn I could have overcome, but now this I can't overcome. But I'll still try, or I'll try to draw it. That's so stupid. It's like one thing happens that you don't expect, and then it turns into a whole nother disaster, basically. And then I just start to do random stuff. You can't take. If you take, I can take. If you keep going, I can take. You gotta just take. If you take, I can't take. Yeah, it's not even like you should be looking for the home run play here, like to try to mate him or do something crazy. But what you could do is you could at least equalize a little bit, pick up a pawn here and there, and then you end up getting like a draw or something. It's like, this is what I don't approve of, really. It's like, it's these kind of plays where you're not even looking. You're not looking at the board. You're not looking at the pieces. And so, what does that mean? Like, what is that? You know what I mean? What are you doing then? And it's nothing to do. And then people will use that to try to snake oil salesmen and egotism and all this kind of stuff. Like, oh, you have to do this. It's like, you know what it is? It's like, it's the ultimate form of projection, to the extent that people will look at the same situation and have a million different interpretations. They'll look at somebody who's not even paying attention and say, oh, well, haha, that means I'm innately better than you, or they'll use it to feed their own ego, right? Some slightly higher player, 2000 player, whatever. Or they'll use it to try to justify something like, oh, you need to study and you need to do this and that, right? And then at that point you're in a position where, oh, you have to study, you should do this, you should do this opening, that opening. Doesn't mean that those things can't be valid and valuable in their own right. But what it does mean is that you're in a position where you can basically, please take it with that, please take it with that, please. Fucking. Still try to do the cheeky little thing, but that would have been a great way to win the queen back. You go there, it doesn't really matter, I don't think. Yeah, they'll use it to justify, oh, you should have done this or you should study that. That's not really why you lost, though, because you just weren't using your eyes and you weren't paying attention. But, it's still fine. Like, those things can be valid, but also that's not the problem. The main problem that people have is, again, they don't care enough, they're not paying attention enough. You could say that's hard, part of the validation that, oh, the game is hard or whatever, right? But, and see, even when I'm down material, I still want to trade somehow, like, just, I don't know, you're not gonna get anywhere doing that because he's already up and he's in an advantage position, but you can actually double take here, so maybe he is giving me certain things. Right, he's given up a couple pawns unless it's all part of his master plan, but I don't really see how. Now you got to keep this thing double attacked and stuff, because now you're preventing him from really castling at all, and then you get to, keep putting pressure. We can create the rarely seen triple stack idea. We could even do it like where we bait this, then take, then take. All right, so we slowly pick up a couple pawns. And so at this point, you can pin this down to the queen. And if you do that, my rook's not under threat. So I think that should be relatively good as well. So now if you do this, you should at least be able to win like another pawn, let's say, out of it. Because if you take, I can take. Then if you take, then I can still take. And then you got to worry about the double take potential there. Although it could turn into a problem, because if you go here, then you can unleash something maybe. Okay, now we should just kind of chill and not overdo it a little bit. But we can just leave this kind of here in the vicinity. You could come there, I would take, you would take. I don't know what I should be trying to do here, really. You can go ahead, you can give it a check, but I don't see what the pertinence of it really is. You can always just move this later or create a double stack or something. He's only +1, but I'm sure his position is still better. Although maybe not that much better, because he did do like a clown, queenside. Like, look how they can get away with playing like this against me. This is the real insult, isn't it? Like, how can you do this if... I don't get it. So now I'm going to make like a very passive kind of move, because it doesn't make sense to be here. Like, you're not going to do anything. I don't see what I'm doing. You can go here with the bishop, but it doesn't do anything either. You can easily just kind of force me to trade it with no consequence of your own. Like, I can just take. I could double stack, but you don't necessarily want to trade too much more now. Or maybe I can get away with it, but see, these pawns are going to be a problem. Do you want to go like this, and then you're all on a dark square? You want to make sure you cover all this. This is not going to be covered. You can go like this. If you raise this, I can't really do anything. The double stack just seems like the natural thing to do. But I'm kind of thinking what all he can do here. You're tagging there, which is not really a big deal. I maybe should have even done that, but like anything I do, he can just... There's too many things he can do. You kind of want to attack this one somehow, but I don't know what it's going to do exactly. You're threatening here. I just don't know. We get off to a rotten opening, but we are trying pretty hard now, so this is all you got to do. It doesn't mean you're going to win. Again, I should be happy with the draw, but I always get pissed. Like, I almost would rather lose than draw most of the time. So you go here. It doesn't change what that can do. Doesn't change what that can do. Right, so it shuts this particular threat off. We still have this stupid dinky pawn idea, but doesn't mean that it's really all that good. So you just go here. But you do want him on the dark square anyway, to the extent that you're basically able to... To the extent that you're basically able to prevent him from taking with both the bishop and that. That is a cute move. Very, very cute. Very cute indeed. Wow. Wow. That's so fucking nuts, bro, man. So he takes the rook. He's back. I mean, he's just a good player. I mean, I can't say anything. He's just good. He knows the openings. He knows everything. He's fast. He's sharp. Like, this guy's going to be the next somebody. I don't know. Like, what is this, dude? That's so ridiculous. And I'm still not going to just give up, but I basically have by my play. Like what is it that you're... I don't know. I don't know. What is it that's going on in your brain that you... I just don't even try during the... Like, I'm just kind of... I try to do the bare minimum is the thing. Now it doesn't matter what color these things are on, but you should still connect them in some way. Like where you're able to basically have one anchor point, I guess. It shouldn't be that hard for him to create some sort of attack here that you'd be able to have a little trouble stopping. For example, you could even take... No, I don't know. I'm just going to do some cute little pawn stuff, and it's not going to be enough to... You can always put this here, so I'm maybe trying to stop that, but I can't. You can go like this. Clears out the back rank. You can go like this. Prevents the king from even moving. You'd almost want to end up here. If he just doesn't play it right, though, we might still have a chance. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. So you just want to keep reinforcing this and kind of show the fact that you're not trying to do anything. So let's see him try to figure out this threat. He doesn't have any pawns to do anything with, so how did he create like a dynamic threat here on this king's side, right? Because his pawns are all on the other side. What could you possibly do here? Just gonna keep going back and forth with this. The problem is the king can't really even move though, so I was gonna like go back and forth. See, that's cute because there's a lot of problems with it. And the reason why is like, okay, you take here, but then it would still be worth it, right? He goes there, unless I get mated or something. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. That would be fine. This take would be fine because, again, you would have given up the queen to do it. So if you give up the queen to do it, then even if you take... I don't see exactly how it's going to be a mate. If you take there, it's the same thing. But you could arguably cover here as well. Right, so now you're covering everything basically besides the... You're covering everything besides basically the... Okay. Now what's he gonna do? You can't do anything here, you can't do anything here. So if you take here, what happens? If I take... Then you... Wait, you take, but then I still take, so I don't even get that. It's more just like I don't want to move anything. Everything's in the perfect spot, so I just don't want to move. Fuck. Okay. The problem is just like my pieces can't move. That's the thing. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, and it would actually be fine though. Because, well, I'm probably not seeing it, but how is this bad? How is this bad? Oh. Okay. I mean, I at least guarantee you he played a pretty good game, but I mean, look. I often get tilted in the opening like that, because like I played pretty well then after that, like I recovered, but it's just not going to work like this. You have to either try or you just can't do it. I keep trying to just get away with too many things. So what rating was he? He was 1581. Let's go on to the next theme here. But you can just see how, like, I'm not. Like, let's see what we could learn from that potentially. Time wasn't even necessarily an issue because... I was actually going to do classical too. You might think, oh, you know... Because it just kind of, this is less fun for me, but it also... Then I tank so hard there that I'm worried about... Yeah, and that's not even, like, the best move for him, apparently. Which makes no sense either, but... That's a blunder, obviously, because you're just giving up that. But even from there, he plays so well. Like, let's say we sort of equalize it a little bit. You're supposed to go here. I don't understand why. Just because it forces you to... It forces you to give up the castle, I suppose. Wait, but that's not even what happened at all. I mean, he's making blunders. See, whenever you take a free piece, it's actually a blunder. Because you see, that's not what chess about. Or I guess there it's just an extra threat to get rid of the castle. But it didn't seem like his whole fucking position was too conducive to that anyway. Like, I'm losing a little bit here, and then he possibly lets us back in a bit. But not really. Like, that bishop move is so good. Like, these things aren't really that hard to see, but you have to really look, I guess, in a way that I'm just not doing. So let's go to the next theme here, which is not the board theme, it's actually the background. But yeah, you can literally put like any image on Imgur and it's gonna work. Okay, so the chess pieces, we're already at the L with the pieces, which seems kind of hard to believe. So what is that? Chess cases. 3D isn't gonna really work. This one I kind of liked. Arcade board. Our aerial gold is the set here that we can use, and then from there we can just do so we're not really worrying about the 3D pieces, although maybe I could go through those then after the fact, because we know for a fact that we haven't used a single one of them. So then we go back to boards again, and it's going to be ICC olive, I think was the one. So ICC wood. Okay, so we'll go with that. This is at least making it a little bit easier to search for those, because we're at such a point where the pieces are always easy to find because there's just so many of them, and most of them work. The boards were at a good point where most of them are in the same section, like it's the chess board in alphabetical order. And then for the themes, they're all going to work because they're on the site itself, although there might not be really that many of them. So let me try another one here in a second, and I get to... And I'm trying to get back to 16, but I wouldn't have the time to do that anyway right now, so... And black kind of doesn't get treated right in this set, though, because it's so... You know? Like, I'm not really trying to prove anything either. Like, I got to 16. How much farther do I want to get without trying to study or something? But I guess in a weird matter-of-fact way, I'll end up doing it anyway because I'll basically do it through this. So I was at least analyzing myself more for a while there, and I was at least taking it more seriously. There was clearly some approach that I had during that stretch though that was different, right? It's not just about, oh, the rating, it's about you must be doing something different. Like, how do you just do that suddenly? But each game you can look at in its own little sense that, like, oh, you get lucky sometimes, you get away with certain things sometimes, but a lot of the time it's just, it doesn't matter. Just go in fresh with a new approach and just do it. And by new approach, I mean do it in the most stale, garbage way possible. This looks like a strong move if the position stays the same. And the reason why it's a strong move is because you could potentially do this. But the problem with that, even still, is the fact that you go like this. So then I go like this, this. He goes like this, I go like this, he goes like this, I go like this, he goes like this, I go like this. So arguably it should be good, but it probably won't work, and I'll probably get punished for it pretty hard, actually. Because I normally don't try to do stuff like this. So he can move the knight wherever he wants, and my knight's under attack, but then it's still covered. So how do you basically cover this? At the very least, you can just bring the rook back, and then I could do the 6 for 6. Which maybe I should, we've gone through the trouble. I don't mind it. It's just, you get rid of a knight, you trade everything. I mean, even if train fiending is my whole style of play, I don't know exactly. You still have to have a little discipline here and there with how you do it. So this technically isn't even pinned, so like he could go there, but the fact that his queen would be under attack makes it at least valuable, right? So he'd be forced to address that first, and then I could still take whatever he does. So I almost want to beat this threat a lot. Like, we're gonna just, okay, we can't bring the thing. We can bring this, but then he goes there, which is just kind of irritating. So we can just leave it for now, I guess. But this knight position is pretty secure. There's really nothing I can ever do about it. Or, you can always just try to offer up a trade, but that ends up being, like, more trouble than it's worth, I guess. We always have this endless loop of, like, what we do. We'll say, oh, I'll just keep going till I get to 15, then I'll study. Then I say, oh, well, let's see how far we can go now. Then I get to 16. Then, oh, let's, go till see how far we can go, and then I fall back down. Then let's try to just get back to 15 or to 16, and then like we always just create our own sort of thing. Okay, that still doesn't matter. That stops us from like ever actually progressing. So this doesn't seem like a good move at all, in fact. But basically what I'm trying to do is just trade something, but I almost don't want to trade it for the knight. If I go here, he can do whatever he wants. If I go here, it's good. If he goes here, I'd probably take with this. And the reason why is because I want to, okay, that's kind of what I was waiting for. I didn't want to trade for the stinky knight, but I did want to trade for this. So now I have one knight and 2 rooks. He has 2 knights and a bishop. So objectively, I should almost have a form of advantage. So here you can't do that because he obviously has adequate covers. So you can go like this. And then if I went there, he wouldn't be able to take with that, but he could still take with that. So it wouldn't do a whole lot for me even so. He could raise the pawn. He could do a lot, really. You could do a cute little move like this, but he takes and double stack the pawn. So see, I don't know whether that's worth it or not to do that. Sometimes these moves are actually correct because it's like, whatever, getting rid of the knight. It's hard. Like, I don't know whether that's something you should do or not. You can go here, and then I'll basically just have to go back. The annoying nature of the knight, but also just chess in general. There's a lot of these back and forth kind of moves, right, that happen. We can still maintain the double stack, but it's not really doing anything either. If I go here, you can just easily take the knight. If the knight moves, then I can do it, because then, well, I guess if the knight moves anywhere except there, I could have done it. So what all can he do here is the question. The problem is I don't really know what I'm trying to do most of these times. Like, nothing's really happening. But see, he's not really so sure of what he's doing either. So if you go here, now you can go here and try to trade and double take, which is not really much of anything, but these are the kind of moments that, even though I like the middle game and it's kind of more fun, I guess I just complain about everything in chess. The average chess complainer, because it's like, if the openings are too memory based and this and that, but then I don't study, so then I suffer from, struggling there. Then the end games are like that, kind of too little stale, repetitive back and forth. So, the middle, you must love the middle games, and I do in theory, in concept, not in theory as far as studying it, but because you technically can't study it. But what it means is that I just don't put the effort. But then at least it's my fault, right? It's not the game's fault. And even openings are like an equalizing factor. It's just like, you work so hard for so little, because what happens is everybody studies and then everybody knows them, so you may as well just skip that part, right? That shouldn't be the deciding factor, and then get to the actual good part, which is kind of what happens anyway with like rapid tie breaks and faster formats, right? Because it throws a lot of that out the window. Or still not really, though, because they'll, whatever, what the fuck? Okay, I see you can always count on people to do that. Like, see, the last guy played so good. He played so good, and then this guy does something like that. Like, it doesn't make sense. Maybe it's part of his plan, but I honestly can't even figure out why or how. Like, this move doesn't bother me. This move doesn't necessarily bother me. All I would have to do is basically cover it again. As much as I like to trade, I can't understand why, really, I would want to trade there. So he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. If he keeps going, it's fine. You can't do anything with this. I can create a stack maybe here. Create a double stack here. So what that does is it enables you to basically incentivize to take, because then you could maybe try to do something here. He could try to push the knight out, so then like, no, but he would still have to have addressed it. So I could try to make this into something, but we don't technically even have an open file to use here, so where would I go then? You gotta almost use the knight as bait to say, like, okay, wherever we put it, then something is going to happen. Like, you'll put it there, and then he'll push it out, and then I'll be able to go back, and then I'll be able to take. That's unironically probably how you're supposed to use the knight. That you just create a position that can't be stopped, and then you force them to try to stop it, and then it messes up your pawns or something like that. So we're not in a bad spot, but I don't know how much credit I really deserve for creating it. We can attack this, which could be a weakling pawn at some point later. I'm not 100% sure what he's even doing, though. You can go to here. Nothing really crazy would happen. This one needs a cover still, if not for the queen. But yeah, the ideas here become very difficult to find, and oftentimes you don't have to, or if you do, they don't work. But if you don't, then they sort of see, like, you could go here unironically, and you're double attacking that. I just think it somehow opens you up to something else, because he'll go here, and then I can't do anything. So more realistically, I should try to move the knight, or yeah. No. See, this is the problem. You make these sort of aimless moves. If you go here, the knight comes back, so I don't know what to do. I have no idea. See, we're both in like that aimless territory, but it kind of looks worse for me because I'm at least up material in a way that I should take advantage of it, but I just don't know how. See, what happened is it got down sort of to a bogged down routine where I was doing it kind of like too much or something, where I'm able to basically I'm gonna block the knight's ability to move again, but I guess I just have to live with the fact. It's so annoying, man. You can try to attack it from there, but you really can't. Like, just nothing is happening. That's the thing. Just nothing happens. And the knight specializes in those positions kind of a little bit. I just wanted to get it here, 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 and then he feels incentivized to maybe do this, and then I can maybe move it away again, but you almost can't do that. I should have almost just gone here, because then, whatever, you could move both and try to push it out or something, I don't know. This is like a half open file. Everything else is a completely closed file, so this is the next level. Don't worry just about open files, but like this is a half open from his side, this is a half open from my side, so arguably maybe his rook should be there, but you're not going to be able to do a whole lot about it. You can put this here, but then I can't figure out how to put an ancillary threat on there. Would he be able to push me out pretty easily? And he would. That doesn't seem bad, but I also don't necessarily want to take either. He'll just keep threatening it, though. That's the thing. He'll just keep doing it over and over, the same threat a million times. Like, it's so fun. This is a little bit problematic. You should almost cover here, because that's really what it's going to come down to. He would take, I would take. No. No. He would take, I would take. Then he would take, I would take, and then he would still take, though. I feel like I almost have to take, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense either. Because, like, now you're going to be double attacking this, and you know it, and I walk right into it, and I don't get it, because what was I supposed to do? I don't know. But it's still good enough if it creates a trade. So now he'll have actually a passed pawn, which is mind-boggling to me, but if you did a threat like this, you might be able to try to take it, but assuming that the queen has to have been forced there, then you go here, then you just already have it covered, so you don't have to move it. Like, I'll take a draw, man. I'll take a draw. I just can't believe it. Like, there's nothing. Like, even he doesn't know what he's doing, but I guess it works pretty well for him still, because I don't get it, man. You're gonna have a threat there. It's just too much, man. This covers, this attacks. You could attack it with there as well. Not saying he wins because of the passed pawn. If anything, I have more pawns, so... Or what do I have, actually? I don't have more pawns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He has more, but I have the rook instead of whatever, the bishop, basically, or the knight. Or no, in this case, you have it instead of the bishop, but the way it went was obviously the 6 for 6 earlier on. So you just got to manage time. We got to manage the fact that it's a repetitive kind of position that you're going to have. So what we can basically do is just move the king back and forth and wait for him to do something. That might actually be the objectively best thing to do. Unironically, that might be... Because like even when you're winning in some of these positions in the engine, it does tell you to go back and forth a lot. Right? And then almost wait for them to do something else or to have to do it. It almost seems like it's dancing around threefold repetition, but then it's not, because you're winning, so you wouldn't want to do that. You wouldn't want to let them have that either, so it won't do that. It'll do it like as many times as it can without getting there, and then do something else. Like, and this is sometimes how GMs and stuff play, that they'll... That would be my style. Like, oh, I'll make too many draws, and I'll play it too safe and everything. So like it would be a draw, but maybe I'll end up doing something like I'll end up uh I'll end up basically winning by time because he is taking a very long amount now. Okay, so you take here. That's one of the few rare positive things that could have happened here. It's interesting that he took that long to make that kind of move. But yeah, I've already sort of embarrassed myself with how I... But that wouldn't have made the difference. Clearly, I was already +2 and you saw what happened. I didn't take advantage of it at all. Like... Oh my god. Like let's look at it a little bit in instructive nature to just see, like... The instructive nature would tell you that basically you'd be in a position where you can take advantage of that lead. Like, what exactly are you doing with it? You're +2. This is not it. Wait, what? Okay, he's actually winning a little bit there, and then he blunders the knight just like that. But then what do I do with this position? Like, I don't understand. Like, show me what you do. Assuming that he even does the same thing, but what is it that we're doing? This simple attacking formation. Yes, of course. Yes, of course. You move the knight forward just to move it back. Move the king back and forth 50 times. Cool. Very fun, very instructive, very nice. Okay, now at least this makes sense, because if you get it on this side, I was kind of a fan of that idea. Or maybe not. Like, whatever it is that's happening here doesn't... It just doesn't really do it for me because it seems random. You can say it's complicated, but you can also say it's just sort of tedious because what the fuck are these back and forth moves? Like, I don't want to do that. I don't want that to be my style, but you have to do it. Now, this is kind of cute, at least, because you can trade. I can agree wholeheartedly with that. Getting a way to get rid of the knight and get rid of one of their bishops at the same time and make an optimal trade, that I can definitely live with. But the amount of back and forth movement that it does to get there is kind of a little bit frustrating. At least the one good thing we saw is in that previous loss, the one before this one, or the previous game, which was a loss. See, even though I was down and triggered in the opening, I still kind of fought back and showed, like, oh, it's not that big of a deal if you just focus and try to... So if I take it that seriously from the beginning. So we have to watch these openings a little bit more carefully. Right, just be sure of what we're doing. That exact sequence doesn't matter, I don't think, too much, like whether you do that first, but there probably still is an optimal way to do it. So, I mean, you do want to save time in the opening a little bit, because sadly that's what it comes down to a little bit, but certainly whatever I've done here is not impressive at all in this. It's too much like taking it for granted or treating it like it doesn't really matter. Like, you don't really care, like, oh, it's just a game or whatever. But even then, you should be more competitive about it. Or if you put in this much time to do it, you know what I mean? Like, it should be something more. It really... That's the one thing you should always be able to count on. At least maximize your effort, and then whatever happens, happens. But that just hasn't happened. But the one thing I could get here is a bishop pair. Probably. The one move that throws me off is something like this, because then I can't go there, because then you can actually double take. Never mind this potential take, but we still kind of want to try to do it. Doesn't change anything with the rest of the position. You got to watch out for the pin. You got to watch out for the cover here, potentially, if he displaces the knight. And so all those things are fair. Take, then go here, then he takes. So even though it's... No, and then you can probably get something out of it, but even though it seems like, oh, I'd want to do that trade, if he does go there, I probably shouldn't do it. Right, like... I don't know. That's fine. So we want to displace that, and then you should be able to trap it for the trade. But again, it's the same issue here that you're acutely aware of, that I want to trade, but I also want the cover and everything. But see, if he did it, then I do this. But then it doesn't really matter that much. Like, you might still be able to win it back, but And you might even be able to try to pin it, but it's too much like wishful thinking. You can't really be like that. Zephyr in the name, so that means he must be very concerned with time. Look at his latency. Like, imagine mine being better than yours, and yet I'm using a fucking mobile hotspot. That's one good thing, I guess, about doing this. I'm not doing it because, oh, it's on the mobile hotspot. I'm doing it because I wanted to commit so much time to this to try to, whatever, see how far I can get, because chess is just such a time-consuming game. But thankfully, it is also so easy to run that, it works on the mobile hotspot thing. But I guess anything else I did, I could just do like a single-player type thing, which is the majority of what I do anyway. Or even like Hearthstone wasn't too consuming, but like I could do like Arc or something, and like that's just single player once you get in there. So this is cute. So the only logical response is this, but you can't do it, and the reason why you can't do it is because of the simple fact that it's not even covered then. So I'm so confused as to what you actually are supposed to do here. If he takes, that's fine, but then you need another cover there. This is such a weird position. It doesn't even make any sense. So you're worried about that. That kind of works. Now you need to cover this. So now if you take, it's fine. So now I would gladly take the trade because I can't imagine a scenario fuck, where I wouldn't want to do that trade normally, but the problem with it still is pretty clear that now the knight is going to block. Not only does it not want to cover that, but it blocks for it too. Right, so the other thing will take place. So you almost want to do this first, and then you get to basically go here and try to double take on there, which you probably won't let me do. That doesn't really have much to do with the position. Like, if I was to go here, what would happen? He would take, I would take, he would take. Like, you could do this. I don't know if I really even want to do that, though. With the overall position. But he took a very long time in the opening. That should, like, oh, I'm moving so fast in the opening, that almost psychs me out, but it really doesn't. It's just, you go here. Now if he takes with the knight, I take, he takes again. But he'd be giving up a lot to do it. Like, he's just taking a pawn. So sometimes those sack type plays are worth it, but this just doesn't seem like that kind of a scenario. And you kind of want to open this row anyway, so you want to do that later, but it's just... Right, like you almost want to do this now, but then he'll just come back, or the knight is still pinned in some kind of a stupid way that he could potentially take advantage of. But there's no other way to attack it that you really could take it. Okay, okay. 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 Alright, it's not a big deal, but I mean, look, dude. It's tough. It's a tough thing. I don't know what to tell you. My desire to move too fast, or whatever it is that you get lulled into. So if he takes a knight, I take. Wait. Oh, even that's. I was gonna say it's like a 6 for 6, but it's way worse than that. But he doesn't even do it. I don't know what I'm doing. I can't explain it. You can get away with it there, but like I was completely lost there, I think. Like what happened there? Like what was it? I don't understand. Like what would I have done there instead? Let's try to figure it out. Instead of doing that, just like move the queen, and then there's nothing he can do. Right? You come back, it's fine. There's nothing happening there. So I kind of forced it in a way that I didn't need to do. You can either go here or go here. It doesn't really matter. But he lets me get away with it. 1574 is what you thought they were, and you let him off the hook. Why don't we just do this? So now you can effectively open the king. by the extent of that trade, which is not that big of a deal, but especially with the queen off the board, you might even say it's not a big deal at all. But yeah, I have some mental block with this, though. I just simply can't do it because you're not taking it remotely seriously enough. And if you're not doing that, then what, what is the point? But and try to create a double stack. It's kind of awkward for you to try to cover that, right? Like, how would you even do it? You could just raise it, but then I take it for free. So he should have won right there on the spot. I gotta have this rule, like where every move I look at every piece. Like a lot of the time I just don't do that, you know? He could take this, take. That doesn't seem to really do much of anything. He would take, I would take, and then he would just take. So you're giving him a free pawn, just in my lust to try to take this one. So I don't know what I can even really do. I should just take it myself, and then, or I should just do that actually, probably. Okay, okay. So now you have at least adequate cover on here. Like you could take, then take. Let's just do it, man. I've had enough. So you could check again, but it doesn't seem worth it because then you're under threat there. So we get the bishop out of harm's way. By doing that, it's obviously not a check. So now all we have to do is find a square for it, which we might not even almost be able to do. Right, that is actually unfortunate. You almost have nowhere safe to go with it. Oh no, you could always go here. So we're not in a terrible spot now, but I just keep getting away with too much. It's like just playing to your potential is the hardest thing to do because I don't know, for me at least, I just can't do it. Not even that, oh, your potential is so great, it's just more like, okay, you can sit here probably for the rest of the game then. Because if he goes there, I would take, whatever. Right? This can be a good core central spot. The one problem is that this square is kind of weak to the point where you can almost guarantee the take. But not really, because my rook would still be there. Now that's a weird claustrophobic kind of position to put yourself in, where you really don't need to be doing that. You can give a check here and then sort of try to roam free a bit. But it's kind of hard to determine because you would be in a position where you're giving this up to try to take these, and I don't know whether that's worth it or not. That's the thing. Like, how would I cover this otherwise? I'd have to bring my king all the way across? I don't know. So he moves the stupid bishop. It's not that big of a deal. That's perfectly fine, too, because, I mean, we're just covering this. He can't do anything with that. Or actually, he can. That is an interesting dynamic. So let's give up on this side completely, because I already kind of have, I guess. And then at this stage, we can basically just try to eat up his pawns and just give up mine in the process. Not a very good idea, but what can you do? So he takes there, I take there, then he can also take there before I can do anything about it. But I would also be giving a check. Maybe there's some kind of unleashed crazy thing we can do, but I don't see how, really. Just give a whole bunch of checks and just try to draw it. I don't know. We could just move the bishop somewhere, and then that would allow me to basically... That would allow me to basically figure a way to also save this because it's under the protection of this. And so therefore now you attack another piece and you're also covering there. And even though he can presumably double attack it as we go on, it's also a position where you can That's tough, man. That's tough. That's unbelievable. What the kind of things that happen. So he should just keep pushing it with reckless abandon, and you'll probably have it. Would that be worth it? Like if I no. Let's try to give a couple of checks and see what happens. We can just give probably like endless checks, but I'm kind of in a state of shock with some of these games, like how this happens. How does that happen with that position? Like, does that make any sense? Like, you would think that's a relatively even position, but it's just not, I guess. So you want to get it here, and you also want to move the bishop. So if I can give at least like a light square check at some point, that would be kind of good. Something is scary about these players, though. Like they're actually like gods or something. I don't know what it is. I just have to keep giving checks, I guess, but now we're completely out of position to even to try to ever stop that. Right, like it's just not gonna happen. Just give up a pawn to do it too. Like I just can't. I think I'm done for a while though. This isn't worth it for me. He could have even took that, and I still couldn't have even given a check. Like how does it make any sense at all? Like how? How? It just doesn't make sense. What is that, man? And of course, people would defend like this guy. Of course, would have known exactly what he's doing, and just I don't know about that one, dude. I don't know about this player. I don't know about this game. I don't know about that one. I don't know. I can't explain that one. You just move the bishop and do it, dude. That is a moment of shock, the likes of which I've never really seen in my life before. I'm just unbelievable, dude. That's mind-boggling. Like I don't understand how that can happen. I just don't get it. Wasn't I beating these same? I guess it's a very broad spectrum, but I was beating these same people before, and now I can't beat them ever. So it's just like, or at least I should be able to draw that one. Like I'd love to see at what point that turns into now he can promote, and I can't do anything about it, even though everything is even. Like, how does that just happen? I don't get it. That one's especially triggering because it feels like you did everything pretty much fine. Like it was pretty much even the whole way, maybe a little up or down, but I don't know what happened at the end. It really that's got to be one of the most hard to imagine scenarios because it's like you're not really nothing has really happened that's extreme, right? It's very he's sort of semi-provisional. I guess that he got 12 from that, but um probably just he hasn't played in a while. I mean, I could just do this till the end of time and never get anywhere with it. And this is how a lot of people often treat it because you're treating it mistakenly as a game, right? You're treating it like something that actually is an activity that you can do, but it's not, right? It's something else that you have to study and treat it like a job, like a work type activity. So it's just not what people think it is or say it is or anything like that. I think it was around here or a lot of back and forth repetitive things. Even again, this sort of fiending for trades, I'm kind of stunned by that prospect because why is that even a blunder? Like what would possibly make that a blunder? I don't understand. Oh, the fact that you might lose it there because of that. It was still okay, right? It's an even drawn position. You have to play this like exactly right. You're just supposed to start to push your own and have the balls to try to assume that you can promote. Or you're just supposed to spam check. Wow, thumbs up, great game. Even the engine is doing what I make fun of as a tendency. Just spam check. Incredible. What a great thing to do. Isn't that so fun? Okay, I have time for maybe one more, but I'm seeing kind of the light at the end of the tunnel here. Like, it's pretty much over. I can't do it this way, so I have to. It is the absolutist tendency that I talk about, but I had too much either faith in myself or in something else. Maybe I thought I could defy the nature of the game, but it really is sad because, again, if it comes down to that, I'd gladly just not even do it. Like, I don't see what it really proves. Just study it for a long period of time. But again, it's a measured decision. Like, if you're gonna try to put that much time into it, then just don't bother. Because wait, what was I just using? We were using the wood one, I think. I'm kind of losing track of these too. So the P set was something around this letter as well. It was like, I think it was that one. So Arial, Unicode, tweaked. Okay, I mean, a lot of these just end up looking similar and sort of unspectacular too. Okay, let's try one more. So we're around the 70 mark. It's just kind of sad because it has nothing to do with the way that people would treat it or what they talk about or what they try to sell in the snake oil salesman's way or what they try to have propaganda about the game and treat it. You know, Albert Einstein plays and he's a 1200 player. Now, that shouldn't make you feel better or worse about it. It's just like, you know, he could have maybe learned better or gotten better at his peak if he committed to it. But that has nothing to do with just the innate state of just doing it. And maybe I should switch over to variance even. I'm considering it because that's originally what I wanted to do. I just thought it would be a little different than this, but it's really my fault because I can't live up to what is not even a high or low standard. It's just a standard. Like, you have a standard for the game and you just can't do it. So you're just too lazy. You're just too trying to trade all the time, trying to minimize it. Like, you're not really trying to take it seriously. 2009 must be his birthday, and he's going to be, what, then 15? Which, again, doesn't mean anything. Age is irrelevant in chess, if nothing else. So that would not allow me to take, and so now you go like this. Or see, what you should be trying to do, though, is you should be trying to take to the extent that you can... To the extent you can basically try to do this, but then it messes up the structure in some way. So he's trying to cover that a lot, but I almost don't even care that much about it. Like, I can figure it out later, I'm sure. So this structure is fine for me. But yeah, you are at some point supposed to do something like this. So, like, let's say we go here. Then he would take... I would take... He would take... I need another one on there. You can go like to here to try to do, again, all you're trying to do is open it. You're not even trying to win it. Like, you can still trade, it's fine. So this should, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. And there's no way he can stop me from doing that because it's like, you know what I mean? If he goes there, I would take, he would take, I would take, but then he would take. So I would have to address this one first. And it'll fuck up all my center pawns, but not really because you're giving up one center pawn basically just for another. So he's attacking there, which is kind of a cute gesture. I don't really understand it. I shouldn't try. Like, you don't have to change anything. Everything was fine with the position as it was. Right, and so what would that change? If he takes, I can still take. If he raises, I can still take. It wouldn't change the covers on this. So that was kind of like a desperation move to try to stop it. But again, not because I'm going to win it, but because I'm going to simply... Because I'm going to simply just trade it and open the diagonal. You're still not going to win this one because he has the knight and the queen. I have the bishop and the knight. I'll do the trade and maybe then I didn't even think of it that way. Maybe then I would trade it and then I could take, because then I would take with the knight, because then you have a situation where you're able to force the queen away because only the queen can take. So I admit I didn't even see that myself, but I mean I just did. It's not like I'm have any help, especially in these recorded sessions, but it's just like, okay, here now this one's completely covered. The other one is completely covered as well. So he did that in a weird way that he didn't have to give up anything, or maybe whatever. He played it kind of wrong, I feel like. See, now you could even turn it into like a light square structure, but I just don't see why you would want that. The whole reason why I did that in the first place is to basically have the light square diagonal. Yeah, that's quite a massive decline, though. I mean, it's almost hard to explain. 16, 20 to like how we went from 7. At least here it was hurt by the provisional aspect. Like, I hadn't played it in so long that I went from 17 to 16, 20. But here it's just been in the last course of time. Again, the one thing that's frustrating is it's like not it's not that like, oh, these players are suddenly better, or oh, of course that's what happens when you lose rating or when you gain rating, that you're going to have tougher matchups, but that's not what it is, because a lot of these are the same people. I don't know, it's just weird. So here you could take with the knight, you could double take if you really want, which would be really in my nature to do that, but let me not do that. So now you get a beautiful scenario where you have a nice diagonal. The question is, how do you use it? And the bigger question is, how do I move this rook? Because I can't seem to do that at all. You can almost go like this, and then he just can't move the knight, and then you can go like that. Wherever he goes with the knight, I can simply take it. Right, every single square except for D2, and then whatever, he can just go back to where he already was. If you try to attack with the bishop, for the most part, I can just take it. So you can obviously do a whole bunch of things to stop that, because as most threats in chess, they're kind of just only window dressing and sort of a bait to try to force something else. Because you're never, any threat that seems like a threat is not actually going to be a threat. That's kind of the way to put it. That I wasn't necessarily expecting, but you could just end Pesant here, and then you're going to bait the queen trade effectively, which is not really what I even want to do or what I should do, but trades are fun, so I guess I'll do it. And I should almost trade for the knight as well. Because yeah, I'm giving up my own attacking initiative, diagonal, everything, just because I'm lazy. No, even as I'm identifying the tendency, but again, so often you can get away with it, so I guess it's fine. Yeah, but this bishop is a bit of a thorn in my side here, just with respect to how it's stopping a lot of this from being effective. Because you can bring the knight out and try to do something with it here. But you see the insidious temptation, right? Of what I call almost like the lazy gambit. You can get away with playing in this lazy way. That's clearly not as good as what you could do. And you can do it because of the simple fact that, you can just get away with it, because so you could leave it here actually as a decent octopus knight spot, but I'm kind of not paying attention either. So you're going to end up trapping my rook in between the two bishops, and that's going to be a spectacular occurrence, because I just almost can't even acknowledge that that's happening right now. If he takes, I take. I'm going to do it like this just because I'm a lazy clown, but it actually doesn't work at all, because I would give up the other one too then in the process. Okay, I've had enough. I've really had enough here. You're really a good player, you know that? This guy's really, he's really something. You really earned that one. You're really going play. That's what it shows you. It shows you both me and the player that I play aren't going anywhere, because they're a clown who either I'm letting them get away with being a clown by being an even bigger clown, or I'm just not. It's not good in either sense, right? It's not instructive for either of us. There's nothing there, right? There's nothing there. It's just completely vacant, devoid of substance and value and just everything. I just can't do it. I don't know what to tell. I don't know what I'll just do something else in these sessions, or I won't even do them at all because I can't do this. It's just sad. Like there's nothing behind it. How often is it that the move that I make that's bad is like a trading move? You know what I mean? Like I'm trying to trade in such a way that like what is the point in doing this? Okay, like let's say what was I gonna do? Get to 17, but then so what? It's the same thing over and over. It's like at some point you just got to accept the fact that you're gonna have to study or do whatever anyway, so it's fine. I don't know what I'm doing. Like, why am I trying to do anything with this? That this will somehow turn into a promotion like the last game, like where I just have this innate disdain for the game itself, which is maybe objectively justified that it has such obvious flaws, but that doesn't mean it's bad or that you shouldn't do it. It just means that you should account for its nature a little better somehow. Like I have to hope he just blunders his rook or something. Pretty interesting made. They're not that surprising though, considering well, it is pretty rare when your thing is that open. But no, I mean that was a classic quality game. This guy's gonna go on to become a grandmaster, except he's a complete idiot, just like me, and we both don't know what we're doing. I guess I'll do another one. Like it's not like you have real life things to do or anything. It's just this is how people treat it. It's just kind of a little bit sad, but it's very predictable, I guess, for me. I have that ding lirin gene where I'm a bit of a choker, but I mean somehow it worked for him. That's the motivation that he gives to everybody. Where belladonna pieces are pretty nice. Let's just win one real quick here, and then I'll leave it for next time. I don't know. I think I've overdone it here a little bit. Where just in general, I've tried to do too much of it. I mean, again, that's even the point. Even if you think, oh, it's such a good game or whatever, at some point it's like ICCchess.com, but doesn't mean it's like from chess.com, and it might work with only. Wait, these are boards though, or no, that is what I want though. Let me look what it says if you need a particular one for it. A lot of them don't say it, and you just have to guess. Chessboard ICCchess.com, but then choose blue 3. Now I don't know what blue 3 is. I assume it's maybe the third blue, but you know what, I wouldn't even be able to necessarily tell because blue 3, but isn't this just a normal blue 3? Like because I didn't check it. But yeah, a lot of these actually don't work, and it is kind of annoying. Or there'd be some way you could just update them if I knew how. Because, all the hard work in making them is already done, but it'd be ICHS. Okay, that actually does work. This one doesn't work, but I don't know what the difference would have been then. Wouldn't it be the same? No, I guess they're not the same. Or wasn't I just using that? I'm so confused. We did the theme, right? I'm kind of losing track even of what I changed and what I haven't. Okay, here you have ICC is working, right? And of course that's like a little joke on where do you play chess? Like on ICC, like the Internet Chess Club, that old one that everybody makes fun of. The thing here is that you would basically I want to test the other one to see, was it the one I was just using, or I don't understand. Yeah, I must have just used this, right? Because I don't know, I'm gonna assume I did. I can't keep track of it anymore. So we'll go Lichess, ICC here from chess.com, and then you got to go to blue to do it. And just to prove that it is indeed working, you can change it like that, even at the last second there. So let's try again here, 1572, 1563. This was about where I wanted to get originally, though, anyway. Like, that was my peak before, like, 1559 or something of the sort. But then just because I got farther, I felt like that would be of value because, whatever, I just wanted to see if I could do it or something. So this is a little bit annoying because whatever you do with it, you should almost just do this first, honestly, regardless of whether he's doing that same opening or not. Because what you get to do then is you get to basically see, you shouldn't worry about that necessarily, but I guess I will. I don't see how that really opens up anything else of too much value. So you want to go to here, but you don't really want to, but you want to try to castle, but he could pin it down as well. This knight management can be a little bit rough, I'll admit. He can pin it down. He can also castle himself, which would force my hand to move it elsewhere. My God, what a piece. What a piece, you know? Really spectacular piece. Just really nice. Really nice. It's okay. I didn't want to castle anyway. I just wanted to kind of look at it. Because you can always sometimes bait them to do stuff like that too. So the real goal that you can get at here is that you can basically put yourself in a position where, you know, if you let him take and take back or something, then you can end up doing this. So you have to be careful of that aspect. So now this is a completely busted position already, and I'm not exactly sure what to do about it. The knight certainly earned its keep in this game, just, you know, as the double agent that it is. We're not playing chess, we're playing Among Us, where we can just watch it completely, I don't know. So you can go to here, and then at least he has to make the decision between which one he decides to take. And the reason why that's pertinent is because, you know, you could do the fork otherwise if you didn't do that. So, I mean, this position is completely just broken. You're obviously lost, but as black, but it's fine. That's at least good. That's fine. So you want to open something up towards here and just see what you can do with it. And so if you can get rid of this pawn, that would be very nice. I technically could still castle, but I almost want to castle queenside now, even though I don't really want to. I just... whatever. Maybe I just could do it. Now, if you give a check or something, it's going to be hard to even block it at all, as he correctly identifies. Or maybe not, because he would take, I would take. Just go here. If he takes, I can take. Then he can take again. Wait, why can't I castle now? Oh, because of that stupid rule with this fucking piece. So this is a little bit weird, because what's going to happen is you're not going to be able to really do a whole lot with it, but I guess it's still fine. So if you can't really take that. He had maybe a better chance if he just took it overall there. That's okay, I guess. You might have to just accept the fact that, again, this position's completely busted, so the king's just going to be here the rest of the time. So he can take pretty much anything he wants at any time that he wants, but I think at least if we stabilize this a little bit, or this gives you incentive to trade too. All this out of the opening, huh? Isn't that fun? It's almost like you should just learn openings and study openings, and that'll carry you through a lot of what you have here. It's completely emblematic of so many things that people misunderstand, not just in chess, but like in life in general. Is like, you're not really trying. You might think you are, you might pretend like you are, but you're really not. And most things that people do, that's how they treat it too. So how does he still attack the king, though? That's the beauty of it. I can turn this into attack myself, like where I go to G8 and G7, double stack it, whatever. And so you still got to worry about the bishop if you're him. I hope he does just blunder it. And that's exactly the kind of mindset that gets you in trouble. You take there, nothing's being double threatened. We'll just go like this, I guess. So I could use my pieces pretty freely though too. I can use the light square bishop. If he takes, then takes, but I still couldn't do it because the queen would be there. So you go like this, he can't do anything, he moves it up, I leave it there. Then I dance around for 50,000 moves and try to come up with something here. It's one of those settled science type of things that frustrates me how people perceive it, because it doesn't mean it's not so good to, hard to be good at it or something, but there's a lot of things like that, like any field of even, jobs that people do and things like that. It's not like it wouldn't be the same there, because what you're doing is, you're using hundreds of years of borrowed knowledge, collective knowledge of people, where it's basically like, I don't know. Right, so just because it's settled science there doesn't mean it's either easy or simple or not valuable, but it also doesn't mean that it's that impressive to, be good at it, because it's not like, oh, you're just innate. That's how people act, right? That's even how, oh, the Queen's Gambit portrays it that way, or something else will portray it that way. Like where, for example, you're in a position where you basically get to what do you call it? You're in a position where you basically get to do it in such a way that I can't even cover that, actually. He can just take it because I can't move that pawn. You're in a position where you basically get to I mean, that's fine. Like, it's not like I'm down material, so that actually benefits me. Maybe he thought my threat was better than what it was. In fact, what the fuck, dude? Um, you're in a position I can't even think of what I'm saying anymore. It's like it's a lot of borrowed knowledge, so it's not because you're innately good at something that you're going to, be successful or whatever. It's obviously more to it than that. Couldn't I just like do this? Like, what could he possibly do to stop it? Okay, so we win that one. We're at 69, exactly as planned. This is a bit of a troll thing. I guess that's good enough. We should leave off on a good victory that wasn't really good at all, but let's try to learn something from that opening where we basically get to. But that's the it might sound like an oversimplified. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Like, whatever, dude. Creates these very uncomfortable positions. Doesn't mean it's objectively losing, but you can see how that would bother you. But no, you put yourself in a position where, again, you're not good at it because of borrowed knowledge. You're not good at it innately. It's because, oh, you've studied it for years and somebody else hasn't. That doesn't mean it's not impressive, but on the baseline level, it's not. So you can't compare yourself to ordinary people. You have to compare yourself to other people who also study for long periods of time, and then you get into the top level. So then it's fine, right? You assume everybody in this picture and everybody in whatever this high level play, they would have studied for most of their lives or for long periods of time. So now that's an equalizing factor, and now you can compare it. But you can't compare it like, oh, this random 1500, haha, he's never going to be as good as this or that. But he maybe never has studied even close to that much, or never will. So you have to respect Nepo. Gurkesh has been really good. I'm kind of disappointed in Karana because he's been like the favorite of everybody to do it, but it's pretty close at the top. Hikaru's okay, but Abasov was expected to be the underdog, Alreza is a little bit of a disappointment. In fact, a major disappointment because he wasn't supposed to be an underdog at least. He should be middle of the pack. You got a full-time streamer beating you, and I'm always disappointed in Hikaru because no matter how good he does, it always feels like he could do better if he just, didn't have this distraction on streaming. But whatever, dude. And then Vidith has been sort of a choker a little bit, but I mean they're also within striking distance. Like 3.5 isn't out of reach, right? Nepo could slip and choke, but I mean he's been in the last two championships, so we can't underrate him and say, why shouldn't he be the favorite to not only get there but even win, because Ding's win was so questionable. But no, he played Magnus, then he played Ding, and now he has a chance to play again. So I went in saying that I thought that either Karana or Gukesh would win, I think, I said. And Gukesh, maybe people would be questioning. Or I think maybe I said Jan too. But at the very least, I said whoever gets through, Ding is going to lose to. Which I almost hope it's not Nepo, because again, he might choke it away in some other way. Yeah, see, he got a goose egg here. Otherwise, he was going to be in the sole lead.